It all happened in 2038 AD on Mars, which became the last line of defense for the people of the Earth and the Moon. But after 3 years, everything had to end, because at that time, a general offensive against the aliens was planned. It was supposed to take place on the defense line of Mars, where the stronghold of the Earth Federation was located. David carefully prepared for this day. He collected all the necessary equipment. The man was the commander of a squad of blood wolves of the Earth Federation. Suddenly, they received an alert message from the system, which told them only one thing. A man named Magnus, whose nickname was Fatty, reported the situation. It turns out that they were attacked by the enemy, and right now the remnants of their squad were fighting back as best they could. But there were too many aliens, the so-called monsters that people had to deal with. Therefore, David gave the order to immediately launch a counterattack, and his boyfriend opened fire on the intruders. At that time, the weapon also changed a lot. It no longer contained gunpowder, and instead of cartridges, a laser was used. David ordered to continue the shelling, which, however, did not cause significant damage to the aliens. The man thought that even nuclear bombs were ineffective against them, and this was annoying. But when they first appeared, they could be killed even with ordinary rifles. But after 3 years of war with these aliens, the monsters have developed resistance even to nuclear bombs. As a result, half of the defense line of Mars was already in the clutches of strangers. They even developed a method of counterattack that brutally killed people. In particular, their commander suffered. But what was scarier was that among these terrible monsters, 3 new species appeared. In order to completely eradicate all of humanity, they mutated and were now divided into classes. David was even forced to announce the orange alert level because the aliens had evolved. They became mutants with extraordinary speed and strength, and people urgently needed help. Indeed, in the face of these terrible creatures, human superiority completely disappeared. However, David understood that their main task in the war was to survive, so he addressed everyone, telling them not to panic. The man said that he would take charge of the 3 new mutants, and Fat Man would remain in charge of the defense. With these words, he ran towards the first mutant, who was a little surprised when he saw the first enemy. David Gaydon was a first-class fighter. In all 22 years of service, he was never defeated in battle. This should have happened today, but the man was still surprised at the speed of the new species of aliens. When one of them tried to grab it with his hand, David opened fire on it. The monster clearly did not like this, and in turn he was surprised that there was someone who dared to fight him. He opened fire on the man, or rather, it was an attack from his mouth, which contained a powerful laser charge. But David managed to dodge all his attacks. He was well trained, so he knew what to do. A moment later, when the enemy stopped with the guys, he dropped to one knee and returned fire. He thought that no matter how much these creatures evolved, their attacks would be useless against him. But suddenly the man noticed how someone approached him from behind, and before that, in front of him, he saw the leg of a mutant monster. They were breaking through to their Earth Federation point, but David knew that he had to delay them and buy time. The Fat Man, meanwhile, asked him on the radio where the squad of the Moon Sister was hanging around, because the time had already come. Their people were dying, they urgently needed help, and would not be able to resist the aliens for long in this situation. But David himself would like to know why Luna's detachment is delayed, because the time for a general offensive has already come. But not a single ship from the Lunar Squadron appeared. The man wondered if they had been intercepted. David tried to establish contact with the local command center for the general offensive in the Lunar Federation. After some time of unsuccessful attempts, he finally succeeded, and the connection was established. But instead of the usual dispatcher's voice, he heard screams that greatly surprised the man. In fact, it wasn't even screams. It was strangers talking to each other, and one of them received David's call. Hearing this, the man realized with horror what had happened to the people of the Moon Federation. He wondered if the Lunar Federation really had no strength left to provide them with reinforcements at the moment. But they could use some help. David looked at the approaching monsters and was a little confused. The man noted with bitter sarcasm that it seemed like he would have to look for a wife in his next life. However, he was beaten to it by Fat Man, who was the first to put on his special equipment and said that he would be the first to leave. He finally apologized for dragging him back all these years and then activated the effect of the suit. The next moment, a powerful explosion occurred, which destroyed half of the monsters at once. But those remained, so now it was David's turn to finish off those who remained. The man thought that this would be his last mission, because what he was about to do was suicide. He looked at his locket for the last time, where he kept a photo of his family, mom, dad, and little sister. On the other hand, it meant that he would finally be able to free himself and leave this place. Meanwhile, he was already completely surrounded by strangers, so he would not have been able to relieve him in any case. There was only one option left. Not every soldier in their squad wore self-destruct equipment. After all, few could sacrifice themselves to save hundreds of other lives of their comrades. David activated his equipment, thinking about his family for the last time. Now he was going to them. Using the self-destruct effect, a huge explosion was created, which was the only powerful attack against aliens so far. David felt his body being torn apart. The sensations were terrible, but it lasted less than a minute. Soon Mars was shaken by an incredibly powerful explosion. He, as the squad leader, had the most powerful effect. However, then something happened that David never expected after his death. His soul was freed from his body and moved somewhere to a new place. The man himself did not feel anything about it. However, soon the color of his soul changed and curled up into a cocoon which went down somewhere. It was a little strange, but David was able to feel that moment, and then everything stopped. The man found himself on the bed in an incomprehensible place. He was not sleeping, but he was conscious and simply did not want to get up. But soon he had to do this because of the unbearable stench that suddenly appeared in his nose. It turned out that it was a dirty sock, but it didn't belong to him, and suddenly David understood everything. As if to confirm his thoughts, Fatty happily said that he thought his sock would help. He added that his friend should not be angry because it helped bring him to his senses, but David looked rather surprised. He got out of bed and grabbed his friend by the shoulders, saying that it was incredible because they were still alive. But Fatty didn't understand what he was talking about. It seemed to him that his friend was still not over his joke with the sock. Then David pinched him, checking to see if his partner was really alive, and he was surprised, asking what he was doing. And then suddenly David hugged him. He was just glad that his friend was alive, but David perceived this gesture a little differently. David did not fully know what happened to him. Perhaps it was time travel or rebirth. But Magnus still thought that his friend had developed some unhealthy feelings for him and hurried to leave him. David, meanwhile, looked around and realized, to his surprise, that he was in his own apartment. Moreover, he moved 8 years back in time, and now only 2030 was on the calendar. However, the man did not understand why his head hurt so much, thinking it was because of the explosion. Then he suddenly remembered that 8 years ago he was still studying at the academy, where a girl rejected him. He liked her for a long time, so, having received a refusal, the guy fell into depression and spent the whole yesterday evening with a bottle. David didn't understand why he had to return after this event, but he couldn't help it. Suddenly, another thought came to him, because if he moved 8 years ago, it means his parents should still be alive. The guy began to look for a cell phone to contact them, but the apartment, as usual, was a mess. Soon he found the phone under the pillow on the bed, and his heart fluttered with the impending call. He found a contact for his younger sister, whose name was Dina, but suddenly realized that he could not gather his courage. After all, it was so unusual, even though David understood that he had to do it as soon as possible. He even pinched himself, saying that he should calm down, but it turned out to be surprisingly painful. David thought that he had not yet gotten used to the new body, because it was a whole 8 years younger and stronger. The guy slapped his cheeks, as he always did when he needed to get ready, and dialed his sister. Almost immediately, Dina accepted the challenge, but David was again speechless when he heard her voice. He brought the phone to his ear, listening to his sister ask why he dialed her, but David was still silent. He couldn't believe that it was really the voice of his own sister, because it meant that his parents were also alive. Then Dina decided to bring him down to earth by talking about his sister Angela, who was not at all a match for him. She added that she are members of the Federation's Genius Club, so she must tell it like it is. The girl said that the brother was, of course, a good guy, but Sister Angela could not be his girlfriend. At this time, Fatty looked into his room and thought that his friend was already unlucky in love, and now his own sister was finishing him off. But to his surprise, David only replied that he was glad to hear his sister's voice and promised to return home on the weekend. Then Dina said that he finally understood everything and suddenly added that his brother would quickly get rid of his fat friend. She said that just looking at his fat face made her want to beat him. Magnus was unpleasant to listen to this. David also noticed this. At some point he wanted to tell his sister about it, but changed his mind. Instead, the guy suddenly said that he would always love her, which confused his little sister a little. At first Dina did not understand what he said, but then it shocked her, and the girl even got scared. She thought that her brother had a nervous breakdown in broad daylight, and this worried her. Meanwhile, David added that he didn't like Angela at all, although it was a bit of a stupid statement. Dina noticed this, because her brother's tone was definitely different, so she couldn't help thinking again. She was only worried that he wouldn't say it because he was going to do something stupid. She screamed at the top of the phone, turning to Magnus and saying, what if something bad happened to her brother? Then she will pursue Fatty all his life. Although given the character of her brother, this certainly will not happen. The girl thought that it would actually be nice if Angela became her daughter-in-law. Meanwhile, David mentally thanked Dean, because now he would be able to call them his parents. Without hesitation, the guy dialed the number and was soon answered by his father, who was the first to receive the call from his son. He asked why he called so suddenly, asking if he had any problems. But David said he just missed them, so his dad invited him to dinner that weekend. And his mother added that he should not bother with his studies alone because there were so many beautiful girls around. Then his mother suddenly asked when he would finally bring his girlfriend home, which confused the guy a little. But then her father interrupted her, telling David not to listen to his mother because real men should strive to do great things. But the wife quickly stopped her husband, reminding him that he himself was just a retired commander of a cook squad. Finally, they wished their son good studies and once again invited him to dinner, and he wished them good luck. The guy even sighed a little with relief because this was truly a difficult decision. Previously, when talking to his parents, he always wanted to hang up the phone as soon as possible, but now he wanted to continue listening to them. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to Magnus, who was sitting at the computer desk reading some kind of comic. Looking at his friend, David found it hard to believe that this fat man would become a great squad shooter in the future. And he will also accompany him on the battlefield of Mars until his death. However, he will also die first. Suddenly, David thought that there must be some way to prevent that devastating disaster. Now, in this body of a 20-year-old boy, there was a fully matured, unbending soldier. This means that he will definitely come up with something, but first it would be nice to fill his stomach. They had dinner together and soon went to bed. Fatty fell asleep first, as always with some food next to him. This time he dreamed of something pleasant. David understood this from the sounds he made. Magnus seemed to be laughing. But David himself could not sleep. He thought about all the events that happened to him during this time. He was glad that he could hear the voices of his loved ones again, but he did not understand why or how he was reborn. It was also a mystery that this happened only to him. David thought it was an unusually quiet night. But in just 5 years, such a tender night will no longer exist due to an alien invasion. 5 years later, the Earth-Moon system, disguised as comets, was attacked by aliens. Several important cities on Earth and the Moon received a crushing blow. The guy remembered this well. People were too careless, even though they fantasized about the existence of aliens. But they never expected that aliens would actually appear in the heavens one day. At first, humanity began to fiercely resist. They shot back and fought battles every day. In the first days of the war, both sides exchanged courtesy, and the people even gained the upper hand. But the turning point was the battle on the Surtees Plateau. It became key in the battle for Mars. Due to the carelessness of people, the northern part of Mars was occupied by aliens, after which the battles for Mars did not stop for 3 years. However, over these 3 years, the strangers became stronger and stronger. They learned to resist people. As a result, after the defeat at Solnechny Lake, people lost control over Mars and went from offensive to defensive. 2 key nodes were destroyed by the stones, leaving the human coalition unable to react in time. They lost several important strongholds, and in addition, the strangers somehow figured out how major battles would take place. David wondered if it was possible that aliens also had supernatural abilities. But the phrase of the people of the moon that he heard in the guy was interested in whether they could be traitors. After all, everything must have its own reason, and if the people of the moon really betrayed them, then what was their reason? But David soon rejected this guess. His assumptions were of little use now. After all, he was not part of the top management, so most of the information was out of his reach. He thought that although he had returned to the past, he couldn't do anything now. It was even better. However, for some reason, it seemed to him that there was some kind of problem within people, and he simply could not leave everything as it was. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a poster on the door that read, "Fight for the Earth" in English. Then suddenly, David thought what would happen if he too became a member of senior management and learned about everything from the archives. After all, while studying at a military school in the past, his grades were too mediocre for this. However, this time is different, and if everything works out, he could join the senior management. And with him the right to influence decision-making, so perhaps he can find the key to solving the problem. But the most important thing is that because of the war, after 5 years, students with good results became the main forces on Earth. Recklessness and fun will not help solve problems, so David knew that he had to be serious and consistent. Meanwhile, Fatty dreamed of all his classmates looking at him and his girlfriend with envy. Yes, in his dream he had his beloved girl Lulu, whom he met at the end of the 3rd semester. Soon after studying, they headed to his house, where Magnus led her into the bedroom and brought her closer to him. He suddenly reached for the zipper on her chest, intending to stretch it, and the girl embarrassedly told him to stop. But suddenly the guy's plans were interrupted by a monster who quietly opened the window in his bedroom. The werewolf burst into their room and growled, which scared them both, and then grabbed Lulu. This was quite unexpected. The girl screamed for Magnus to help her, but he still did not recover from the shock. The werewolf took advantage of this. He pushed Fatty with his foot, and he flew to the end of the room. Magnus didn't understand where the werewolf came from here, but he told the girl not to worry, because he would save her. But it seemed the werewolf had other plans as he headed back out the window, intending to simply escape. Then Magnus shouted that the monster should not even think about escaping until he returned it to him. Lulu, Fat Man, attacked the wolf. He grabbed his hand, with which he was holding his girlfriend, and tried to unclench it, but nothing happened. In addition, Fatty noticed that this was not a werewolf, but a real merman. He understood this from his body. Then Magnus screamed in despair, because he didn't know how to fight such monsters, and his girlfriend was doomed. Fortunately, at that moment he just woke up and was surprised to find that everything was not so complicated. After all, he really was squeezing someone's hand, only it wasn't a merman, but his best friend and roommate. David didn't understand why Fatty suddenly grabbed his hand. It made him a little uncomfortable, but he didn't say anything. The guy just looked at Magnus as if asking what this meant, and he, apparently, had not yet fully woken up. The fat man screamed, saying that his friend had become a merman, which surprised David even more. They sat like this for some more time, but soon David could no longer stand it and turned to his friend. He asked what he was doing, and he suddenly asked if he had drowned himself, and now his spirit was haunting him. He added why this had to be done because of some woman, clearly referring to his fictional girlfriend. But David replied that his friend simply had a nightmare, and he himself just decided to practice. The guy said that a future soldier cannot afford to be lazy, and the fat man said that his friend reminds him of an instructor. David thought that failure in love really seems like something serious when you are young, but then it becomes just a good memory. And although it was his body, all aspects of it had changed greatly, and it would take some time to adapt. Moreover, if we compare the use of genetic power, the conditions on Mars and here were like heaven and earth. Probably the feeling he was experiencing now could only be understood by people who survived hell itself. But in fact, even his friend Magnus was also very talented. Otherwise, he would not have been able to live to see the last battle. Suddenly he wondered what motivated his friend to fight on the battlefield, if for him it was hatred. With these thoughts, he took off his t-shirt and went to the shower, and Magnus saw that his friend was excited about something. The fat man thought that his friend must be trying to suppress his pain by training, being rejected by the girl. Therefore, his fictional Lulu is the best, because she will never cause so many problems. With this thought, the guy reached for the bag of sweets that always lay next to him on the bed. Magnus had his own way of solving problems. If he had a grief in his life, he always drowned it in food. David thought that he could have guessed it earlier, because food probably supported his friend in all his battles. Meanwhile, he himself went into the shower to clean himself up. They used it very often on Mars. The guy looked at his body again and thought that now he was capable of a lot thanks to his good shape. 5 groups of mat snow triathlons and a 10-kilometer cross-country. When he reaches the peak, it will all be a breeze for him. David thought that he was now 40 to 50% recovered. In fact, his body should now be better and more resilient. It's just that genetic power needs further training and will. Such a mysterious feeling appeared to him. More precisely, this happened in a war against aliens. In this era, genetically modified soldiers were not a taboo. Initially, in order to colonize Mars and the Moon, scientists began to conduct research on reconfiguring human genes. As a result, these studies made such a huge breakthrough that they solved not only problems with adaptation to an alien environment, but they also significantly expanded the potential of humanity, which was a very good achievement. Genetic technologies have truly brought man's exploration of the lunar plans into reality. The Earth Federation was somewhat conservative about genetic engineering and more inclined towards natural evolution. They believed that more time was needed to achieve the goal of people fully adapting to travel between the stars. The people of the Moon, on the other hand, acted more radically because the harsh conditions dictated a more urgent need for them. And although direct genetic correction has brought benefits such as increased IQ and adaptability, but because of it, some physical and mental defects appeared, due to which huge disputes arose. But the Moon people, through the creation of pairs of new people, took advantage of the superior ability of people. It was about self-regulation, the human heredity of survival of the fittest species. In essence, the goals of the Moon and the Earth were the same, only the processes of achieving them were warm for some and hot for others. David thought that his physical condition would be much better before the war. The main thing was to let this body get used to the genetic power. The muscles will also need to be tightened, because for maximum effect, they must correspond to genetic strength. The method for this is quite simple. Train until you lose your pulse. Now he was well aware of his potential. Both Earth and Moon attach great importance to military schools, so the living conditions there often amaze newcomers. But of course, the requirements for admission there are also high. The main evaluation criterion is genetic value. David finally got out of the shower, which made Fat Man very happy because he wanted to eat with him. The guys got ready and went to the dining room. After all, the food at the military school was great, which Magnus really liked. And it seemed a little strange to David that his friend had not yet said a word about the upcoming menu, because he always did this. Instead, he suddenly said that for some reason it seemed to him that David was somehow different today. He wondered with surprise whether Fatty's skills had really begun to awaken, and yet he was very outstanding in the war. David decided to find out for sure by asking what exactly was different about him from the usual. Then Magnus simply pointed to his mouth, saying that his smile could serve as a clear example. He couldn't say exactly what had changed. Perhaps his friend had simply become more beautiful. But David felt uneasy about it. He said that Magnus's compliments made him not happy at all, because he didn't see the point in them. From the outside, they were talked about as the same guy who dared to confess to the most beautiful girl in the school and about Fatty. Meanwhile, the friends helped themselves to large portions of breakfast and went to look for a free table. Magnus noticed how everyone was whispering about David, discussing his action, namely a public declaration of love. The same Italy was on social media where people thought that this guy's enthusiasm had disappeared after such an incident. For a moment, Fatty even found it funny to read all these comments, but then he sighed loudly. He told David that young people these days have no respect for their elders at all, clearly referring to himself and his friend. But it so happened that those around him heard his statement and everyone laughed at this, and Magnus felt embarrassed. Suddenly, a girl approached their table, clearly unhappy with David's actions. She furiously said that with his love confessions he had already glorified their class in a better way than ever. Her name was Catherine Seindal. The girl was the head of their class at a special military school. She was also a friend of David and Magnus, quite a close one at that, but she had already been working as a prefect for 4 years. David remembered that after graduation she had quickly advanced in military service against aliens, and she became one of the youngest spaceship captains who took part in battles. For the first few years, she and Fatty were at the very bottom of the army, but this did not stop her from continuing to communicate with them. It's a pity, but it seems that the heavens themselves were jealous of her talent because in the Battle of Sunny Lake, her fleet was almost defeated. And in the end, Catherine Seindal also fell in that battle, defending her spaceship to the last. However, this will happen later. But for now, the girl asked if she was wrong when she saw David looking at her carefully. Then she approached him and asked if the guy was really eager to disgrace them in front of the entire school. David thought that she was really right, because he really distinguished himself. Then the fat man decided to support his friend, telling Catherine that he had probably already realized everything and had already laughed at him a lot. And the girl turned to David, asking how well he had thought about everything, and would he really treat them to 3 full meals. Fat Man joined in, saying that the guy would also have to wash his socks for a week. Then David could no longer stand it. He said that it was more like finishing off rather than consolation. Catherine said that initially she really wanted to console him, but when she saw his smiling face, she decided that there was no point. Magnus showed his support by asking for the password to his bank card, saying that he would take care of it for him. And David thought that in the past at this stage he had really suffered a serious injury, and it caused a lot of problems. But now, the fact that he was depressed because of Angela now seemed really ridiculous to him. This time he felt great, and it was a completely new experience, which, however, he liked. The taste of the food also seemed great to him, because those who went through the war know how pleasant it is to eat in peace and quiet. But later, the quality of food still became worse and worse, and that food cannot be compared with food in times of peace. He told the fat man that he didn't have a bank card, and he could leave the pile of socks lying in the hostel. Catherine decided to change the subject and asked if the boys shouldn't focus on their 3rd year. But Magnus replied that all graduates were the same, and it didn't make much difference what stamp he had on his certificate. He added that he even admires David in this regard, because he doesn't care at all about his results. And he thought that he had to act as quickly as possible and take his studies seriously, so that these words would no longer be true. Catherine shared his thoughts. She said that the stamp depended on where they would start after joining the army. Then Magnus remarked with satisfaction that they were lucky to have such a caring head woman who worried about them. He added that he and David were most likely hopeless, so they would depend on their big sister in the future. The girl decided to play along with them and agreed, saying that she was already aiming for the Iron Eagle fleet. This was quite unexpected because this fleet was an army of aces and it was extremely difficult to get there. But Catherine said that she would succeed. She added that the guys should take better care of their own future. She asked, since they both had balls now, was it really more than 700? But it wasn't that much. The girl told the guys to work hard these days. Maybe she will even help them with this. They need to strive to score 800 points, and if they can do this, they will qualify for the Earth Elite competition. This will significantly improve their certificate. And it doesn't matter whether they win something or not. The guys liked this idea. David said that the head girl was right and promised to make every effort to get to these competitions. Hearing this, Catherine praised him, saying that it was the right thing to do, and then asked what about Fatty. Although he was not particularly enthusiastic, he also replied that he would try to get into the competition, and then she calmed down. David, meanwhile, decided to take a sip from his mug, but suddenly realized that he had not yet asked the most important thing. He was a little confused, and then asked when the competition would take place, wanting to know how much time they had. To this, Catherine replied that they still had more than a month, and she also noticed that the guy had already eaten everything. This surprised Catherine a little, because she remembered that he took himself a portion for real gluttons, but he finished it even before Fatty. David, finishing the last bun, looked at her, not understanding why the girl was so surprised. And then he announced that he would go for more, and soon appeared again with a full plate of buns. The guy explained this by saying that for high-intensity training he needs a large amount of calories. And it was not enough just to eat. You also need to load your stomach with reserves so that it can work for a long time. A couple of minutes later, he finished off another portion too, saying how great it was that they weren't at war. But Catherine and Magnus did not understand these words of his, and soon David realized that he had talked too much. He hastened to change the topic. He asked why the guys weren't eating, but Catherine replied that she was already full, watching him do it. The girl wondered how it was possible to eat so much in such a short period of time. Magnus thought that his friend really turned his emotions into a desire to eat and limited himself to food alone. In the eyes of the fat man, this was terrible, because he wanted to help David, but in the end he also taught him to eat away his grief. He added that his friend should not despair, because he still has everything ahead. Sooner or later, he met his girlfriend. Catherine also added that men should be strong, so now he should focus on points, and David thought that his friends had again misjudged his behavior, but he really couldn't explain anything to them. Catherine Seindel lived in the women's dormitory of the Dragon Letters School, not far from David and Magnus. She had just finished her little work and was glad that she had finally decided on everything. Her dorm roommate asked if she had chosen many disciplines when the girl showed her the result of her work. There was a list of all the disciplines that were related specifically to the Navy, and Catherine chose them all. She even invited her friend to choose the same, but she refused, saying that it was too difficult for her. Moreover, she added that everything may turn out to be the other way around, and in the future, she will take her friend under her wing. The girl was going to be a navigator, and Catherine said that in general it was great, because her help would also be needed. She also wondered what courses David and Magnus took, since these two had to be supervised at all times. Meanwhile, in the men's dormitory of the Dragon Letters School, the guys discussed their choice. David was unhappy that his friend chose only those subjects that required cramming, but Magnus made excuses. He said that this way he would definitely be able to graduate from college, so it was an absolutely safe scheme. Then David pointed to the figure of the girl whom Fatty adored. It was the same beauty, Lulu. David said that his zeal for learning should be the same as hers, which means that what he should choose is shooting. But Fatty thought that his friend was joking, because two mediocrities like them and competition are simply not compatible. Then David said that he was saying this in all seriousness, because they still had almost a whole month to improve their results. And if he was going to try to score more points, then his friend could too, but his friend wasn't particularly keen. To himself, Fatty wondered if David had really discovered what he had been hiding so well all this time. Finally, David said that if Magnus didn't have 800 points by the end of the month, he would put all of his figurines up for sale. To this, the fat man asked how long he had been thirsting for his Lulu, saying that if he was rejected, this does not mean that he should behave like that. David didn't understand why he said this and ran out onto the roof, and Fat Man thought that all this was an addition of a bad frontal experience. This must have hit him hard, because he used to despise glasses, and now he has completely lost his humanity. Magnus then took the figurine of his Lulu, saying that he would not allow anyone to take it from him, because he valued the girl very much. David, meanwhile, thought that there was a little more than a month left until the deadline for registration, but this would definitely be enough for him. Genetic power was in the body of every person, and the correct way to control it is the main key to unlocking it. Knowing this, he could now become the strongest man of this era, impressing everyone with his skills. Therefore, he had to reach the peak state of his body before the aliens arrived. He simply had to do it. 5 days later, they were already standing at the stadium of the Dragon Letters School, where the guy began his training. To begin with, he decided to pay attention to his endurance, so he went for a run every day. This time he ran at speed, and Fatty, who was watching him with Catherine, said that he felt sorry for his friend. They thought he was still upset about Angela's rejection, but David had something else on his mind. But for several days now, all he did was train, eat, and sleep. The guy never felt sorry for himself. Magnus summed it up by saying that love destroyed his friend, because before he was not like that, literally at all. But Catherine said that David had simply become a better person and added that Fat Man would also benefit from such changes. She took his chips and threw them in the trash, telling him to go train now. But Magnus didn't see much point in this, because he already had more than 700 points for the competition. But the girl didn't notice this. She said that she would not repeat her demand to the fat man twice. Then he realized that Catherine was not joking and ran out onto the path to David, saying that he would run with him a little. And he told his friend to keep in mind that if he overtook him, he would sell the poster of his beloved goddess Lulu. Catherine was pleased to see how the guys were trying. She thought that at this rate, they would succeed. That evening, in the training hall of the Dragon Letters School, David continued his program. He thought that now his friend Magnus was too weak, because he collapsed after the 10th lap. The fat man then said that she couldn't do it anymore, and he needed to crawl home to see his cosmic beauty. But David knew that now they were 20 years old, and it was at this age that it was easiest to master genetic power. He definitely needs to score 800 points for the competition, because now he only had a little over 350. And although the number of points does not reflect real combat effectiveness, society needs some kind of certification system. He had missed out on a lot in the past due to his waywardness, but this time it will not happen again. The guy finished training in the gym and headed to the educational building of the Dragon Letters School. Preparations for upgrading scores will begin soon, and the system has reached out to students. She said that each of them should head to their respective zones. David went to where there were less than 500 points. He used the heavenly information to register in the system, and it thanked him for his cooperation. The registration was successful, but David only saw a message that he should work harder. After all, his result was much below average, but the guy thought that today, this situation would change. Suddenly, his attention was attracted by a familiar girl. Angela asked the older student to let her go. And David was very surprised when he saw the girl. He asked himself what she was doing here. The senior student, meanwhile, said that she shouldn't be so cold with him. His name was William. David couldn't help but think that the world really was a small place. But in this situation, it was more like harassment. Suddenly, Angela noticed him. The girl saw David looking straight at her and became a little embarrassed. And the guy remembered that William, who molested her, was in the top 5 in points, and his father was a member of parliament. In general, the guy was the picture of a tall, rich, handsome man, so David decided that it was better for him not to stay here. He turned to leave, but Angela noticed this and decided to use him as cover. Suddenly, the girl grabbed his hand, which surprised David, but what she said next was even stranger. After all, Angel approached William, saying that the fact was that she already liked one guy, and it was David. So Angela apologized. She doesn't want her boyfriend to misunderstand everything. The girl meant it. William just stood and looked at them for a while, slowly digesting everything that the girl just told him. But he still couldn't believe that this fool was her boyfriend, and it was more like a prank. However, William himself told Angela not to try to use David as a shield, because everyone knew what he did a couple of days ago. However, to everyone's surprise, Angela said that the elder does not know everything because she did not reject David that time. She just didn't like the way he confessed, because where has it been seen that instead of at least flowers, the guy undressed? David listened to this and could not believe that the girl was really saying such words, but they were wonderful. This gave him strength and confidence, so David decided that he could allow himself some self-will. He pulled Angela towards him and turned to William, saying that he was not acting like a gentleman. David said a few more words, and Angela wondered if he had always been so eloquent. When he finished, a crowd of students behind him cheered him on, saying that this was where William had truly crossed the line. And he thought that there were too many people here for him to do anything else, and this irritated him. However, he could not just watch this couple hugging, so he was forced to leave them. The guy looked angrily at David one last time, saying that he remembered him, but he didn't even raise an eyebrow. But Angela seemed to tense up a little. The girl realized that William had not given up and would continue to pursue her. The guy finally said that he hoped she would make the right choice, after which he left. The girl herself also began to be called by her friends, who invited Angela to have dinner together. Then she turned to David, who was still holding her near him, saying that he could already let her go. He immediately took his hand back, saying that he had completely forgotten about it, but Angela already understood his feelings. But she didn't think that the guy would really take her refusal as a rejection. Angela wondered why such a talented girl like Dina had such a loose and clueless older brother. Meanwhile, David was thinking how soft her skin was and the smell of her hair. He couldn't help but admire her. Angela cleared her throat and thanked him for helping her out in this situation and wanted to add something else. However, David interrupted her. He said that she should not thank him because it was not difficult for him to be her excuse. He added that he still had work to do, so he had to go, and with these words he left the girl, who was a little surprised. David returned to his thoughts about his scores, which he wanted to check now to see if they had increased. When the war started, the system was no longer used, so today he will be able to find out everything. In order to change the future, at this stage he can only increase his score. The guy was already standing near the desired office, and then entered it. This is where he planned to spend the rest of his time. To begin with, David decided to see what was available to him now and opened the special program menu. There were all sorts of battles in particular. There were even duels against others, and this interested him. But David understood that if he now went to fight against his classmates, it would be more like a beating. Then the basic training option caught his attention. He clicked on it, delving into the details of the description. Essentially, it tested the soldier's abilities by simulating various brutal military conditions. In his previous life, this type of competition seemed completely disgusting to him, but now he had already felt the taste of war. Therefore, David chose this training option without any hesitation and confirmed his choice. The system then welcomed Dragon Letters Military School student David Gaydon, and since he missed a month of competition, 10 points will be deducted from him. This did not make the guy happy. He even felt somehow uneasy that he, the future commander of the detachment, had his passes deducted. The control cabin completed initialization of the simulated battlefield, and the system announced that he could enter. Then David put on a special suit, without which it was impossible to be in this environment. And then he took his place. The system asked if the student was ready to start training, and the guy answered positively. Then the system announced the start of immersion of the copy for preparation. The pain transfer coefficient was set to 100%. Then an imitation of his costume was launched, which made him feel like a real soldier on the battlefield. Soon the suit completed the simulation, and in a moment, it would be on the battlefield of Mars. This location was called Magnificent Fireworks, and David already saw a new environment around him. He landed safely and immediately noted that he had not forgotten how to do it correctly, which was very pleasing. Soon the system completed loading and he saw many enemy reconnaissance drones in front of him. Meanwhile, in the men's dormitory of the Faculty of Journalism of the Dragon Letters School, life went on as usual. Students were rushing to finish homework for their first year, but no one could find good material. A guy named Michael said that this month everything was kind of normal and there was nothing special. He couldn't interview girls anymore, and funny videos weren't very exciting lately. In addition, there was a score exam coming up, and everyone was preparing hard, which made them look too formulaic. It was because of this that he lacked good material, and he had already been looking at the scoreboard for an hour. Most likely all the popular recordings have already been cut and used as material. So he had to find something among the not very popular records, and Michael got to work. Suddenly, he came across an anonymous person who was taking the Magnificent Fireworks test right now. The guy could see this information thanks to the system, but this exercise was designed to use Mars as a battlefield, and only masters of the highest rank dared to try to pass it, but even such experts dropped out almost immediately. Therefore, it was too naive for this guy to choose this test in an attempt to earn points. After all, it will all end with him being cruelly humiliated and flying out of there in a moment. Suddenly, Michael noticed that this student's pain sensation had reached 100%. It was incredibly creepy. David, meanwhile, thought that the only thing missing in this place was the smell of blood, but these stones and the wind had an atmosphere. In general, this whole place, full of wasteland and cruelty, was exactly it, the battlefield of Mars. He was familiar with it. Here it represented a passage through the gorge, and that meant that the test taker will have to avoid all sorts of artillery weapons until the very end of this passage. However, in addition to frequent unexpected shots from around the corner, there were other attacks to be wary of in this place. In particular, these were induction mines. If caught on them, one could easily lose a limb. David was well versed with each type of attack that was present on the battlefield, so he had the advantage. Before the start of the test, a 1-minute demonstration of the gun's firing trajectories was carried out. Michael watched David with interest, expecting him to fail the test in the next second. Meanwhile, David prepared to begin. He had successfully memorized the test card and was confident that he would pass it. The guy accelerated and ran towards the gorge. He had already seen the first mines, which he remembered from the map. However, to Michael's surprise, he easily ran through them, dodging the explosions without being hit by anything. This was followed by laser attacks from artillery, but this did not present David with much of a problem. He deftly passed every corner of the gorge, not allowing a single attack to touch him, much less wound him. He soon stopped because he remembered that at this stage, it was best to dodge attacks on the spot. The guy looked straight ahead at the artillery installations because he knew where they were located. They opened fire on the test taker. If even one attack had hit him, David would have felt real pain. However, he himself understood this perfectly well. The guy prepared to jump away in time so as not to get hit. He did so, but David had to run further along the gorge, so he needed to think about how to get through these installations. They were called photon cannons, and one of their disadvantages was that they could not reach a target in the air. As expected, they were unable to detect him, and he flew over them safely, continuing to move further along the route. Of course, the guy understood that now the installations would turn around again and open fire on him, so he had to hurry. And as if to confirm his words, the photon cannons fired a new salvo when he was already running along the gorge. But David was able to move far enough away that the explosions from the guns did not cause him any harm. Mike was especially surprised by this. The guy was shocked that this student was already able to pass 70% of the test. After all, 100 meters of this passage can be described as 100 meters of death, and completing such a distance by 70% is already a reason for pride. But what was most striking was that after all those movements to evade shots, David still has the strength to destroy the guns themselves and earn extra points. The level of his skill surprised Michael so much that he thought of the guy as some kind of Superman. Meanwhile, David continued to dodge the attacks of the photon cannons, which became even more numerous as he advanced through the gorge. However, the guy understood that he had already dealt with all this in the war, so he wasn't even nervous. But then another laser flash was directed in his direction and almost reached his eye. Michael, seeing this, thought it was incredible, because this student had already passed most of the test. Michael wondered if there was really only one person there, because he couldn't shake the feeling that there was a whole army fighting there. But there was really only David there, who was already approaching the final stage of the test. Suddenly the ground shook under his feet, and the guy realized that he had to leave here. This is what he did, but the situation suddenly took an unexpected turn, and now he had to sweat. After all, what he saw next made even Michael shout that this was bad and perhaps he should stop the test. David looked at the pieces of earth that suddenly appeared in the air due to the fact that someone or something sent them there from underground. Michael asked the system what kind of perverted exercise this was, because no person could pass it. David was also surprised by this picture, because he did not remember seeing something like this on the battlefield of Mars. The next moment he was attacked, this attack was many times more powerful and faster than the previous ones. But he was able to evade her, as in all situations. Now he needed to come up with a plan. David focused his attention on the enemy. This time it was a real monster. With this thought, he ran forward, simultaneously dodging the dangerous attacks that were all directed in his direction. David literally jumped from stone to stone in the air, and Michael, who was watching him, was amazed. He had never seen anyone so skillfully evade all attacks, and not on the ground, but in the air. But he didn't know that David would become the commander of a Blood Wolf squad in the future, so it wasn't a problem for him. Michael thought that the guy himself was also like a monster, because where does an ordinary person have such jumping ability? But David's opponent did not think of letting him go so easily. He again fired a volley of laser attacks at the guy. One laser still hit his ear. The guy didn't have time to completely dodge, but this attack was very fast. However, there was very little left to his final destination. The guy was already almost on the other side of the cliff. But a sudden injury prevented him from completing the maneuver in time, and he missed a little. Michael also noticed that the shot weakened the force of the jump, which meant the guy wouldn't make it, and that was bad. David himself understood this, but fortunately, he managed to grab the edge of the cliff to which he had jumped. His hand was slightly cut from the attack and his ear was also damaged, but David had not lost yet. He continued to climb up, grabbing the necessary stones so as not to fall back to the monster. And then David made a dash with which he hoped to reach right to the end of the cliff, and he succeeded. However, suddenly he saw the final attack of the monster approaching him, who managed to release it. It split into 3 lasers, but David was able to dodge them all. He knew that the end of the test was near. He still had 10 meters left, so the guy was sure that he could break through. All he had to do was wait for the moment. He ran to a safe distance and finally saw the finish of the test, before which the last obstacle awaited him. It was a small labyrinth of lasers that was impossible to navigate even if you were the fastest person. David also realized that trying to get through this with human speed alone was at a loss. To Michael's surprise, the guy took a step and slowly approached the lasers, studying their location. And then he began to move through this labyrinth, deftly passing each laser. Michael even had his glasses knocked off by what he saw, because such flexibility would have been seen by many experienced soldiers. And David thought that only by relying on instant judgment and flexibility could he pass this test. As expected, he successfully reached the finish line, which was the portal gate. All the guy had to do was just enter them, which he did, and then the system turned on again. She issued many messages to David, among which he could read about his breakthrough reward and find out his rank. He had an epic look, and it couldn't help but make David happy. Now he could take off all his equipment. And Michael didn't even believe that all this was happening in reality, because this student completed the battlefield of Mars with 100% difficulty. Michael asked himself who this man was, because you had never met anyone like him before. The guy was lucky that he had a recording on the screen, with which he was able to capture the entire ordeal. And this last look made him feel as if death itself was staring at him, which made Michael feel uneasy. But still, he didn't know who this guy was or where he was studying, so it was still impossible to reveal his identity. The loading screen displayed a message indicating that the video had been successfully synced and was now available. Michael even panicked that he didn't immediately pay attention to it, but the broadcast had already ended. With a trembling finger, he pressed it to see if there was a recording of the entire ordeal. Fortunately, everything was preserved, which meant that the guy had excellent material to release. Michael thought of David not so much as a god, but as a demon, because what he did was incomprehensible to the mind. From the beginning to the very end, there was an aura of extermination, and it did not come from the battlefield, but from this person. It took Michael, who already had some experience in journalism, less than 20 minutes to put together the report. And very soon, messages appeared throughout the school about a student who had passed through the battlefield of Mars. Michael noticed that, judging by the voices, this had already become known to all students in the faculty. Just 5 minutes later, the largest military schools exploded with messages from students. Michael wondered if this was really the trump card of one of the schools, and thus they decided to declare themselves in the competition. After all, he had never heard of a test on Mars being passed with an epic rank rating. Before this, the maximum rating was high rank minus. That is, it increased by 2 orders of magnitude at once. Meanwhile, David thought that he still had a lot of problems with some of the details of the trial, and it most likely didn't get the epic plus rank rating because of 2 big mistakes. However, it was great that after setting a new record, he was immediately awarded 100 points. But the guy understood that he shouldn't be so happy about this, because he didn't know how long it would take to get 800. Meanwhile, some students were sitting in the library of the Dragon Letter School. Among them was Angela, who looked a little irritated by the current atmosphere. This is because many students were discussing how someone was able to break the record for traversing the battlefield of Mars. The girl was also interested in this because she finally paid attention to it because everyone around was talking about the same thing. She opened her phone and went to the school message board, but the information posted there surprised her. She, like everyone else, read about an anonymous student who passed the test of the battlefield of Mars. But each of the Earth and Lunar Federations had its own rating, and this student raised it well for Earth. The gold content on the planet Moon is higher, which is especially pronounced at the higher levels. And the epic rank Mars battlefield trial is undeniably the most difficult battle area on both planets. Therefore, it seemed impossible to everyone, and even Angela herself tried to pass it, but felt only despair. It seemed to the girl that only God could successfully pass it, and this is exactly how David now looked in the eyes of the students. Meanwhile, the rest of the students were discussing why they had not yet leaked the video of the walkthrough. This interested Angela too, because she really wanted to know what kind of person could do this. Moreover, some thought that he was an ordinary swindler and all this fuss might turn out to be just a farce. So some students gathered in Michael's room to think about how to get a video of the walkthrough. They said that it could only be downloaded by someone who recorded the entire process or who went through it themselves. Then Michael asked why they decided to do this in his room because he did not agree to this. But one of the guys explained it by saying that Michael was one of the first to scream, so he must know something. The guys added that he is always the first to discover sensational material. But Michael was silent, and then someone said that perhaps this video was just a fake and nothing like that happened. After all, if you think about it, this test is truly impossible to pass, but Michael suddenly raised his hand, saying that he had a video. At first, the one who expressed the idea of a fake thought that the guy was bluffing, but his expression was serious. All three guys present were surprised by what their friend said, but saw that he was not joking. They attacked him, asking why he still hadn't leaked the video, and Michael asked them to calm down. Then the guys asked to watch the video he had just mentioned, wanting to see everything with their own eyes. Michael thought for a moment, but the guys already took this as a sign of agreement and were happy. They began to tear the laptop out of his hands, wanting to quickly see that same student who had passed the impossible test. But Michael took away his laptop, asking what they were doing and saying that the recording belonged to him. Then the guys began to beg him even more, even offering their treasures in exchange for the video. A moment later, they were already sitting at the monitor, but Michael warned them that he himself would implement the video. The guys agreed, and then he turned on the recording. A gorge appeared in front of them, in which they saw that same student. The guys were impressed by the way he moved, but what surprised them most was that he wasn't the least bit afraid. And when they saw the look with which David looked straight into the camera at the end, everyone got goosebumps. The guys agreed that some kind of murderous aura definitely emanated from this man. One of them couldn't even look at it anymore and jumped back, asking if it really was a person. The others agreed that such an ordeal would have been too much for any of them, and they would have easily died there. But this guy was incredibly strong. It was the first time they had seen such power and could not help but be surprised by it. Michael also thought that even though he watched it a second time, the feeling of power had not diminished at all. He also mentally added that it would be great if this person turned out to be an Earthling. However, something told the guy that he was definitely an Earthling, at least a student at a military school on Earth. Soon the guys quickly lost their heads from the magnificence of this student. Everyone wanted to be like him. They even forgot about Michael's condition, who reminded him that he made this recording, so he implements everything himself. However, the guy finally decided to publish it, and everyone was happy about this statement. After all, every student in Dragon Letters should see such a cool fight, and this will also bring glory to their journalism department. With these words, the guys uploaded the video to the network. It was night, but despite this, the first views began to appear lightning fast. And the next morning, there was only talk about this. The students realized that this whole story was not a lie. Guys from all faculties wanted to watch the video to see the face of this legendary student. Even the girls were not an exception, although in the women's dormitory they found out about this a little later. Catherine looked outside from her room. She had just woken up and didn't understand what all the fuss was about. The girl could not listen to anything in such an environment, but she needed to write something down. She cleared her throat and prepared to do so, but the noise outside again interrupted her. This was starting to really irritate Catherine because she couldn't complete the task that she needed to do. After another unsuccessful attempt, she finally couldn't stand it anymore and decided to find out what was going on. The girl got angry and slammed her fist on the table. She was annoyed that everyone was constantly shouting about some kind of test. Catherine screamed how she should write something down in this situation, and her neighbor came to her cry. She hastened to reassure her friend, saying that she would show her something interesting, and handed her her phone. At first, Catherine misunderstood her friend, saying that she had different interests with her, but she shook her head. She said that it was something that both she and Catherine would like, but the tone of the conversation did not change, and it was definitely about guys. She confirmed this, saying that this guy was a real macho man who could seduce even her. But Catherine replied that she would not watch anything, but her dorm roommate was not far behind. She opened the phone, which immediately brought up a live broadcast of the battlefield of Mars rated Epic Rank. Then Catherine said that she already knew about it, but her friend, whose name was Clara, insisted on watching it. Both girls leaned over the small monitor and watched the entire video from start to finish. Catherine was clearly impressed by this student. His movements were truly incredible and admirable. Clara thought the same thing. The girl liked strong guys, and this student was just like that. Catherine thought about his incredible reaction and speed, as well as his ability to observe his surroundings. She wondered what kind of training she had to go through to achieve such self-control. In truth, it was even unexpected that such a terrifying creature existed. Moreover, this last look of his exuded a cold calm of spirit and a desire to fight. The girl hoped that she would not run into him at the very beginning of the points tournament because he would definitely be there. She had a feeling that no matter who went against him, no one could stop this guy. But Clara was only thinking about how handsome he was. It seemed that the girl did not care at all that he could become her opponent. She felt as if every cell in her entire body was ready to give up, and she wondered what he looked like. Meanwhile, Fatty tried to restrain himself from the provoking thoughts that were bothering him. After all, today was Fatty's big day, so he must make sure everything goes well. He made a homemade support flag, also had a limited edition Nanoroid, a set of posters and accessories. He prepared all this in order to be guaranteed to receive an autograph from Lu Mengli, who was his goddess Lulu. David, who had just gotten out of the shower, noticed that it had started again and even thought about inviting a friend over for dinner that evening. After all, he used to love this business, and besides, anything is better than letting him do such nonsense. And after David invited him over a couple of times and treated him to dinner, he began to follow him everywhere. This was the case until he joined the army, so David asked his friend if he wanted to go over to his place for dinner that night. But Magnus, today was the great day of the fat man, which he had been waiting for 2 whole months. Then David advised him to confess his feelings to his goddess, because even if he was rejected, it would be a valuable experience. The guy even felt a little uncomfortable because many years had passed, and his friend was still true to his feelings. But Magnus replied that it was enough for him to just look at her, because loving does not mean owning. Then David said that he would not continue this chatter, because he still had to concentrate on the points. He added that whoever didn't get 800 points before the competition would wash their socks for both of them, which didn't sit well with Fat Man. Finally, David said that he was going home for dinner and advised his friend to control himself in front of his goddess. Magnus didn't have time to respond to this, and a few minutes later David was on the subway, returning home. His parents' house was located not far from the nearest metro station, so the guy got there quite quickly. As soon as he approached the door of the house, he smelled the delicious smell of stewed fish, which no one knew how to cook like his father. When David went inside, the smell became even stronger, and now he no longer had any doubts. As if to confirm his thoughts, his father appeared around the corner, noticing that his son had returned just in time. He added that he had a good eye, saying that this girl and his mother were even somewhat similar in their youth. David, however, did not understand what his father was talking about, so he wanted to ask him about it, when suddenly his mother interrupted him, and the guy noticed that she even put on makeup, and now he was even more interested in what it all meant. Seeing his wife, his dad ran to finish cooking, saying that otherwise his wife would be angry. And then finally David noticed that they, it turns out, had guests, but he didn't expect this at all. Dina peeked out from behind his mother and with a smile on her face told her brother to look at their guest. David did so, but literally immediately his face turned red because standing in front of him was none other than Angela. The girl raised her hand in greeting and greeted him. She looked as charming as always. Meanwhile, on the campus of an American school, students also watched a broadcast of an impossible test. The students agreed that none of them could complete it even halfway, so they were very surprised. The fact that David was watched all over the world testified that Michael's work was a success. Views of his video in real time broke all records of the main news stories all week. The next day, Magnus sat at his computer screen, finally getting ready to watch his space beauties. After all, because of all the noise with the expert yesterday, he never managed to do this calmly, which was a little annoying. The fat man was only interested in one thing besides food, and that was women, so the news about the expert didn't bother him much. Meanwhile, David stood stunned that the girl he liked was standing right in front of him. He looked at his little sister, thinking that it was probably her doing, and she winked at him. Suddenly, David thought that Angela had never been to their house in the past, which means he managed to change the course of events. He was able to meet Angela thanks to Dina, who somehow managed to make friends with the elite of their school. That first time the guy saw her, he was confused and forgot to even greet her back. It happened this time too, Angela asked in a gentle tone why he did not greet her. Then David tried to get out of it, saying that this was not necessary because the fairy herself came to visit them. It would have been a nice compliment if his mom hadn't yelled at him, telling him to go help his dad. David looked into his father's kitchen, where he was already finishing the fish. The guy said that he would help him. However, Dina did not miss the opportunity to tease her brother, saying that his skill would only scare away her sister Angela. David replied that she herself had no equal in this, which put his little sister in her place, and she didn't like it. Dina suddenly screamed, turning to her mother and saying that her brother was bullying her again. It was a forbidden technique. The mother instantly took her daughter's position, looking at David with a menacing look that made him feel uneasy. He walked into the kitchen and ran up to his father, telling him that he could leave the rest of the cooking to him. At one time, his dad showed him how to cook fish stew, so David knew what to do and when to do it. The father looked at him with admiration, and then the son handed him a piece of the dish, telling him to try it. Mr. Hayden did so, and to his surprise, he had to admit that it was delicious. The man added that his son's performance was even close to his level and praised him, saying that he was proud of him. And David thought that being able to cook food for his family was a very rare thing for him. So now he could use the culinary skills he had practiced on Mars during the war. After some time, he finished and hurried to take all the dishes to the table, where everyone had already gathered. David then made sure everyone had enough chopsticks and wished them bon appétit. The guy advised Angela to try the hot dishes first, putting one on her plate. And Dina, who watched all this, was surprised that her brother could be so kind. But David didn't notice her annoying look. He gave Angela another piece, saying that she couldn't get enough of one. Dina realized that at this rate they would have their first date tomorrow, which she had never planned. After a while they finished dinner. Everyone admitted that David had become a much better cook. Then the parents said they would go for a short walk to help digestion, while the children cleared the table. When his mom and dad came out, they immediately started talking about Angela, saying it would be great if David started dating her. Meanwhile, David and Dina finished cleaning. The sister immediately lay down on the bed, and David asked Angela if she would have an apple. She agreed, but Dina said that she wouldn't and suddenly got out of bed, going to her room. She said that a classmate called her, so she should go away while they let them eat. She left, and David thought that his sister did this on purpose to leave him and Angela alone. He himself understood well that Angela should not be his soulmate, even though the girl was very beautiful. And she was so close, which made her seem even more outstanding, but he could not give in to temptation. After all, now he must concentrate on changing the future and preventing the invasion of strangers. The guy finished peeling the apples and handed them to Angela, who thanked him for his efforts. The girl took one slice on a skewer, asking if it was okay that she came so suddenly. David was a little confused as to what she meant, so he just stared at her in surprise. And the girl took a bite of the apple and thought that not so long ago he behaved completely confused in front of her. But less than a week had passed before he played along with her in front of William without any problems. Angela suddenly thought with surprise that she had to admit she was indeed a little tempted. Meanwhile, David replied that everything was fine, because after all, she was a close friend of his sister. He added that it seemed his parents misunderstood everything, but assured the girl that he would explain everything to them later. But at the same time, when he said that, Angela said that his parents were pretty nice. Then David looked away again at the apples, saying that the girl didn't seem to be embarrassed by anything. Therefore, he did not come up with anything better than to simply continue peeling the apple, this time for himself. Angela noticed that the method of cleaning it was quite unique and could not be achieved only with ordinary skills. David quickly finished the apple and took a bite. For him, it was a real dessert during the war. After all, there were almost no apples on Mars, so he would not refuse even a basket of rotten ones if he could take them there. Angela, meanwhile, quickly finished her apples and put the plate on the table, attracting attention to herself. The girl said that she actually came today to ask him for a favor. Still, when it came down to it, she didn't like to think about which words were best to use. And David seemed to understand what was going on and asked if she really wanted him to get a part-time job as her shield. Then the girl said that she was Dina's friend, and she and he also studied together so he could help her. She added that she would agree to any reasonable conditions because the next competitions are very important to her. Then suddenly David plucked up courage and without much hope, asked why she wouldn't give him a permanent job. Hearing this, Angela became embarrassed and blushed at such a sudden and painfully frank question. Still, she finally replied that she couldn't promise this, but who knows, maybe this will happen in the future. Angela thought that she had made a slight mistake today. She had the feeling that she was not keeping up with the rhythm of communication. Then David decided to get up and clearing his throat said that it was all a joke, but it was better not for these words to reach his mother. He also added that a simple thank you would be enough, and the girl could sometimes treat him to food. Angela liked this proposal better, and she shook his hand, saying that she was satisfied with everything. David didn't understand why, but he wanted to fool around, because he could see Angela again. In fact, he has long since lost his youthful stupidity and impulsiveness, so it's more likely just out of nostalgia for his youth. Meanwhile, Dina stood outside the door and listened to the sounds from the room, but it was quiet. She thought that this was such a rare opportunity, and if she messed it up, there wouldn't be another time. so she decided to just go in and see how her brother was coping there. Dina opened the door. She carefully leaned out from behind the edge of the wall, only to see David and Angela in front of her, who were discussing something. This confused the girl a little, because her brother had such a chance to win over Angela, but he was busy with something else. The guy and the girl were discussing a strategic analysis of the affairs of their elite club, which was not at all romantic. Dina thought that now her brother would be embarrassed because their training course was much more difficult than his. However, everything turned out to be a little different because Angela thought the same thing, but contrary to her expectations, David understood everything. She noticed that he quickly identified the key points and clues to solve the problem of the entire strategic plan. But this in no way coincided with the image of the David who had confessed his love to her a week ago. However, the girl did not understand how this could be, because Dina said that her brother's academic performance was low. And then Angela thought that maybe he just didn't know how to use his power correctly. David, meanwhile, noticed that she was thinking and asked if he was wrong somewhere or made a mistake. But the girl answered in the negative, a little embarrassed. She said that everything he noticed was true. And then Angela hurried to change the subject, saying that they needed to discuss something else. She showed him a familiar video, saying that a recording of the Mars battlefield had recently appeared online. This was done by an anonymous expert, and the girl asked if David had heard about it. He answered positively. Angela added that his actions alone on the battlefield of Mars could be used as a textbook. Someone from the journalism department took a video and posted it on the forum so David could find it and take a look for himself. She added that he should pay attention to the reaction, habits, and way of thinking of this expert. After all, human genes have dominant heredity, so he is as talented as his sister. Therefore, Angela was sure that David could also become very strong. She even winked at him. And he was a little embarrassed by such praise because she had never said this so openly before. Then the girl asked if it really hurt him, and David replied that, on the contrary, he would take it as a compliment. Angela nodded and then said that it was getting late and she should go home, and the guy thought for a bit. The next moment, he suddenly said that he would see her off, and the girl smiled at him, thanking him for his concern. They left at home, but Angela lived in a hostel that was close to the metro, so they didn't have to walk long. Finally, David waved to her, telling her to come again when she had free time. After making sure that she had entered the subway, the guy headed back home, thinking about this whole situation. And when he opened the doors, he saw Dean, who, judging by the expression on her face, was very dissatisfied with something. She asked if he really just took her to the subway and returned, but he had such a great opportunity. She stated that her brother did not understand anything at all, because was it really so difficult to travel with her to the hostel? To this, David replied that time on the weekend was precious, and he also wanted to play a game of chess with his dad. Dina was very surprised by his answer. She did not understand how David could be so calm when Angela, in fact, allowed him to be her boyfriend. However, David did not think so. He said that he would just act as a shield from time to time. He added that he would not be more than a friend to her, so her sister had nothing to worry about. And then he turned the topic to Dina herself, saying that she had lost weight again, and at this rate her ribs would soon become visible. The girl attacked him, telling his brother not to change the subject and stop smiling so mischievously. She said that she arranged all this to help him, but David suddenly put his hand on her head, telling her that she should not worry about him. And then he suddenly added that, to tell the truth, Angela was not his type, and Dina realized that he was not joking. She asked why not tell him then who he liked, wanting to know who really interested her brother. But David unexpectedly replied that a man should make a career and said that he had decided to reach 800 points. Dina, however, decided that her brother had a fever and said that she could introduce him to a good psychiatrist. At that moment, the parents returned home, and Dina did not miss the opportunity to expose him to her mother again. They sat for a while, and then David said that he should go to class. His father looked surprised, because usually he could blindly inflict a crushing defeat on his son in chess. However, this time he lost to him for the first time, and he had to notice that the guy's maneuvers had become better. My mother also noticed changes in her son, because usually he grew stiff when she started talking, but now he listened to all her grumblings with a smile. Dima also shared everyone's opinion, because usually 2 or 3 words were enough for her to intimidate her brother. His parents thought that his sudden change was definitely out of love, but it was quite drastic. They even thought what would happen if their Dina also had a lover and stared at her in awe. But the girl just stuck out her tongue, saying that she didn't want this because she wasn't interested in personal relationships yet. The next day at the school, they had a lecture on observation, during which he and Magnus usually slept. However, this time only Fatty continued the tradition, while David listened attentively to the teacher. The destroyer Iron Eagle was shown on the screen, which was Catherine's cherished dream to control. It was one of the newest ship models in the army, having been released less than 10 years ago. David was well acquainted with her, because during the war he had even been on board her once. However, this copy, which was shown at the lecture, was quite damaged. Professor Cabrillo noted that this model was one of 3 destroyers that were sent to explore Pluto 6 months ago. However, Then the entire fleet and their connection with the base mysteriously disappeared, and the case remained unsolved until now. We'll talk about this today, because this ship was accidentally filmed by the military outside the solar system. There were a lot of reports about these sightings. The battleship, which disappeared 6 months ago, turned into a ghost ship. Suddenly, David realized that the traces of this decay reminded him very much of something. They couldn't have come from a wormhole, let alone a time tunnel, so most likely. The reason was in the bodily fluids produced by strangers, because any technology or equipment in war, those that were exposed to this liquid were also corroded, and it seems that the same thing happened to this destroyer. There were still 5 years left before the alien attack, but we can already assume that they discovered the existence of people. David didn't even notice how he was talking about this out loud, which is why Fatty woke up, and the professor paid attention to him. The guy thought that if everything was like this, then this confirms that the sudden attack from strangers was carefully prepared. In addition, this shows that the intelligence of strangers is not only absent, but also equal or even superior to human intelligence. His train of thought, however, was interrupted by Professor Cabrillo, who called David. He said that judging by his expression, the guy had something to say, and he was the only one who failed last semester. The professor ordered him to stand up and share his thoughts with all the students. However, to his surprise, David decided to actually do as the man said. Magnus turned to him, saying that his friend should have at least pretended to listen to him, since he was already an eyesore. The rest of the students laughed quietly at David because everyone remembered him as the same guy who confessed his love to Angela. However, to everyone's surprise, David actually stood up, as if he actually had something to say. Suddenly, he turned to the professor, saying that he believed that all 3 theories with the destroyer were nonsense. Hearing this, Cabrillo was surprised because he did not expect the guy to get up and say something. The students laughed now without hiding it, saying that this David was questioning the professor's words. He himself thought that the guy just couldn't wait to stop him from giving a lecture. That's why he said this. Then he replied that in that case, they would all listen to what he himself had to say about this. Cabrillo added that it would be great to hear sensible thoughts rather than childish theories about aliens. Catherine, who was standing at the bottom of the lecture hall, wondered if this guy couldn't stay out of trouble. But David just smiled. He was going to earn the respect of the professor by surprising him with his knowledge. He started by saying that although the primitive wormhole is destructive, it is in the second photo. You can clearly see signs of biological corrosion in the form of rust stains, which is definitely not related to the wormhole. As for temporary tunnels, this is something of a fantasy. Moreover, in this case, the degree of destruction would be much higher. And as they saw in picture number 6, the destroyer's hull even still retained some performance. As for the mirage theory, it is already more probable, but also incorrect. David spoke so confidently that even everyone fell silent. The professor thought that based on various situations, the mirage theory was indeed the most plausible. However, this guy rejected her too, so he was wondering how he was going to explain all this himself. Usually no one pays attention to such details, but David mentioned this too, and he continued saying that if you look at the geographical position in the 5th photo, you can see that this area is on the border of the solar system, and a battleship, as is known, cannot operate far from it. So where could mirages come from, since there are no areas with such functionality near the solar system? Other students were skeptical of his words, asking how he knew the theory of multidimensional projections. At this, David just shrugged his shoulders because he really didn't know any of this, but proceeded purely from experience. Suddenly, one of the other students noticed that his words, however, made sense. And Professor Cabrillo said that they would return to this issue later, because they did not have much time left. They moved on to the next topic, which ended after 15 minutes when the bell rang. Students poured out of the lecture hall. David was also about to leave, when suddenly the professor called him. He asked where the guy heard what he said at the lecture, and he responded by asking if it seemed to him that some kind of creature lived on this ship. Cabrillo noted that David stood out once, but now seems to be returning to the alien fantasies. In addition, the guy so thoughtfully answered that it was possible, and then the professor decided to tell him some sense. He hit David on the head, telling him not to let these thoughts get into his head, but rather to get on with his course. But David thought that it was quite difficult for people living in peacetime to imagine an alien invasion. But it was not known exactly where the aliens came from. Perhaps they created wormholes leading directly to the solar system. David wondered if it could be that something helped the strangers determine their coordinates. With these thoughts, he was about to return to the main building when suddenly Catherine stopped him, telling him not to pester the professor. At that moment, Magnus joined them and reminded them that it was already time for lunch. The friends went to the dining room where David, following his new habit, picked up a lot of food for training. Magnus asked if his friend was still eating away his grief, but all he had to do was spend money. The fat man, who always lacked them, felt uneasy at the thought of David spending so much. He said that at this rate, he would be broke before the semester was over, but David didn't understand what he was talking about. Catherine also wondered how he could fit so much into him, because he ate 3 times the amount of an ordinary person's diet. To this, David awkwardly replied that recently the volume of his training had tripled. He wanted to say something else so that his friends would not think that he was doing this out of bitterness of rejection, but he did not have time. They noticed the noise that arose at the entrance to the dining room. It was because of Angela, who also came to have lunch. All three at their table stared at the girl, and each had their own look, but David's was no longer a loving one. Catherine thought that this was the same girl who was in the top 10 in the Earth Federation with over 2,000 points. Although she was only in her third year of study, her authority in the school had already become very great. Angela, meanwhile, saw David and smiled, heading towards their table. The rest of the students watched this with interest, expecting that something was about to happen. Catherine also thought that the girl was coming here to cause trouble for David, and she did not like it. Angela walked up to their table and politely asked Fat Man if she could sit here. This was quite unexpected. The students began to become more and more interested in what kind of drama was brewing there. David decided that now he should play along with the girl, and asked his friend if he would give up his place to the younger one. He immediately assessed the situation and moved to Catherine's side, and Angela sat in his place, finding herself next to David. She asked Catherine what they were talking about, and Magnus thought it looked like it was going to be fun. Angela thought she would need the cooperation of smaller figures to make David her shield. And this girl Catherine is undoubtedly the key one, and she looked at David with disbelief. Then Magnus decided to take the initiative into his own hands, saying that something amazing had happened recently. He embellished the incident a little during the lecture, describing David in the best possible terms as he defended his position. Catherine, however, decided that he was already crossing the line and told Fatty to stop writing. But Angela said that she thought the elder's words made sense, which surprised Catherine. She added that over the years, many ships of the Earth and the Moon have crashed. However, it was unexpected that David would study such specialized teachings. It was obvious praise, but the guy with a bun in his mouth said that the youngest was a good actress. He wondered if she couldn't have warned him in advance if she wanted to put on a show here. And couldn't they have chosen a less crowded place rather than this huge dining room and even during lunch? But he simply answered the girl that his knowledge was rather superficial because he had not studied anything in depth. Unexpectedly, he asked if the guys thought that aliens might be to blame. But no one answered him. Catherine and Angela were already discussing a video of a certain expert passing the battlefield of Mars. The Fat Man was also excited about this because Angela had many connections, so they hoped that she already knew who it was. Magnus added that whoever it was, he was definitely some kind of pervert because he treated himself so cruelly. At that moment, David sneezed. They usually said that people sneeze when someone remembers them, although it was just a saying. The guy apologized for this and asked his friends to continue, and Magnus and Angela handed him napkins. The latter said that she had dealt with people from Earth's top 20, but this expert's style was not similar to any of them. Then Fatty wondered if it could be that this guy simply trained for 10 years just for this test. Angela replied that she did not know this because there was too little information about him, but in any case, he was worthy of praise. The girl also added that his real strength, however, will only be shown by a real fight because this is a completely different matter. At that moment, David felt Fatty step on his foot, drawing his attention. He did not like the behavior of his friend, who could eat so carefree when such a goddess was sitting next to him. He told David about this, but he just shrugged and smiled. He knew the whole truth about him and Angela. The girl, meanwhile, turned to Catherine saying that she would like to train with her during the day. She agreed, and then Angela asked David why don't he and Magnus come with them too. Hearing this, David wanted to argue, because in fact, he already had some plans for the day. He had to go collect points. Time was short, so there was no time to train with everyone. However, before he said that, Fat Man answered for the two of them and agreed with Angela's proposal. They decided on this, agreeing to meet at 2 o'clock at the training ground. Then the girls left, and Magnus asked his friend if he would go with him, because it would be a good experience. He added that he could probably devote some of his time to this after lunch. In addition, Fatty simply did not understand why David was reluctant to go to a joint training session. But he, as expected, said that he had other plans in the afternoon, so they should have gone without him. He added that he didn't agree to this anyway, and then Magnus realized that his friend was serious. He made a last attempt to persuade him, asking if his friend could not postpone his business. But David was adamant. He said that unfortunately, he could not help because he had his own training. This already angered Magnus a little, but he understood that if David didn't go, then he himself wouldn't be able to either. So he launched a counterattack, saying that if his friend didn't go, then he would put on his underpants. However, David immediately defeated his threat, saying that if he did this, he would then throw him away to Lulu. Magnus realized that nothing was helping, so he had one last trump card. He decided to resort to blackmail. The Fat Man said that David might not believe it, but if he didn't go with them, he would post on the campus local network. And in this post, he will officially declare that he and he are two homosexuals. That is, one of those guys who are into boys. Magnus just wanted to meet Angela because who knows, maybe by the end of the semester he will have a girlfriend from his junior year. David didn't want his friend to carry out his threat, so he couldn't stand it and said that he agreed. Magnus was glad of his agreement, saying that he knew that he would not leave him, but David still did not like it. He told Fat Man to never blackmail him with such nonsense again. However, he could not be angry with his friend. Seeing how he smiled, he thought that he was glad to have such a comrade. And if this change allows him to lead a better life at school, that will be great too. Therefore, within an hour, they arrived at the meeting place, which served as a fire preparation site. Catherine and Angela were already there. The first one asked why they were late, telling them to come here quickly. She added that the guys don't seem to know how rude it is to keep two beautiful ladies waiting. To this, the fat man replied that the headman would never find a boyfriend if he constantly grumbled like that. Angela, meanwhile, addressed them, asking the elders if they wanted to take a couple of shots. Magnus immediately protested, saying that he couldn't, but David decided to help his friend this time. He pushed him forward, telling him not to be shy and to show his Lulu what he was capable of. The girls asked each other in surprise who Lulu was, but none of them could know. Then David replied that it was something like a mantra or self-hypnosis to make a friend shoot better. Magnus walked up to the weapon and took aim, and then opened fire on the targets, which were not very close. However, despite this, he was able to score as much as 92 points, which was very good, and the girls praised him. David noticed that it was he who was still nervous, and if we took away the unrest that had no place at the front, Fat Man would have knocked out all 100. Then Catherine said that now it was her and Angela's turn to show off their skills and winked at the guys. After that, he and Angela took their positions and prepared to shoot, choosing the best angle. The girls opened fire and David had to admit that they shot wonderfully and without misses. In the end, Angela scored a whopping 98 points and Catherine scored 95, both impressive results. Catherine then turned to David, saying that it was his turn, but he reminded him that he was a melee fighter. Then the girl said that even if he fights in close combat, he must have the technique of fighting at a distance. Some students who stood nearby and watched the process looked at him with contempt. Then David replied that in the future, he would definitely make more efforts and master the technique of long-range shooting. But the senior student still said with contempt that he was boring and turned around to leave. Then Catherine stepped in and screamed if David wasn't a real man. She also turned to the senior student who called him boring, asking if he was really running into problems. The girl also didn't like his tone. She told the guy to address her as an elder and not as a friend. Then the senior student asked her not to be angry, again saying that this was not what he meant at all. He turned to his friend William, saying that if he had known that this Catherine would also be here, he would never have come. William replied that his friend looked simply pathetic, because a man who relies on a woman for everything is not a man at all. He added that this seemed to apply to David as well, since he refused to shoot, taking it as his weakness. The guy knew that this David was just a shield, but he was sorry that Angela could not find someone better. With this thought in mind, he stepped forward, turning to Angela and inviting her to train together in the afternoon. He added that, as it seemed to him, he was the only one present here who was competent for this, and the girl frowned. Seeing this, David thought that he knew that he shouldn't have come here, because he didn't have time to bother with all this. Besides, now is not the best time to touch military weapons. Meanwhile, William continued, saying that Fat Man should lose weight, because if he goes into the army with such a body, he will only become a cook there. David knew how offensive this sounded to his friend, so he could stand it no longer and turned to William. He said that he was trying for his own good, because even he was not competent enough to fight Angela. He added that she was the hope of their entire school, so the guy did not need to force her. William was a little surprised by his words and asked if David really thought he wasn't good enough. In that case, he asked what about himself, and Catherine wondered when David became so boastful. Students began to approach them because everyone felt the tension and hoped to see something interesting. Instead of answering William, David silently walked up to the shooting area and put on his protective gear. He then primed his pistol and prepared to shoot, hoping not to embarrass himself in front of everyone. By pressing a special button that activated the targets, the guy took the stance of a shooter. In the next moment, 100 targets appeared, some of which even moved and were difficult to reach. William's friend, whose name was Justin, noticed that the guy chose the double bullet test. Angela and Catherine were also surprised by this, because it was the most difficult test at this training ground. As if on command, now all the targets began to move in different directions, and it was really difficult. Magnus became worried about his friend, and the students behind him began to shout at him to shoot, asking why he froze. But David didn't freeze. He just concentrated on the targets, memorizing the trajectory of each of them. And then he opened fire and immediately hit the first target, breaking it in half, surprising everyone. The guy continued to shoot, even though he specialized in close range, but shooting was one of the required skills in the army, so David mastered it perfectly. The targets on the range fell one after another. All the students were amazed by David's technique. He soon finished and put the gun aside, mentally telling himself to relax. The weapon smoked from such a pure number of shots without stopping, but what was most striking was the result. After all the students froze in shock when they saw how many points this junior student scored in such a test. David thought that this result should have been enough to make William respect him. It was unnecessary to say that everyone, without exception, was amazed that he had completely passed the most difficult test. After all, he hit all the targets, and moreover, everyone was in the top 10, which was incredible and surprising. David, meanwhile, turned to William, saying that he was not yet fully trained in this test. He added that he learned such precision shooting from Lulu Fatty because she was a master of long-range combat. William and Justin looked at each other awkwardly. This was the first time they had heard of such a person, but this was not surprising. William also had no choice but to praise the younger man. He said that he was a smart shooter. He told Angela that he had some work to do, so he needed to come back, but he would contact her later. The students who had gathered around them cheered, congratulating David on such an excellent result, and he thanked William for his support, saying that he would remember this praise for the rest of his life, and wished him good luck. The fat man looked at his friend with admiration. He could not even think that David would be so cool. In addition, the girls also saw everything. Angela could not hide her joy for the guy, because he really shot accurately. After a while, they said goodbye when they finished training together and went home. David headed towards his dorm, when suddenly Fatty caught up with him, saying that now he would be his brother. He grabbed him by the jacket and added that from now on he would try to be like him in everything. David asked who he was to his friend before, to which he replied that he was simply his elder. He added that if his friend didn't think he was stupid, then please teach him his tactics. After all, he wanted to learn how to shoot as cool as he did, but David didn't like this wording. He said that even if the fat man was stupid, then there would be very few who could be called smart in this world. After all, in fact, this targeted shooting from the wrong position and displacements was invented by Magnus. In the future, he will become the king of weapons, but for now he was just an ordinary happy homebody fatty. Meanwhile, in the women's dormitory of the Dragon Letters School, Angela sat and thought. She thought David seemed frivolous at first, but lately he had been so reserved. His sister used to complain to her about David's stupidity, but today's shooting showed otherwise. His current pistol shooting style was extremely beautiful, but she didn't understand how it could change so quickly. However, if William had not started making fun of Magnus, David would not have done anything. In other words, in her case, he wanted to really help her and not take advantage of the opportunity to pester her. However, remembering his confession, the girl smiled and wondered if this was really the same person. She wasn't the only one who noticed this. Meanwhile, in the girls' dorm, Catherine was lying in another room. The girl wondered if David was really so strong already, but before that he seemed so carefree to her. She realized that perhaps she had underestimated him and that he really could have kept Angela company. At that moment, her phone vibrated, notifying her of new messages, and Catherine opened the chat. It turned out that David asked to be given a day off because of his stomach, but Catherine understood that this was just an excuse. But still the guy insisted, so she had no choice but to agree. The girl even felt pleased by his last words when David wrote that he could always rely on her. In fact, he and Fatty were planning something, and David gave him a sign that he had successfully asked for the day off. At the Battle of Sun Lake, the battleship Catherine was responsible for supporting the ground forces, however. Due to the fact that that battle was already almost completely lost, the headquarters ordered the fleet to retreat. In the end, he and Fatty managed to retreat along with the troops, but Catherine died through his fault. If in his previous life he had not been so lazy, untalented, and self-willed, then this would not have happened. As soon as he thought this, he literally immediately felt quite severe pain in the chest area. David grabbed the spot, not understanding what was happening, but the pain eventually stopped. The guy remained standing with his hand on his chest. He did not understand what had just happened. Opening his jacket, he suddenly saw a scar in the place where he had felt pain a moment ago. But David didn't know when he stayed, because the guy didn't even notice him all this time, and it was strange. In addition, it looked like a tattoo and felt like some kind of soft metal. It was clearly not hallucination, but something inexplicable. But there have been a lot of such things lately. The only good thing was that on the 5th, the body did not react much to this scar, otherwise he would have had a hard time. This happened to David in the restroom, and apparently Magnus heard him scream because he asked if he was okay. He added that he would call an ambulance if something serious happened, but David had no need for that. He quickly pulled his jacket back on, thinking that he couldn't let Fatty find out about this incident. The guy quickly finished his business in the restroom and left, asking if his friend was sure he wanted to learn shooting. He answered positively and looked hopefully at David, who nodded approvingly. The next day they came to the sports ground together, where David made his friend do laps. The fat man was already at his limit. He was very tired because they had been running for an hour, or rather, only he was running. Magnus has already begun to regret it, saying that it would be better if he continued to watch Space Beauties. Hearing this, David began to laugh, saying that he was giving his friend 10 more rounds for disrespect. The guy thought to himself that this was all for the sake of stimulating his genetic power, so it was not in vain. David thought that it would be safer for Magnus in the future if he became stronger now. Now, after returning to the past, he needed to find a way to prevent disaster. He thought about it for the remaining 3 hours, and then Fat Man fell right on the path, saying that he couldn't do it anymore. David told him that this was a good start because the intensity of his training would increase. He added that now Magnus could rest while he himself ran 30 laps, and then they would return to him again. The Fat Man thought that David had gone crazy because this method of physical training was worse than death. Meanwhile, some students were watching them who noticed that these guys had been pulling tires for several days. This actually went on for almost a week, and soon Fatty was running almost on par with David. He said that if he couldn't stand even this, then how could he be his younger brother? This gave him motivation. David praised him, telling his friend to maintain this momentum. He added that after 10 laps, they would go eat meat. After some more time, they tiredly headed to the school cafeteria, planning to eat enough for the week ahead. The girl taking orders asked what they would eat, and the guys simultaneously breathed out the word meat. They took out their cards and said they were taking every chop there was on the counter. It ended with both of them having trays full of meat, while the rest of the students were left with only vegetables. Magnus thought it was still great to train with his best friend and progress, but he spent almost all his time only training and watching the news, and even refused the girls a couple of times when they called him. Meanwhile, David thought that if we summarize all the available information about strangers and people, then only 2 assumptions can be made. Firstly, strangers and people of the moon are not connected in any way. Secondly, the alien attacks had a certain foresight, so it is quite possible that aliens have a certain ability to foresight. That is, the existence of more advanced aliens is possible. And in these circumstances, he must get as close to management as possible so that his words have weight. This will be best, because the reason for the loss of humanity will lie only in the lack of strength and preparation. As for the scream that came from the base, then, most likely, rebels simply appeared there. David also admitted that aliens and people of the moon are still connected. Then the problem is more serious. Moon space technology has completely surpassed Earth technology, and almost 90% of all expeditions were carried out by them. During the 3-year war, the moon lost 40% of its troops, but compared to the Earth, which lost 90%, this is not so much. In this case, Luna must have had a way of communicating with strangers, but spread among her citizens that this was impossible. However, if the Earth is left without the support of the moon's air force, its army will be quickly destroyed. In this case, David will have to gain access to the information of the moon and not of the earthly leadership. However, this will require even more effort. The situation was quite complicated because all these theories had their shortcomings. The first was too naive and simple, and the third had a considerable number of paradoxes. However, no matter how things really are there, David will need additional investigations. He said out loud that he should let off some steam, and this was heard by Fat Man, who said that he could lend him his disc. But David attacked him, asking what kind of perverted thoughts his friend had in his head. He added that they would have another training session. When they finished with her, David said that he had to go to the main building, and his friend could lie down for now. The guy knew that he now had 458 points, so he still had a lot of work to do. Last time he received an epic rank rating, but he didn't have any joy from it. David logged into his course chat and noticed that it was quite busy this evening. Angela was ranked 5th in the Earth Federation rankings, and right now she was going through a battle simulator. It was called the virtual battlefield of the city of R, in which the girl had to fight a duel. His opponent was a certain Andrew. The guy was a student at the Pacific School and took 9th place in the Earth ranking. Both members prepared for battle. Angela focused on defense. From the screens installed in the main building, it was possible to watch their battle in real time. It was there that David headed, who noticed that this test was a shooting in the city. Angela was strong with her sniping. Her elegant stride terrified her enemies. As for her opponent Andrew, he was proficient in wielding dual Thunder Eagles pistols. Although this weapon was slightly inferior in accuracy, it had more significant firepower. Therefore, although Angela was ranked higher than Andrew, the guy should not be underestimated. In such fights, you should always pay attention to the opponent's condition, the battle situation, and a number of other factors. Such was the duel among people, with more than 2,000 points. Among them, the one who was the first to reveal the enemy's weakness won. Andrew seemed to be serious and had no plans to leave the challenge as a loser. He attacked Angela non-stop, using different types of attacks, but the girl managed to block everything so far. She deftly dodged every bullet flying in her direction and was immediately ready to counterattack. Suddenly, one of the American's attacks touched her, and the girl felt part of her equipment break off. This greatly surprised Angela, because usually this did not happen, which means this Andrew was a master of his craft. Meanwhile, he continued to attack, opening fire on her from a line of homing projectiles. The girl was able to hide behind the wall, but thought that if this continued, her situation would worsen. However, fortunately for her, the guy stopped firing at her for a moment, all because he ran out of ammunition. Andrew realized that he had to reload the weapon as quickly as possible. It took him no more than 5 seconds. But this time was enough for Angela. She realized that this was her chance and she had to use it. So the girl lowered herself down and took a sniper position, and then fired a shot. Andrew barely noticed him at the moment when the attack was already near his neck. He managed to jump away in time. Just a little more and everything could have ended, which was to be expected from 5th place, the guy thought. However, he further thought that he still managed to get close enough, so the initiative was on his side. With that thought, he ran out of his hiding place and headed straight towards the wall where Angela was hiding. However, she was ready for such a maneuver and was already waiting for him in a new position, asking where he was rushing. The girl opened aimed fire, but Andrew also had a good reaction and dodged all attacks. He even managed to shoot back, which only made Angela's job more difficult because she needed good aim. The girl decided that she should not let him come even closer because for her, it would mean defeat. So she shot again at the approaching guy, but he was able to see it. He twirled the pistols in his hands, and then suddenly there was a large explosion that obscured both of their vision. Angela realized that now he would try to attack her on the sly, so she got ready. However, due to the smoke from the explosion, nothing was visible, and the girl was unable to see Andrew's attack in time. He kicked her in the stomach, and he took out a melee weapon, which he had a sharp blade with. The guy swung it at the girl, who could barely restrain the pressure of his leg, and he pressed harder and harder. The students watching the broadcast shouted at Angela not to give up or back down. But David thought that as annoying as it sounded, it looked like Angela was about to lose. She really had good sword skills, but she is up against Andrew, a master of indiscriminate combat. At first glance, he was not a fan of using weapons, but this guy was versed in many types of them. Usually in fights of this level, a free choice of the battlefield was provided, and this precisely influenced the result. Of course, this is a test for both sides, because it is easier to learn in a thankless position than in war. As expected, Angela lost, but David had already left the main building and was now thinking about Magnus, because he still needed to teach his friend how to shoot. With this thought, the guy activated the test system, this time choosing the level called Vertigo. He lay down in a special top hat, which dressed him in the right gear, and thought that he would make a recording for the fat man. This time he mentally guaranteed him that he would be one step ahead, which he would be very happy about. Meanwhile, in the journalism department dorm, Group 12 went to rest at Michael's command. The guy commanded his classmates. Together they were on duty at all the cameras in the testing areas. After all, according to Michael's analysis, this mysterious man had to appear again because otherwise he would have revealed his identity long ago. It was for this reason that Michael organized shift observation, excluding only the moon in popular areas. He also kept only the high-ranking trials, which they immediately began monitoring when someone chose them. This operation was codenamed Demon Hunt because given the atmosphere, it was not an exaggeration. But there were plenty of people challenging these tests and failing them. It was unpleasant to watch each of them, and yet they had been doing just that for several days to no avail. On the other hand, Michael wondered if this person might have deliberately defied the low-level tests. After all, for a monster like him, any complexity should be equally boring, and this idea seemed quite logical. Michael decided to test his theory and opened a list of low-ranking tests, seeing Vertigo among them. Usually only beginners were interested in it, but for some reason this student took it anonymously. Michael decided that he should check it out anyway and opened surveillance for the passage. Seeing the guy who passed him, he was incredibly happy because it was the same expert. And although there were many anonymous students with a similar physique, he was sure that this was the same person. Michael was also surprised that the guy used twin Jiroxes for his shooting. As you know, this was not the best weapon, but he thought that the expert had decided to deliberately complicate his task. In addition, he compacted the trunks quite a lot, which also surprised Michael because this was his first time making such a video. David thought the tuning of the regular version of the Jirox was too loose, so he squeezed it tighter. This way he will be able to deal damage continuously. Relatively speaking, his recoil will also increase. This was a good opportunity to check the results of my recent training, and Michael thought with horror that an ordinary person would not be able to withstand such a recoil because it would be too strong. The expert's method of setting up was completely unusual, but what was most impressive was that he somehow prepared for this. Michael didn't even want to imagine what kind of training he had to go through to achieve the same result. The guy quickly contacted Teacher Saipan, saying that he wanted to start a live broadcast to the school. He asked if he could help him with it, and he asked in return if he had anything impressive. Michael said that the teacher himself knows what kind of instinct he has, adding that this material will be more than impressive. Saipan agreed, but warned that if the broadcast was boring, he would give his report card a grade of rank 3. The next moment, a live broadcast of David's battle was displayed on the screens of the entire school. However, the students began to be indignant. They did not understand why Michael launched Vertigo on the air. Some even left the main building, saying that they thought this would be a battle of some stars. But they were only shown some guy who pretended to adjust pistols. They called him an ordinary show-off. Catherine and Angela also came to see this expert, and they agreed that his tuning method was good. Teacher Saipan awkwardly wondered if his student had decided to laugh at him by giving him the usual giddiness. Meanwhile, David focused on the test because he was doing it for his friend. Therefore, the guy could not mess up, and with this thought, he began to pass the test. In Vertigo, the targets were moving, and each one flew straight at the guy. It would seem nothing complicated, just shoot at them, and that's all, but David had other plans. He opened fire and immediately felt a strong recoil, but kept the weapon in his hands. Explosions were heard indicating successful hits on targets, and it was impressive. But the students said that these were just the basics, and they would be better off going to watch the movie in the dorm. Angela thought that their look was too superficial, because skill could be found in the movements of this guy. There was definitely a lot to learn from him, but he hit every target perfectly, so the girl didn't understand. Why did he suddenly decide to choose this particular basic test for training if he passed it with such ease? However, David did not even suspect that he was being watched. He was practicing the techniques of the future Magnus. After all, he would become an unsurpassed shooter and his best partner, so there was nothing wrong with that. To rush things a little, and Michael meanwhile also realized that this was indeed the most ordinary basic test. But he really wanted to get a high rank plus this semester, but now it seems he will only get a 3. David continued to hit targets using more and more new methods of wielding weapons. After all, he also had his own fighting style, which was slightly different from Magnus's style. Therefore, the guy did not forget to practice it, increasing the difficulty for himself by moving over long distances. When he hit the next target, it was accompanied by an explosion from which the guy stayed away. Angela suddenly turned to Catherine standing nearby, asking if the girl understood what she did. And she answered positively, saying that this dizziness was not at all the same as theirs. Soon, others should have noticed this, but David did not think about anything other than the test. He continued on his way. The condition for successfully completing Vertigo was the destruction of all targets. However, in addition to this, David's location also had robotic snipers who also shot at the guy. David had to dodge them too, which made this test many times more difficult than the basic one. In addition, he used 2 pistols at once, and it was extremely difficult to support both barrels with such recoil. But David was well trained. He held the weapon tightly and had excellent control over the trajectory of his shots. With 2 precise attacks, he killed 2 robots, hitting them directly in the head, earning extra points. Angela noticed from his movements that the guy was already a first-class shooter and could score 1,500 points without any problems. This was confirmed by his defensive evasive step and the simultaneous firing of 2 pistols. However, on the other hand, this was just a test of giddiness, no more than an ordinary snack. But now other students began to notice that there was something wrong with this test, because there were not supposed to be shooters there. David himself noticed the camouflage shooters, but now he could not waste time on them. The guy decided to finish off all the opponents with 1 attack and stopped for a moment, opening himself up to shots. As expected, they followed, and David was able to pinpoint where they had come from. This allowed him to quickly detect the enemy, despite the fact that he was camouflaged. The guy counterattacked with both of his pistols, aiming at the places where the shots were fired at him. He focused on the environment because any mistake could end very tragically. But fortunately, the robot shooters did not have lightning speed, so they did not have time to escape. His attacks hit the target, some even hit the enemy's heads again, for which the guy received extra points. When this section of the map was finished, David ran further towards the finish, looking for new targets. Michael noticed that everything seemed to be more interesting now, because his shooting was quite accurate. But this was still not enough to continue to remain on the air for a long time, and his teacher thought the same. Angela, meanwhile, was shocked that this guy was able to maintain such an alarming hit rate. And this despite the fact that he had to adapt to the constantly changing speed of his step. David noticed that the enemy now had an alpha laser rifle in their arsenal. She was held by 4 shooters at once, mixed with the hostage, which was not at all good. The hostage's item could not be attacked, and even if it was accidentally touched, it would still be considered a failure. Angela thought that she herself might have been able to react as needed, but her pace would definitely have slowed down. Catherine agreed with her, saying that if you stop at this situation, you can only end up in a dead end. However, David acted unexpectedly for all of them. He did not slow down and opened oncoming fire. While dodging the last volleys of the laser launcher, he killed all 4 shooters. Despite all this, he managed not to damage the hostage dummy, for which he also received additional points. The students who stayed to watch him said that this guy was quite lively and accurate. Angela noticed that now there was a 6-7-meter dash ahead of him, where it was fashionable to rest a little. But this man was not going to give up the pace. He was already preparing to fight back the next wave of opponents. This greatly surprised the girl, and meanwhile David saw new targets in front of him. Without hesitation, he opened fire on them and immediately hit all the targets that were there. Explosions occurred, but literally immediately new enemies fired at them, and David hastened to hide from the attacks. He moved very accurately and carefully, not allowing one of the attacks to hit him at this time. So he ran for some more time until he saw a cliff in front of him. The guy jumped there, coming up with a plan. According to him, he will lure the enemy into this gorge, where he will destroy him from close range. This plan seemed flawless to the guy, so he thought that there would be no problems with its implementation. And so far, everything really looked that way. He ran further along the gorge, but David was not happy for long. Angela and Catherine, meanwhile, were amazed by his shooting technique, marveling at the guy's resourcefulness and skill. And David suddenly saw a new obstacle in front of him, in the form of an 8-barreled high-explosive fragmentation weapon. The Paturaptor heavy machine gun, which has the highest firepower in the Earth Federation. In addition, there were several more shooters standing near the machine gun, who were the first to open fire on David. And then the machine gun itself turned on. Its shots were fired in 4 directions at once, and it was very difficult to dodge them. The students thought that this was definitely not dizziness at all, because a person would never be able to go through this. And not just one person, even a small detachment will be destroyed before such intense barrage fire. But David thought that he had finally come across something interesting, because he was already tired of just shooting at targets. It was almost impossible to dodge the laser machine gun fire, so he had to come up with a plan. First of all, the guy decided to move to a safe place where he could think about everything in detail. Therefore, he ran out of his hiding place and ran in the direction of the nearest rocks, firing back at the same time. He managed to kill 2 shooters in flight and even slightly touched the body of the machine gun. David landed in the gorge, but literally immediately realized that he had to leave here again. This is because the barrel of a machine gun was already pointed at him, which was preparing for a burst of powerful shots. This is what happened, but since the guy was ready for this, he was able to escape the attack in time, avoiding damage. David bounced off a fairly large rock, intending to test one theory about the types of weapons. It was to find out whether a setup like this had a weak zone 3 meters up. To his surprise, even such a high-level weapon had it, so David was able to aim better at this distance. And then he returned fire, hitting not only the installation itself, but also the target shooters standing nearby. It was very inconvenient, but the guy continued to shoot. He knew that the test was nearing the end. A moment later, several more targets appeared nearby, which he also hit, causing explosions. David already saw that there were almost no shooters left, and he was already used to fighting with a machine gun. Another difficulty was that the targets would fall from the sky, and if they were not shot down before they touched the ground, that test would fail. Angela and the others knew that too. Right now, all the students thought that David would fail because several targets had already almost touched the ground. Besides, the guy couldn't break through such a barrage, but what David did surprised them all. The guys saw characteristic explosions, which indicated that somehow he managed to shoot down the targets. And then everyone saw exactly how David took a sniper position right under the barrage of shots from their machine gun. This was a temporary blind spot of the installation, and he made it just right, but now it was worth finishing all this. He braced himself and made a sharp jerk, aiming towards the machine gun as it continued to fire. And then the guy fired only one shot, but it was a shot with a given trajectory. The laser bullet passed by the machine gun line and went from the side directly to where the installation's power supply was. The last shooter was sitting there, controlling the machine gun using a special panel. He didn't have time to react in time, and David's attack cut off his head, causing him to lose control of the machine gun. Everyone present in the main building was surprised by this turn, as well as by David's skill. Catherine and Angela concluded that this expert was very dangerous if he used such techniques. After all, the ability to set the trajectory of bullets was something truly amazing. David, meanwhile, jumped onto the body of the now inoperative machine gun, but the last wave was waiting for him. He suddenly saw in front of him many targets that appeared one after another at high speed. Michael noticed that now the same aura was emanating from this mysterious guy as last time. He was rooting for him, because other viewers probably felt it too, so the broadcast would be successful. Meanwhile, at the North American school, a certain Harry Parker also observed this test. He was very interested to see what David would do now, because his spirit should have already been broken. What a human being, even a robot, would not have been able to stop them all immediately after the battle with the shooters. But David seemed to think differently. He just concentrated, as he usually did, and gripped his Xerox tightly. And then he opened fire on the meshes. From the outside, it might even seem a little useless. However, it was not without reason that the guy chose a machine gun as his stronghold, because from here, he could aim in all directions. And indeed, so far he has managed to hit all the targets without allowing a single one to touch the ground. All the students were cheering for him, counting every target he shot down. Now he only had 8 left. Catherine and Angela counted with everyone else. They said that there were only 3 left, but then David shot the last one. A large number of explosions formed in the sky above him, which made even him surprised. But still he did it. The last shot down target fell to earth and the test was completed. For a moment, silence reigned in the main building of the school. Everyone was simply in shock. And then everyone began to shout and be happy that the guy had succeeded, admiring his abilities. David himself, seeing that the explosions did not stop, decided to make one last one to definitely end everything. Now he could return to the finish line, where he would go back to the school and look at his result. But whatever it was, David was glad that he could pass this test, because it was for his friend. He headed towards the gate that would take him back to the room where he had started the test. Meanwhile, the students froze in shock, looking at the result that this guy managed to score. He was truly amazing, and what was also impressive was that David only took 1 minute 58 seconds. It was also said that he successfully completed the hidden epic level of Vertigo with 120% difficulty. His rating was also unusual, as he received an epic rank with 2 pluses, which did not usually happen. All the students were overwhelmed by such skill. Many admitted that they would not want to fight against this guy. And Angela thought that there were no accidents here, because the whole testing process was even more terrible than they had seen. Catherine thought the same thing. At the beginning, she could still keep up, but what happened in the end was clearly not in her sphere. At the end of the broadcast, Harry Parker, on the contrary, laughed that there was now such a monster in this world. And David thought that he actually could have finished it faster, but there was no need for that. However, the pace and content of the tests are fixed, so these small changes did not affect the experts in any way. If you could get a maximum of 10 points for the passage just now, then its result is somewhere around 7 or 8. The fact is that this test didn't really excite him. It was too boring to shoot 100 targets. After all, in his past life on the side of strangers, there were such things called poisonous flies. Upon contact with the human body, they instantly drilled a hole in it, therefore. When they gathered in groups, they could only be dealt with using a flamethrower. However, in the 3rd year of the war, they underwent changes and became immune to fire. The ability for aliens to evolve is truly something beyond the realm of possibility. But David decided that it would be better to stop thinking about it for now and look back into the past, because he was going to change everything. In his case, the best result is finding and cutting off the roots of strangers, because if the war starts again, no matter how people fight, the outcome will be the same as last time, and even if 2 major battles are won, humanity will inevitably suffer huge losses. David did not want to allow this. He was awarded 300 points as a bonus. He was very happy because he tried a little and got extra points. This was motivation to continue in the same spirit. However, the next moment his stomach began to growl, and the guy realized that he had to eat immediately. He immediately rushed to the dining room because dinner could not be delayed, and now was the time to treat himself to food. Meanwhile, a meeting was held at the cavalry school at which an important issue was raised. The school director was looking through the list of selected students who would represent their school. This time he was pleased with the team he had assembled and had already begun to think about the next competition. Suddenly, one of the staff burst into the office, disrupting an important meeting on the upcoming competition. The other professors indignantly remarked that this was very impolite, but the rector was rather surprised. After all, the guy said that he had to see it with his own eyes, so the man stood up. He told the others that he would be gone for a while and that their meeting could be considered over for today. When he disappeared behind the door with the guy, he showed him the recording of the broadcast with David, which surprised the rector even more. Meanwhile, in a strategic laboratory in Central Europe, someone came to Dr. Kalasadin. The old man immediately warned this man that he hoped he had something important, otherwise he would not listen to him. The man said he came about his recent research topic on arc shooting. Someone confirmed it, although at present his identity has not yet been found out, but they have already connected all the connections. It was about a mysterious guy who used this type of shooting in the Vertigo test. David himself, meanwhile, was sitting in his room with Magnus, who, like everyone else, was impressed by his skill. He imagined himself shooting in the same way, only with bullets of love and hitting his Lulu. It looked strange. David asked if he had completed his training quota for the day, to which Fat Man responded positively. He added that it was not that difficult and that the friend simply has no taste, so he does not understand the world of Lulu. But David thought that Magnus was indeed quite talented, because his training was actually not easy. So this only showed that this guy is an unusual lazy person, and he still has potential that is worth exploring. Therefore, David decided that in this case he could not be merciful. He woke up his friend very early the next morning. They started by dragging tires around the stadium again. This time there were a lot more of them, and the guys increased the pace. The same applied to training with a barbell. David did not regret putting extra weight on his friend. It was not easy for Magnus, but he tried to do everything, and strangely enough, he really succeeded. After another cross-country race of 100 laps around the stadium, they went to breakfast, or rather, only David ran. Fatty didn't even have the strength to just walk. That day his morning didn't start with coffee, and he didn't particularly like such changes. In the cafeteria, the guys ate for 4. The other students were surprised at their appetite because it was a little strange. David noticed that his friend had already fully adapted to the previous volume of training. Therefore, the time has come to increase them, and Magnus asked if they, 2 fools, were really going to the competition. David agreed, adding that although it may have become harder lately, life has become enjoyable. However, Magnus did not share his enthusiasm, and then Catherine came to them, who said that he was simply too lazy. But the girl added that it was fixable, so she felt it was her responsibility to look after him as a prefect. And Magnus folded his hands in prayer, saying that she really was a person with a big heart, but she shouldn't do this. Then his eyes fell on Catherine's plate, and Magnus was a little surprised, asking if she wasn't on a diet. To this, Catherine replied that she had recently increased the volume of her training and even reached 1,700 points. Magnus was terrified to hear this, but David just smiled because he and his friend also worked. The scores had their own distinctive points. The first began at 500, the second at 800, and the third at 1,600 points. And then there was the border of top-class experts with 2,000 plus points, which is where their headman was aiming. David said that he and Fatty already had almost 800 points, so they would definitely take part. But Magnus was the only one who didn't like this idea. And then Catherine said that she would give him a Lulu figurine. Upon hearing that it was a limited edition figurine of his idol, Fatty also announced that he would participate. However, he quickly came to his senses and said that the headman was probably just bluffing, because how could she have such a thing? But the girl simply showed him the certificate for the figurine in her phone, and that was more than enough. May just rushed to her, saying that from now on he was doubling his training. He added that Madam Headgirl could be sure that the task would be completed, and David felt a little uneasy. They finished there and finally started eating, because a new couple was scheduled to start soon. After some time, they were already sitting in the lecture hall, where someone addressed David and Magnus. The guy asked why they were in the back rows again, and Catherine thought that these two were involved in something again. But Magnus just smiled and explained this by saying that the local teacher talks quite interestingly. Just at that moment, Professor Wyoming himself, who had been teaching his subject here for more than 20 years, entered the lecture hall. However, he looked a little out of place, and the students couldn't help but wonder what was wrong with him. Some thought that he decided to play a joke before entering, but the professor did not look like a joker. He went to the blackboard and took the chalk, and then wrote something. All this time, the students watched him in surprise. The words he wrote said that, "Yesterday, God descended on earth, which caused great delight among everyone." After all, the students realized that today they would analyze yesterday's speech of that expert. However, many were skeptical about this, not believing that anyone could achieve the epic rank with 2+ rating. The professor, meanwhile, pointed to the board and said that some may have already seen this. And if someone hasn't seen it yet, then there's nothing wrong with that, because now they'll watch it again. By pressing a button on his desk, 6 large screens immediately appeared in front of the students for a better image. Those students who left yesterday because of the boring broadcast now realized that they had missed out on a lot, and those who had already seen the video of the walkthrough still got goosebumps when watching it again. Justin thought that every time he discovered something new in the behavior of this guy. After all, in fact, he really was a good example for studying models of battle tactics. That's why the professor decided to choose him for today's class. He stopped the video and looked at the students. He spoke briefly about this man, who had previously also become famous for his traversal of the Mars battlefield. After yesterday's test, it also became clear that fighters who reach the epic rank rating can go through 120% difficulty. However, today the professor said that he wants to talk not about the results and not about the little tricks of the designers. He said that this test demonstrated many fighting skills that are currently unavailable. Suddenly, Wyoming pointed at Catherine, asking what the girl thought about this. This surprised her a little, but she stood up and said that yesterday she was in the main building and saw everything with her own eyes. And the point is that she watched this recording for the 26th time, but there were still moments that she could not explain. The professor nodded approvingly and then called Justin, who was sitting nearby, asking what about him. He admitted that he watched this video 56 times and is about to lose confidence in himself if this expert does something again. Wyoming then said that the students he had just asked had scores above 1,600. He added that their accuracy was even higher than 2,000, which caused a wave of delight among the students. And then he said that he would now analyze everything from God's point of view, so they should listen to him carefully. The professor took the chalk and wrote something on the board again, and everyone understood that the conversation would be about weapons. Wyoming threw up the chalk and looked contentedly at the students, expecting questions, but none came. So he started talking about what is called precision fire suppression assessment. It occurred before the object's trajectory was fully expanded. It's quite easy to do this with one object, but when there are 10 of them at once and each has its own trajectory, it's much more difficult. The professor then asked those who could do it to raise their hands, and Catherine and Justin raised theirs. However, the man further added that they should be raised by those who can do the same, only with interference. This time, not only did no one else do it, but those who raised their hands at first also lowered their hands. The professor went on to say that they would move on to hand positions, shooting skills, and expert movements. Calisadon's enhanced combination fire was known for its arc bullets. The time required for the target to fly for a certain time was determined in a fixed range. Such was this theory, and although it did not imply such a large coverage of space, but this man, that is David, created an improved version of it with 2 Xerox-type pistols. And the professor also noticed to himself that there was no hesitation in the guy's eyes, despite the complex movements. The next item was the frequency step. This was a king-level step when it came to range combat. However, its difficulty lay in the training itself, in how to force the body to adapt. David watched Magnus's reaction all this time. Obviously, his friend was interested in his progress. David thought that if he continued to get carried away little by little, he would definitely wake up much earlier. Finally, the professor moved on to the most exciting thing, arc shooting, which the expert also used. Of course, there were some fighters who did this by accident, but this man did it easily, as if he was already used to it. After all, the professor himself also could not believe that such a shot right in the head was an accident. And he also suggested that no more than 10 people could achieve this level both on Earth and on the moon. However, he then said that this was not the most difficult thing at all, because the expert's last move was something that shocked even experienced shooters. It was because of him that this guy was nicknamed God. The professor replayed a video fragment with 100 targets at the end of the test. He also slowed down the recording by 50 times, saying that the expert used a group shooting technique here. It turned out that the designer of this level did not plan for the possibility of passing it from the very beginning. After all, he created it to test not just one person but an entire team. Upon hearing this, the students became a little depressed. Then Wyoming rushed to reassure them, telling them not to lose heart because one day perhaps everyone will master these skills. David, meanwhile, thought that when he destroyed those flying targets, he got a familiar feeling. Indeed, during one of the battles on the battlefield of Mars, they were faced with an attack by a group of flying alien species, and their method of attack was very similar to this. Suddenly, the guy began to wonder if aliens were really true. They have something to do with people, and just at that moment he felt a sharp pain in the chest area. This had already happened once and now he experienced it again. David grabbed the place that hurt. However, this time the pain was even stronger than last time, and he could not bear it, so he quietly ran out of the lecture hall. The guy instantly found the nearest restroom and went there, intending to take off his jacket and check the scar. He stood in front of the mirror, not understanding why this was happening again, but his chest still hurt. Unbuttoning his jacket, he was surprised because he saw that another similar scar had appeared. The guy wondered if these scars really wanted to tell him something, because the first time was when he thought that Catherine died because of him. But in the end, it all came down to points that he had to earn before the competition. After all, if through these points he can get into the core of the elite circle, he will be able to receive more accurate information. David left the restroom and walked back to the lecture hall, where he saw Magnus animatedly assenting to the professor. Entering the lecture hall, David felt that the atmosphere here was already more joyful than before. He also thought that Fatty would be able to achieve something in time, and that time would come very soon. The class ended and the students headed for the exit, saying that the professor had again delayed the lesson, but it was interesting. Magnus was especially excited, who was now wondering who this warrior was, who almost personified God. Catherine's friend said she needed to take something, so the girl didn't have to wait for her. The head girl nodded and they said goodbye, and then she saw David and Magnus, who were just going to lunch. The girl caught up with them and offered to have lunch together today, saying that she was treating them. The fat man awkwardly noticed that the head lady had been paying a lot of attention to them lately. But when Catherine asked if something didn't suit him, he hastened to answer in the negative. Then the girl turned to David, asking if it seemed to him that the shooting technique of that expert was somehow similar to his. Then David suddenly announced that he was in fact the mysterious man from the rumors. However, of course the guys didn't believe him, and the guy thought that it was often difficult to accept the truth. Catherine noted that he must have made good progress in points lately. She said that this was evident due to the progress of his training with Fatty, and the guys felt pleased. Magnus added that he had not yet worked seriously, and Catherine then looked at him and said that she would really look forward to it. Such a sincere statement from the head girl, as well as her rather sweet look, confused Magnus a little. He even blushed and turned away so that it wouldn't be noticeable, but everyone could see that he liked the praise. David thought that in the future, Fatty was really at the same level as he was now in the guise of an expert. Catherine heard someone say that the Far North School had already begun conducting targeted simulated battles. Then the conversation turned to the mysterious expert. The students shared their thoughts that he was probably from Earth. This atmosphere was transferred to his friends. Catherine and Magnus were determined to immediately go to training. After lunch, the guys stayed true to their word and went to train together, and David decided to look somewhere else. It turned out to be a library. He thought that there probably was literature on the topic of space and time. He read that in just 200 years, humanity has developed so much that it has completely transformed the moon. It also began to explore Mars and send interstellar expeditions, with Doctor of Science Saran da Vinci playing a key role in this. David thought that whether it was the Earth or the moon, he was personified as a god, and his clan was also the largest clan on the moon. It was thanks to them that the moon, despite its meager reserves of resources, was able to overtake the Earth in development. By the way, this great scientist devoted the last stages of his life to the study of space and time. Thanks to his research, people have made long-term progress in space physics and achieved breakthroughs. In general, people had completely extravagant hopes for control over time. David thought that there must be some kind of intermediary that works under certain circumstances. And this intermediary is able to pass through time, spirit or soul, speaking in general terms. However, with current technology, it was impossible to create an environment suitable for this. So space has already provided a clue. It was a wormhole in the center of a wormhole, a world beyond 4 dimensions. And the so-called coordinates, in fact, are the most attractive point in the long river of time. In this case, it will be easier for the spirit to howl into the body and no reaction of rejection will arise, which is where everything will end. But while all this seemed reasonable, there were still unresolved questions, such as when David had never contacted a black hole. He wondered if the power of a nuclear explosion from the self-destruct effect could create such a possibility. Da Vinci's theory was that different temporal and spatial branches are interconnected. Accordingly, they influence each other, so his changes in this space should have changed the future. David was so lost in thought that he didn't even notice Angela, who approached him and asked if he was also interested in this. The guy smiled awkwardly, saying that he just decided to look through a few books on the topic of space. But the girl noticed that excessive modesty can also be mistaken for arrogance. She added that David had been leafing through these few books for more than an hour before she completely exposed him. Then the guy asked if she believed in the possibility of returning to the past. To this, Angela replied that instead of thinking about the past, she prefers to look to the future. And then she said that she heard that he would take part in competitions and suggested that they train together. The girl added that this could be organized over the weekend, but David did not understand why this invitation was suddenly needed. After all, he was only supposed to act as a shield, but Angela hastened to immediately add that this was his sister's request. At the same time, the girl looked embarrassed, and David replied that he wouldn't mind learning from each other. His hands have really been itching lately, and Angela is considered #1 in the school. Moreover, with it he could evaluate the real combat power of people with 2,000 plus points, and with that, they said goodbye. During the whole night he did not find anything else. Most likely, in the future he will encounter more amazing conspiracies. But for some reason, it seemed to him more and more that the appearance of strangers was connected specifically with people. With this thought, he finally left the library, because stubbornly focusing on one thing is also not good. It was already 5 o'clock in the morning when the guy was leaving the library building. At that moment, someone else approached her. He entered his information of interest, wanting to get the necessary books, but David no longer saw this. As the end of the week approached, Fatty was glad that the headman really bought him a Lulu figurine. That's because they actually managed to score 800 points, but David was still going to train with Angela. He also invited Magnus, but he replied that he did not want to be a third wheel and interfere with their relationship. In addition, this Saturday there will be a group event for Lulu's fan club, saying he wanted to show off his new figure. In this case, David invited him to come to him for dinner, which Fat Man decided not to refuse. When Saturday arrived, David came to the club's special training ground. Angela was already here and practicing punches on the punching bag, testing her physical strength. Noticing the guy, she stopped and decided to take a break. Now they had a group exercise. David noticed that the girl was already in full uniform, and she said that he had come after all. She asked him to wait another minute while she worked on another combination of blows. Meanwhile, he noticed that he didn't think that the girl would come here so early, because it was only 8 o'clock in the morning. But Angela replied that it was a given because she had to prepare for sparring with him. She launched a training system that began projecting special exercise models. The girl, meanwhile, took a fighting stance, intending to try a new combination of blows. She concentrated and prepared to attack. Interestingly, her eyes were closed at that time. And when she opened them, there were already several models of soldiers around her who surrounded Angela. However, she hoped so, because what the girl wanted to try was precisely intended for such cases. When a person is pushed into a corner, he usually gets lost and makes mistakes, so here you need to attack first. With this thought, Angela attacked the first soldier standing next to her, or rather, his created model. She spun around on one foot and kicked him in the stomach with the other, causing him to shatter into pieces. Next, Angela stepped back a little and took the place where he was standing. Now she was able to escape from the ring. This pleased the girl, but there was no point in relaxing. She noticed a new approaching enemy. However, the same fate awaited him as the model before. This time Angela was kicked right in the head. David, who was watching all this, thought that she was truly an outstanding student. The power of her genetic power had already reached a good level, and her control was also excellent. In her movements, she always left herself room for maneuver, and each of her movements was connected with the previous one. This way she ensured her safety and at the same time increased her lethal force. This was precisely what was called microcontrol by top-level experts. Angela, meanwhile, has almost dealt with all the soldier models. She only has 3 soldiers left. But then she swung her leg in a jump and brought it down on the last one, causing him to shatter into pieces. After that, the girl finally landed and took a breath. After all, The physical attacks were exhausting, but there was also some hidden subtext here. In fact, she came here before David for a reason. Angela threw her hair back, as girls usually did, and at that moment she looked especially beautiful. She was counting on this to attract the guy's attention, and he unexpectedly clapped for her. Angela looked at him and smiled, and David said it was great. Treating training as a real fight was something common for the number one of their school. Hearing this, the girl lowered her eyes in embarrassment and said that David could see right through her, admitting that this was the case. She added that she always thought that Dina's brother Gaiden could not be as untalented as he was described. Now David felt awkward. He said that his hormones were just playing a little, so nothing could be done. However, the girl added that she thinks sometimes he just pretends to be bad at something. However, if he does this for too long, he will forget his true nature. After saying this, she even smiled. Why did Angela say that she would conduct targeted joint training with him before the competition? She was sure that if the guy tried hard with his shooting, he would have every chance of making it to the second round. David took it as a compliment and said he really appreciated it. He added that in that case, he offers her an official match for 3 rounds to 2 victories, which surprised Angela a little. She asked if he was sure, saying that she always fights seriously, so then he should take full responsibility. But David assured her that he could withstand any blow, and the only exception was the failure of his first confession. He added that since the girl was serious, he could ask for a small bet and asked if Angela would mind. She was even interested in this, and she looked at him playfully, asking what the guy wanted. And he said that if he wins, then she will come to them for dinner tomorrow, where this time Fatty will also be there. Angela asked if that was all, and David nodded, asking if she was going to be his girlfriend. Instead of answering, Angela warmed up and said that she wouldn't mind trying his father's cooking again. She then winked at David and added that she would therefore make a small concession by changing the rules a little. She said that if he wins at least 1 round, he can consider that he has won the bet, but if he loses all 3, he will continue to be her shield. After listening to everything carefully, David showed his thumb, saying that he understood her and was ready to get down to business. On this they decided, and after some time the guys stood in a real arena from the school. Both were wearing special combat gear. Angela was so focused that she did not notice the small nuance. Indeed, in this form, David very much resembled that mysterious expert, only without a helmet. The girl pointed to the stand with weapons, saying that the guy could take anything for himself because it didn't matter to her. And he thought that the training weapons were not sharpened, but even so, they represented considerable danger. Therefore, looking at them, he assessed that it was still better not to take anything, even if it was stupid. You can easily cause problems with him, especially since in the midst of battle this often happens as a rule. Therefore, he told Angela that he would fight with his bare hands, which greatly surprised the girl. At first she smiled, thinking that David was on his own wavelength as always, but then she suddenly didn't like it. In an instant, the girl became serious and looked at him with a different look, which made the guy feel uneasy. She prepared herself by taking a stance and saying that in this case they would see where he got such confidence and arrogance from. Both fighters were ready and took their positions. They were only waiting for the system signal, which came a couple of seconds later. Literally immediately, Angela used some kind of technique, and David was surprised to realize that she was using aura. Pushing off from the floor, which was equipped with a special coating, the girl went on the attack. Following her habit, she attacked the guy in a jump, putting out her leg to strike, because there were reasons for this. Still, the striking power of the leg was much greater than that of the arm. It depended on the area of the body part. However, when her foot was almost at David's eyes, he dodged without much difficulty and grabbed her. It was so unexpected that Angela was even a little confused, amazed at his reflexes. After all, the speed of her attack was quite high, but he still stopped her and even raised his hand to her throat. Angela had no more than 2 seconds to react, otherwise victory would immediately be on his side. She swung her other hand, and when David wanted to block, she jerked and bounced away from him. Angela thought that although this blow was only delivered with 70% force, the counterattack was completely unexpected. But then the girl thought that David was known for being thick-headed, so perhaps she should attack more aggressively. Meanwhile, he showed one finger, saying that they already had a score that was 1-0 in his favor. Instead of answering, Angela took her stance again, preparing for a new attack, intending to even the score this time. This time, she used exchange movements and ran around, and David did not understand why she was doing this. Angela, meanwhile, approached him from behind when her boyfriend was ready to attack. She raised her hand to strike, intending to hit him with more force than she had hit before. And this time, the attack was again a kick to the head, but to her surprise, David easily dodged it and counterattacked again. He grabbed the girl by her supporting leg and pulled her towards him, causing her to lose her balance and fall to the floor. Angela had only one emotion, and it was shock, which the girl could not hide as she looked at David. Meanwhile, he jumped away from her, saying that their score was already 2-0 and still in his favor. He told Angela that during training she should know herself, and in battle she should pay attention to studying her opponent. He added that she shouldn't think of him as a simulated projection who couldn't respond instantly. Angela had never felt this way before. She didn't even know why she was losing to him. And for some reason, at one moment, she completely had the feeling that the enemy had disappeared. Also, when he grabs the leg, the momentum causes him to rock back a little, and at that point, you can usually break free. But when David grabbed her, she felt as if her body had been taken away. The girl had never found herself in such a situation. She tried to calm down, because even though this was the first time for her, she needed to put her condition in order. Looking at the guy, she thought that it was still very difficult to come to terms with this, however, as they say, if you lose, pay up. In addition, the girl could not help but admit that at the moment he is clearly better than her, although it is not clear how this happened. Therefore, she did not continue the fight further and said that the elder David was hiding well. She lost. However, he suddenly interrupted her, saying that this was not the end, which puzzled Angela a little. Then David showed 3 fingers on his hand, saying that since they agreed on 3 rounds, they should finish. After all, whatever the result, it will still be a useful experience for both of them. He smiled at the girl. Angela thought for a while and said that in this case she would not refuse, but this time she would use a weapon. With these words, she took out 2 rather sharp blades, which were clearly not from the system's arsenal. These were her own swords, which came with the girl's equipment, and she wielded them perfectly. Angela took a fighting stance and prepared to attack. This time her look was full of determination. David also noticed that the atmosphere instantly changed, and Angela immediately put her condition in order. To be able to consciously bring oneself to such a point in such a heated environment was truly rare. But nothing else was expected from the first number. The girl asked for instructions from the senior. David also prepared himself, taking a melee stance, in which he also felt confident, even against armed opponents. He nodded to Angela at her request, and in the blink of an eye, the girl approached him with her attack. She wielded the sword masterfully, and David had to admit this, even though he had not yet been hit by a single blow from her. But Angela was confident in her skills. She twirled her blades, preparing for her cutting cut. It was a unique move that not everyone could dodge, so she wanted to try it on David. As expected, the guy was able to jump at the last moment and avoid injury. He himself thought that she had completely blocked the direction of movement, but could not get in yet. It was completely useless, and Angela wondered if she wasn't fast enough, seeing how the guy dodged. On the other hand, the moment he landed was her chance to confuse him, so she attacked David. When he landed, she was already hovering over him in a jump, swinging for another attack from above. By then, several students had approached the court and were cheering for Angela, saying that this attack would be successful. They added that the girl had actually trained the ultimate move, and David was interested in this. He saw Angela suddenly change the trajectory of her attack right in the air and use 2 blades at once. This technique of hers was called 100 cuts of an acrylic spiral, which she used masterfully. David quickly realized that in such a situation he could only calmly dodge her attacks with swords. He did this, and then repeated it again, because the girl did not retreat. She even pushed him. Each swing of her weapon was quite close to his body, but David managed to dodge everything. He even began to be a little amused that Angela could not hit him in any way, and he decided to go on a counterattack. Waiting for her to attack him with her left hand again, he quickly grabbed her with his death grip. So the girl was deprived of the opportunity to use both hands, and this took her by surprise. And then something happened that she could never imagine. With one precise blow, David knocked the weapon out of her hand. It was so unexpected that Angela was a little confused at first, but quickly came to her senses. After all, she still had 1 blade, which is quite enough if used wisely. She attacked the guy again. But he, like the first time, using some techniques incomprehensible to her, grabbed her hand and pulled out the sword. After which he pressed the girl against the wall and put the blade to her throat, which indicated her obvious defeat. Angela was shocked and even a little scared. She didn't understand why David suddenly became so serious. And he told her that this attack would lead to nothing but death on the battlefield, which surprised Angela even more. But he soon realized that he had been squeezing her for too long, and he suddenly felt awkward about it. For this reason, he hastened to let the girl go and said that it was a pretty good fight. At the end, he summed up their score, which was already 3-0, and apologized for perhaps being a little overzealous at the end. Angela, meanwhile, thought that she had learned the ultimate level skill with such difficulty, and the guy reflected it so easily. Although she was not in the top 10 in terms of hand-to-hand combat, she still had a level of about 2,000 points. Therefore, she did not understand how this could happen, and quietly asked David about it. And he thought that he was being stupid again, because he shouldn't have fought with the girl like that. He had an advantage. After all, she didn't know that he was the commander of an elite squad of blood wolves, so the guy replied that he was just lucky. He added whether she really didn't give in to him on purpose, which embarrassed the girl a little. But she told David not to try to change the subject because today she was in good shape. She added that she had never seen anyone be able to stop an ultimate skill with their bare hands. In addition, he then acquired this first-class skill, but David said that he did not remember such a thing. But Angela remembered everything perfectly. She said that he had just said that he would lead to nothing but death. She asked if he really didn't know that with his help, he could win any group in a competition based on points. Then David told her to think about how exhausting this technique was, because her attentiveness was falling. But in battle, she could be guarded by a sniper rifle, or there could be 100 opponents, and she would be mortally tired. The girl didn't think about it, but their fight was over, and now it was time to vacate the site. Waiting for them outside were students who had also come to try their hand at it, but when they saw these two, some became very jealous. After all, Angela suddenly took Michael by the arm, like a guy's girlfriend, and asked what she should wear to dinner tomorrow. They looked at each other, and David realized that now they were playing to the public, and he must play the role of her shield well. The students, meanwhile, screamed with joy at what they saw. They did not expect to see these two together again. Angela asked what kind of gifts David's mom and dad liked, adding that this time it would be more formal. When they left the school, all eyes were directed at them, because everyone wanted to see Angela's boyfriend. The guy himself wondered if he really was her shield, but if the joke turned out to be true, it would be nice. When Sunday came, guests were again welcomed at David's parents' house. This time Fatty also came. And Dina also didn't like it, who complained that she had returned home, but they didn't look after her like that. Magnus, meanwhile, asked his friend what potion he had drugged Angela with, and Dina said that she did not like Magnus's company. Then he answered her that if she was so sarcastic, then no one would ever marry her. David supported his friend, saying that he was also leading. In fact, he was her fat older brother. After that, everyone returned to David and Angela. Magnus asked again how he managed it. He added that Angela herself rejected his friend, so everyone was interested in why they were together now. Angela blushed, but said that they had it all wrong, because she came here because she lost a bet. Then Dina thought that her friend wasn't telling everything a little, and said that she shouldn't have lost on purpose. Magnus quietly pitied his friend, saying that his sister was really doing everything to make his life difficult. But Angela replied that it was not like that at all, and she tried her best, but even so, she did not win more than one round. Then the girl turned to David, saying that he had been at the school for 3 years, so he could already tell them everything. Angela thought that she had even looked at the records of the best students over the past 10 years, but the guy was not there. However, yesterday he easily reflected and criticized hundreds of cuts in the acrylic spiral. Suddenly, his sister came up to David and grabbed her brother's cheeks, saying that they didn't look like a mask. Therefore, she said that she would ask one more question and asked him to answer seriously, because if he was wrong, either going to a military tribunal or an autopsy lab was a clear threat. Then came the most frank questions, the answers to which only the real David should have known. Some of the questions were a little personal, but the girl was not embarrassed by this. It seemed that only Angela looked embarrassed. David threatened her that Dina was calling for trouble, but she only loudly announced this to her mother. However, Dina was still convinced that her brother was really real, but he couldn't be so cool. She asked Fatty if he had noticed anything strange in his behavior, but he only said that his friend had begun to train hard. Then David could no longer stand it and reminded him that they had not gathered here to criticize him. Besides, here he turned to the fat man, they shouldn't say such fiery speeches about each other. When everyone finally calmed down, Angela suddenly spoke up, thinking that his words yesterday made sense. She agreed that her 100 cuts of acrylic spiral might not be particularly effective in a real fight. David nodded, saying that in fact, as soon as this technique begins, errors can already be found in it. And if you gather yourself well, you can catch a tempo in which her hand will be faster than her opponent's hand. Suddenly he was interrupted by Dina, who said that he was forgetting that this technique happened very quickly. Therefore, she added that her brother should stop throwing dust in their eyes, otherwise she would tell everything to her mother. David didn't like this very much, so he reached for the apples, saying that he would show everything with an example. He said knife speed is quite important, but speed alone is not necessarily effective. It's much more important to catch the right tempo. It's what comes first. With these words, he tossed the apple. And then, in the blink of an eye, he used something similar to the technique of hundreds of cuts of an acrylic spiral. Thus, when the apple landed on his lap, it turned out to be cut into many slices. All 3 of his friends looked at him with surprise and undisguised admiration, and the guy smiled contentedly. He continued by saying that in cutting techniques the span is important, but in 100 cuts it is too large. Because of this, ordinary slashing blows are obtained, but in battles it is not so much brute force that is important as technology and their details. And then slowness, on the contrary, helps to reach higher limits. The guys were shocked. Angela thought he made 58 cuts, 13 of them at an angle, but there was no sign of slowing down. And Fat Man thought that his friend made 48 cuts, 10 of which seemed to have not been interrupted, but simply changed the pace. Dina looked at David skeptically and said that now she again doubts that he is her brother. Then the guy suddenly said that she shouldn't doubt it because he really was her brother. He just returned from the future. But the little sister did not appreciate such humor as she thought, so she hit him on the leg, telling him to stop talking nonsense. Just then, their parents called them to dinner, saying that the students could continue their debate after it. They sat down at the table, David's dad and mom immediately began persuading Angela to try different dishes. The girl's eyes were really wide-eyed from such a large selection, starting with the usual brownie and ending with stewed chicken with chestnuts. In a word, the assortment was truly impressive. Angela a little embarrassedly accepted her portion, which had already been filled with a lot of stuff. Meanwhile, the mother unexpectedly asked directly what such a good girl saw in their son. And David even felt a little uneasy. He wondered if he was really that bad in the eyes of his parents. Therefore, he did not allow the girl to answer, telling everyone to start eating and not embarrass each other. They spent the rest of the dinner talking on neutral topics, and when it was over, David stood up to see Angela off. They went outside again and found themselves alone, but the guy still doubted where it would be better to take her. Unexpectedly, Angela said that he really loves his family very much, but he asked if this is not common to everyone. To this, Angela replied that she meant something else, because perhaps he was not paying attention to his gaze. However, he looked at his parents and Dina with such tenderness and warmth that it seemed to her that he was even ready to die for them. This was not the look of a bright young guy, but rather of a mature man who had experienced a lot. The girl thought that earlier, on the contrary, youth was inherent in him, and he was a prankster. It even seemed to her that a guy might have such a way of expressing himself, with different patterns of behavior. At her remark, David only laughed awkwardly, saying that then he should take a closer look at this in the future. Angela smiled and then said that her car was not far away, so he could go back. But David said that Dina told him to accompany her straight to the car, so he wouldn't anger his little sister. After some more time, they came to the car, and Angela once again thanked them all for the warm welcome. She asked if they could see each other again next week, and David awkwardly answered yes. The girl left, and he thought that now, when he thinks back to that day, he understands that she did the right thing. After all, by refusing him, she saved herself from losing a person who could become something closer to her than just a shield. And Angela herself thought that lately there had been a trace of inexpressible sadness in David's smile. But Davy thought that he would not want to cause more pain to the people around him, and even if this could not be avoided, he will look at this world with a smile, and it doesn't matter who is in front of him, his family, Fat Man, Dina, or Angela. Meanwhile, in the meeting room of the Earth's Central Intelligence Agency, the issue of competition was being considered. Some people expressed complaints to the Member of Parliament, saying that he was moving the needle instead of helping with something practical. But soon he could not stand it and slammed his fist on the table, calling on everyone to calm down and saying that enough was enough. After all, Luna has a very good justification for this. This is a plan to appoint the best fighters of humanity. Strength is the only criterion in decision-making, because any deficiency can lead to the failure of the entire plan. And although genetic modifications were discovered on the Moon and Earth at the same time, the Moon achieved better results. And now that it has surpassed the Earth in all respects, the Earth always loses the right to vote when making decisions. Therefore, if this time they also fail in the points competition, their shame will lead to an increase in the gap. The General Marshal's flow of thoughts was interrupted by a girl in special glasses who was sitting opposite the man. She asked if he was confident in the candidates recommended by the war departments. He replied that they could only hope that they would do everything possible. After all, there were age restrictions. Many other representatives of the Earth districts were present at the meeting, and they all began to doubt this competition. The girl asked if the Marshal General was again suggesting that they hope for luck because she reminded them that last time not a single one of their people was in the top 4, so participation in the competition is pointless. The representative from the other district also slammed his fist on the table, saying they had to face the truth. After all, if they, as usual, submit their top 50 after the selection method is announced, they will have no chance of success. The rest of the representatives didn't particularly like this and started arguing among themselves. Another girl said that the chairman's words were not supported by anything because she knew that academic performance was in Asia. The one he is assigned to is not entirely satisfactory, and he, in turn, pointed out to his colleague the problems with its structure. In general, everyone said that using the new method was too risky and they could not afford it. At the end of the meeting, the old general thought that Luna had been behaving strangely in recent years, but their intelligence services did not reveal anything. At that moment, his assistant approached him and asked why the general didn't show that recording. After all, with her help, his words would have seemed more convincing, and he would not have found himself in such a difficult position. To this, the man replied that now he needs protection, not exposure, and the pressure on them would not be less. He added that he left the solution to this issue to his assistant, and he thought that this young man still gives the Earth, albeit small, hope. However, the man then smiled because at least this time a new selection method had been chosen. Meanwhile, in the classroom, the professor announced the beginning of a new week, saying that the points competition was about to begin. He added that this year Earth received 58 spots and the Moon 70, so the competition will be fierce. A total of 120 of the best fighters from the two federations will gather in the capital of the Moon, Casablanca, to fight for their honor. To participate in the selection, it was necessary to have at least 800 points, but this will clearly not be enough to enter the finals. Therefore, this time the first stage of selection will begin with the fact that the top 10 students with an epic rank rating will receive direct access to the finals. And getting this rating means that this person has absolute dominance on the battlefield. There was also the possibility of special recommendations, which of course was a great honor for the student. And if the quota for candidates is not filled after all this, then the second stage of selection will begin, the competition. Fighters with scores above 1600 or those who have received a rating of 1 rank in the tests will participate there. David thought that before he didn't really see the point in this selection, but now it gives basic combat effectiveness. This was done in order to weed out fighters with high scores but low combat effectiveness. However, it seemed to the guy that there was something strange in these competitions, and perhaps it was in them that he would find the key to the future. After classes, all the students went to the cafeteria to follow the tradition, but David did not expect what would happen there. He was called again by Angela, who saw him arrive with Magnus and Catherine and waved to them. The girl invited them all to sit at the table next to her, and the friends were embarrassed to refuse. Catherine noted that it was surprising that the guys could eat after the professor's words about the new selection. But Magnus said that without food there would be no strength, and recently he had a table with David that he was completely hungry. David said that he could simply answer that he trained hard, and this made the girls smile. But then Catherine thought that this competition was supposed to put Angela straight through to the finals. But she herself has already scored more than 1,800 points and should have the right to participate in selective competitions. However, the conditions for passing the first stage were too harsh, and it is unlikely that there will be many people with special recommendations. And even if she was recommended in this way, Catherine thought that she could defeat the key figures of the moon. Then suddenly David turned to her, telling her not to worry so much because she would succeed. He remembered that Catherine had performed brilliantly in the elite points competition in his previous life. And the head girl, noticing his strange look, thought that he was a little upset about his only 800 points. Therefore, the girl told the guys not to worry because when she becomes captain, she will definitely hire them. Angela supported her friend, saying that her words made sense because with David's strength, he would definitely have a chance. This, however, surprised Catherine, and she looked at Angela, wondering how she knew how strong he was. And she, seeing her look, explained that she had sparred with him over the weekend and noticed his unusual fighting skills. David nodded contentedly and then suddenly said that he was actually going to become the winner of the competition. However, the guys said that he seemed to be unable to live a day without boasting about his imaginary successes. Suddenly, one of the students put one foot on the table, telling Catherine to just give up on this guy. The friends of this student, whose name was Peter and who wanted to attract Catherine's attention, supported him. But the girl turned to them, telling them to stop making a mess. And she told Peter that she was giving the same chance as everyone else. She added that if he can make it to the finals, she will become his girlfriend, adding that she stands behind her words. And the guy thought with annoyance that he stopped at 1560 points and could not rise further. So he just said that he knew he didn't deserve her, but this David was much worse than him. He added that he was not as handsome as him, and he had nothing but fat man, who eats everything. Peter Ming's friends have backed him up again, saying lad David doesn't deserve all the attention. In addition, his words offended Magnus, who was made out to be a burden, constantly doing what he was eating. And of course, David didn't stand for it. He stood up thinking he'd encountered this guy before. But whether Catherine liked this guy or not, he didn't care. All he understood was that he should stay away from him. And all because during the battle on Mars, this guy fought quite bravely as the captain of one of the squads. During an important battle, he could have retreated, but due to the fact that all the members of his team were killed, he did not want to do this. Therefore, having activated the self-destruct effect, he exploded along with the strangers. They said that he loved Catherine very much. Meanwhile, Peter turned to him, asking why he just looked at him and didn't speak. The guy thought that David's gaze did not even express anger or cowardice, but rather sympathy, which infuriated him even more. Then Angela came to their aid and said that the guys seemed to have misunderstood everything because David already had a girlfriend. She added that he was just good friends with Catherine, and if a girl doesn't want a relationship, then she shouldn't be bothered by it. Then Peter asked her to be honest if this David used some of his tricks on her. He didn't have time to finish because at that moment William entered the dining room, who said that they should behave more modestly. Seeing the elder's appearance, Peter Min pursed his lips in displeasure and turned away from David. Meanwhile, William turned to Angela, saying that there was no need for her game because communicating with this guy would lower her status. But Peter didn't like how he treated the younger Angela that way, so he told him to take better care of his status. William irritably compared him to a mad dog, but then Angela responded. The girl said that she thought she should not explain to him her relationship between her and David. David also joined her, saying that he, William, was still a military man, so he shouldn't hang around women. From his past life, he remembered that this William Lee had fled during a major battle, leaving his comrades behind. He didn't know what methods were used then, but this guy never got court-martialed. Fortunately, he also did not succeed with Angela because otherwise David would definitely have lost his temper. Meanwhile, Peter liked that this David allowed himself to say such things to William Lee. Then he attacked David with claims, saying that he at least received the right to participate in the qualifying competitions. However, here Catherine entered the fray and said that the elder should not cross the line. And David replied that he really would not participate in the qualifying competitions, and William liked that. However, then the guy added that he had grander plans because he would participate in the finals. William never expected to hear this. He was a little confused, not even knowing how to respond to this. Catherine also thought that David should choose his words better, because these were no longer jokes, but for some reason he looked confident. The next moment, William came to his senses and said that someone like David shouldn't even dream about the final. After all, he won't even get into the top 50 of the Earth's rating, but the guy thought differently and suddenly took out his phone. He put it on the table and opened something, and then something amazing appeared in front of everyone present. This was a photo of the right to participate in the finals of the competition, but this was not possible for anyone. William especially didn't understand this, because he put in so much effort, but in the end, he was only allowed into the qualifiers. Therefore, he didn't understand how a piece of trash like this guy could go straight to the finals because he was clearly inferior to him. Meanwhile, David said that he had satisfied their curiosity, so now they could all leave here. For some time, everyone remained standing motionless, not believing what they just saw. And then suddenly David felt someone step hard on his foot, causing him pain. As it turned out, it was the head girl, and he told Catherine that she could leave someone without a leg. But the girl didn't care. She asked if he had really been hiding all this time that he had immediately qualified for the finals. But David hastened to justify himself, saying that he himself had only just received a notification where he learned about it. Angela wondered how he got admission to the finals, and came to the conclusion that it was through the epic rank assessment. Then the fat man hesitantly raised his hand and said that he too had the right to participate in the qualifying competitions. And although he was not sure that he would be able to make it to the finals, in essence, he had already completed his task. Hearing that even Magnus had made it to the qualifiers, the students went on a spree like bees, each checking their notifications. And then suddenly the loudspeaker called for David, Magnus, Angela, and Catherine to report to the rector's office. There was also good news that some students qualified directly for the finals. Among them was David Gaydon, and some watched all this from the side and thought with satisfaction that everything was going according to plan. After some time, David, Angela, and Catherine, as well as William and Michael, arrived at the rector's office. The rector noted that he expected that they would only have 2 promising talents, but here a whole team had gathered. And the most important thing was that 2 students from their school immediately qualified for the finals. They could only dream about this, so the rector said that David and Angela were the pride of their school. He added that he had heard it said before that David's academic performance was poor, but the current situation spoke for itself. The man also said that the guys should try to achieve the best results not only for themselves, but for all Earthlings. David thought that during his training in a previous life, he had considered the rector to be an incompetent bureaucrat. However, with the outbreak of war, he instantly transformed into a military man, bravely performing his duties on the battlefield of Mars. It was sad that at the Battle of Sun Lake, Rector John could not resist and died along with his army. The rector, meanwhile, did not understand why. Looking at David, it seemed to him that he was already accustomed to the battlefields. Apparently, he had already begun to delirium due to the fact that he had stayed too long in his office, because the guy was still a student. He then addressed those who qualified for the qualifiers, telling them not to become complacent. After all, this time all the large schools will come out of their holes in droves to accommodate as many of their students as possible. William thought that the rector was simply a useless old man, incapable of cunning plans. When the reception ended, they left their office and headed home, and the students were already discussing them as experts. Some thought that the guys must have cheated, but David did not listen to them. His phone suddenly rang. He accepted the challenge. It was his sister Dina, who as usual screamed loudly right in his ear. She said she finally felt like he belonged to her, which made David a little angry. He asked if this is how they talked to their brother, and why she even thought that he might not be her own brother. But Dina replied that she learned that he began to change after he became close to Angela. She added that he should continue in the same spirit, and she would always cover him from the rear. David thought warmly about his sister. He then turned to Fatty, telling him not to be a coward either, and to make it through the qualifying competitions. But Magnus replied that this was impossible, because just hitting them was already his goal. David then said that the friend was able to get a 1+ rank for his shooting, so he had a chance. The guy added that from now on, he will live by training, getting up early and ignoring pain and suffering. He ended there, saying that he now needed to check out the library, and left his surprised friend behind. And Magnus thought that he was able to achieve the rating of rank 1 thanks to the recording of that mysterious person. It seemed to him that this was his Lulu's blessing. David came to the Northern Library building. He knew that the first wave of attacks during the alien invasion was aimed at the largest cities of the Moon and Earth. At that time, there was a version that the aliens chose gum-populated areas as attack points, which is quite logical. However, now David understood that there must have been reasons for this, which he could only find out in the control center. After spending another evening in the library, he finally headed home, and someone was still watching him. After some time, the guy left the library building and headed towards the exit from the school through a small forest. However, when he walked there, it seemed to him as if someone was watching him and sneaking after him. In fact, that's how it was. Some guy in a jacket with the chevron of their school was sneaking right behind David. And then he suddenly heard a voice behind him asking if he was looking for him. The voice belonged to David, and his pursuer turned out to be Michael, who tried to get out of it by saying that he was just impatient for a little need. But David noticed that recently it seemed to him that someone was following him, and now he understood everything. Therefore, he further told the guy from the dragon letters to tell him why he was following him. David even threatened to beat him, and Michael offered to do without the fights if they were from the same school. However, instead of answering, David kicked the tree near Michael's head, saying that, alas, he had a bad character. Then Michael, scared to death, hesitantly asked if David was the anthem. He didn't understand what the guy meant and asked if this was some kind of joke, so Michael had to explain. He said that he figured it out by the fact that an unknown student suddenly made it to the finals. This was only possible with the epic rank rating, which he probably received from past tests. However, David did not appreciate his observation because he did not need anyone else to know his secret. In addition, he said that the guy was mistaken because although he really received such a rating, it was only for close combat. David then asked if this was the reason he had been following him all this time. And Michael thought that this guy really was incredibly strong because he had long ago realized that he was being followed. So Michael said that being a journalist, he had to check everything carefully, and that's how he came to his conclusion. That the anonymous expert is probably a student from his school, and then the method of exclusion worked. After all, Angela does not fit the gender, and William and Justin were far from modest enough to hide. Then the only option left was that this was a hidden expert of the school who suddenly decided to shine in the scores. David thought that if the guy meant his sensational confession to Angela, then he just hit it crookedly, but it hit the target. Still, David decided to listen to him to the end and asked him to continue, saying that his story was interesting. Then Michael continued, saying that he really had a very strong feeling. He even thought that this was his talent. This was also reinforced by his high IQ. He said that he singled out several people, among whom was David. And after seeing how he shot on the range, Michael thought that this style was almost the same as in the test. David suddenly wondered if this meant that anyone could find him so easily, or if this guy really was a genius. He approached him, asking his name, and it was clear that Michael liked his interest in him. He introduced himself, saying that he was also a man who would become famous throughout the earth. Now he could only wait for the recognition of this expert, because what else could be more pleasant for a journalist? The initial guess, which he confirmed step by step, finally led to the discovery of the mysterious man. The guy thought that at this rate he would be able to earn fame very soon, and David looked shocked. All because he recognized the guy's name, because in the future he became famous for his claims about the origins of aliens. However, soon after this he disappeared without a trace, and rumors began to spread that he was simply crazy. At that moment his chest again stabbed with a strong sensation of pain, which knocked David out of his coma a little. He bent over and told Michael that he really was incredibly smart, only now he should get rid of him. Hearing this, Michael hastened to assure him that he could keep everything a secret and would not tell anyone about it. But David replied that he, being from the Faculty of Journalism, should know that only dead people can keep secrets. David also thought that the chest pain could be related to things that could affect the future. The guy didn't know why or how, but it seems that the team of Catherine and this Michael is somehow connected with the discovery of strangers. David asked Michael if he had any unfinished business, and he was absolutely scared to death. He asked that if one day David was exposed, he should tell everyone that he was the first to know about it. The guy added that even if he dies here, he doesn't want his efforts to be in vain. David laughed out loud at this. And then he suddenly extended his hand to him, saying that he thought that the truth was well hidden, but he was so easily exposed. He introduced himself, asking if Michael thought he was stupid enough to kill such a talented guy. Upon hearing that he would live, Michael asked why he was saying this then, and David replied that he was just a little pissed off at his showing off. Although he added that if there had been some pretty girl instead, everything could have been different. And then Michael decided he could afford something and asked David to let him tag along. He said that he was not bragging, but his premonition was as incomparable and accurate as a woman's intuition. Here he really got a little confused, saying that the comparison turned out, of course, to be so-so, but that was not the point. Since childhood, he had always had a premonition of strange things, and his ability to collect data was also excellent. Besides, this way they will be connected, and whatever David says in the future, he will keep everything in the strictest confidence. Finally, Michael asked him not to doubt his words, seeing as David made a pitchfork that he was thinking. He added that he could collect intelligence to detect enemies and also wash, cook, and dry socks. In a word, he was quite useful, and David thought about how to convince him to help him, but that's how it turned out. So he said that he was happy about their shared secret, but would ask the guy to keep it for a little while longer. Michael straightened up and said that from now on, he would always obey him, and if David told him to go east, he would never turn west. David nodded to him, and then with a smile ordered the guy to return, because they still had a lot of important matters behind them. When Michael ran to the dorm, David thought that God himself was probably sending him strangers. But whether it was good or bad, only time will tell. After a little more, he was already in his room. There, an unpleasant surprise awaited him in the form of Fatty, who put his pants back on and went to bed. Meanwhile, no one was sleeping in the women's dormitory. The girls were talking about various topics, one of whom was Angela's boyfriend. They asked if things were serious between him and Angela. But the girl replied that until today, she really didn't know about his talent, but there was nothing between them. Her classmates lit up when they heard that her friend did not need such an undergrad, saying that then they would take him themselves. Angela sheepishly replied that they could do whatever they wanted because she would have nothing to do with it. When morning came, in another room of the girls' dorm where Catherine lived, the girls were also discussing David and Magnus. They said that before these two were ordinary fools, but now one of them made it to the qualifiers and the other to the finals. Catherine also thought that she never thought David and Magnus were completely hopeless. They just didn't try hard enough. And the fact that they are both talented cannot be denied because she felt it in her first year. Therefore, she too, as the leader of their group, must make more efforts to keep up. At this time, David was standing in the restroom and examining his scar. He noticed that in one place the texture of the skin was completely different. It was unlike anything he knew, but when he touched there, he felt something strange. After Michael joined, he became even more confident that the genetically modified soldiers had special genes. It was said that Earth had much better research in this area, but it had no practical effect. And since Michael could be involved in events with strangers, then his help may well become one of the turning points. David then thought that in the past, the top 8 consisted of only Luna's people, which was a bit of a shame. And the abilities of the 3 best experts on the moon were simply impossible to describe. They were said to be super geniuses. 3 innovators who are capable of leading humanity. These 3 have proven themselves well on the battlefield. However, in his past life, even during the later stages of the war on Mars, David was unable to resist these 3. Only now he finally had the opportunity to test how good these 3 really were. David thought about this for some time, and then suddenly he felt a strange cold. A second later, he realized that he was on Mars and also in his military gear. He even wondered if it was all just a dream, and he himself was still wounded on Mars. This was also supported by the fact that his body was real, and this was exactly the place where he exploded. There was even a crater left from the explosion, but this did not explain why the guy was still alive, although wounded. Blood was streaming from his face, his armor was half broken, and he did not understand what was happening. David even thought that this might be a revelation from God, who first gave him hope and then took everything away. But when he thought this, he suddenly noticed one significant difference that he had not had before. These were his 3 scars that he had from his time on Earth as a rebirth. The guy looked around, seeing many strangers who still had not disappeared anywhere and walked on Mars. However, this type of alien was a little different from the ones he fought. For some reason, they were cleaning up the battlefield. Suddenly, one of them noticed David, and it was clear how surprised he was, because he did not expect to see a living person here. He then attacked the guy with some special echolocation skill that he used against him. When the wave reached David, he felt terrible pain. His whole body was as if under the influence of a magnetic storm. He felt himself slowly being torn apart, but then suddenly woke up and realized that it was just a dream. The first thing he saw was Fatty, who looked awkwardly at his friend and said that his clothes were not yet dry. David replied that everything was fine and he would wear something else, so Magnus didn't have to worry. Then Fatty noticed that the guy had a slightly strange expression on his face and said that he didn't have to worry either. But David didn't listen to him. He thought it all looked too real, so he realized one thing. In a clash with strangers, he must give his all, otherwise the past tragedy will simply repeat itself. Therefore, David turned to Magnus, saying that he needed him in the finals, so he must definitely go there. Of course, this puzzled Fatty a little, but literally immediately he smiled and said that he would do it. The next day, however, he regretted that he had agreed so willingly, because he did not think that he would have to receive blows to the head. They started the next morning with training sparring, in which Magnus could not even touch his friend at all. He even thought that he was deliberately so cruel to him because he did not return his clothes. However, David said that his friend could already take it because now it would be his clothes as a reward. But Magnus was no longer able to train further. He fell and said that his friend could hit. He would not resist. Then David offered another option, saying that if he could withstand the onslaught of his attacks for 5 minutes, he could consider them to be over. But this didn't help either. Fatty said that his friend didn't even have to try to tell him anything. Finally, David stated that he had recently heard Magnus muttering in his sleep that he liked Catherine. As soon as David added that he would tell the headman about this, Magnus immediately jumped up and said that he was ready to continue. He added that his friend must have heard him wrong because he had just warmed up. And David noticed that every time he talked with Magnus on Mars, he often asked about Catherine's affairs. The fat man was not well informed about the news from the front lines, but when he learned that Catherine was dead, he lost the motivation to live. Magnus, meanwhile, carefully asked if he really said such things in his sleep. Then David, to his surprise, answered in the negative, adding that it didn't matter anymore because he confessed anyway. Hearing this, Magnus shouted that he would beat his friend personally and rushed after him, and he happily thought that everything had worked. So they trained for a week using David's special all-round training, which Magnus was forced to agree to. All participants in the qualifying competitions had already arrived at a special building where the selections were soon to begin. Magnus, Catherine, William, and Justin took their places, and David and Angela agreed to wait in the corridor. After all, the matches of the qualifying stage were not broadcast anyway. Angela thought she hadn't seen David this week, and the guy thought that this week that strange dream no longer appeared, and it was becoming more and more convenient to use this body. Angela even admired the fact that he knew how to prioritize correctly, because he had probably been preparing hard all this time. At first glance, he did not change at all, but in fact, there were changes, not only in appearance, but in character. Although the girl had heard that success makes a man shine, David's glow was somehow too intense. She turned to the guy, asking him if he thought they wanted more, talking about Magnus and Catherine. David replied that if nothing unexpected happened, both Fatty and Catherine would definitely be able to make it to the finals. In the past, Catherine has done this without any problems, but this time there is a new variable, Fat Man. After half an hour of competition, Justin's capsule opened and the guy was able to get out of it, which meant his defeat. He thought that he was definitely not inferior to his opponent in pure strength, but his opponent turned out to be much better than him in the front line. An hour later, he also saw his friend William Lee, who also dropped out, only in the second round. William wondered why he encountered an opponent from South America because he was as ferocious as a barbarian. Then the guy saw that Justin's capsule was also empty, but Catherine and Magnus apparently had not yet been knocked out. He walked out of the capsule hall and saw Angela and David sitting in the corridor, which only ruined his mood. William thought that with this defeat he had, one might say, failed the last stage of his final year at the school. There, the third stage of the qualifying competition began. Angela and David stood up, watching their friends' capsules. The fat man didn't even notice how he ended up in the third round. He thought that compared to David, the first two opponents were nothing. The fighting style derived from the anime looked relatively poor, but his moves were quite effective. And although initially the guy planned to lose on purpose, David threatened him with the headman, so now he simply has to win. The system reported that the loading of the virtual battlefield for the qualifying stage was completed. The third round was announced, and Fat Man saw his new opponent, who was quite famous. His name was Chris Thompson, a renowned expert at the Alpha Military School in North America. He was a close combat expert and ranked top 59 in the world rankings, so the fight promised to be not an easy one. Chris had already prepared his weapon. He was smart, so he immediately analyzed his new opponent. At first, he was even surprised that a person with just over 800 points was able to reach the third round of the qualifiers. He definitely couldn't do this by luck alone, so even though the fat made the guy look pathetic, apparently, he had some special individual ability and it was worth being careful with him. Magnus, as if to confirm his thoughts, opened fire with his pistols and the American began to dodge. The fat man made such a sharp maneuver because he understood that he could not be allowed to approach him. And Chris thought that such speed of hand movement and shooting accuracy were quite rare. If the situation wasn't so convenient for him, this guy really could have finished him off right away. It was lucky that he did not move fast enough, and the layout of the map of their combat zone also played into the Americans' hands. Waiting for a good moment, Chris came out of his hiding place for a moment and counterattacked the fat man. He unleashed many kunai towards Magnus, who didn't expect it and even panicked a little. He turned his back, dodging the attacks and protecting his head, but some of the knives hit the armor on his butt. Magnus thought that in such terrain, it would be impossible to use complex burst shooting techniques. Every move here is an opportunity for his opponent, and if this continues, he will lose. Therefore, Magnus found a convenient position from which he again opened aimed fire at the American. But Chris noticed that this was not the best position for the shooter, because the distance between them was close to 10 meters. He thought that if the fat man failed in the next attack, he could finish him off. Magnus thought that he had no way back because he could not fight in close combat. Chris decided to use a feint to force him to shoot and revealed himself for a moment to Magnus. He then immediately sank back, seeing that his fat opponent had indeed opened fire on him. However, what happened next still made the American wince on behalf of Magnus. His body was suddenly pierced by a bullet from a high-caliber pistol, which hit him from a spin. A moment before, Magnus had thought to himself that he wished he could be as light, jumping as this guy. On the other hand, it infuriated him. Fat Man wondered where the American was hiding among these slabs. He himself had nowhere to retreat because he had reached the border of the competition zone. It was then that Magnus noticed the feint of his opponent, who thereby gave away his location. Just what Fatty needed, he prepared to use the same technique as that mysterious expert. It was a side bullet, Magnus screamed so that the guy wouldn't even think that he could hide behind the wall. He fired in the desired trajectory, giving the bullet its own path along which it followed in an arched line. It all happened exactly like that, and the heavy caliber bullet from his pistols hit the target behind the wall. It was then that Chris was surprised that he was able to reach him from such a distance and even hit important organs. The American clutched his stomach, not understanding how this even happened, and Magnus was already aiming for a new attack. In the competition area, they experienced all the physical pain, but it was impossible to die here. Therefore, when Magnus shot again and took off Chris's head, he simply returned to reality and left his capsule. The system announced that the winner of the third round of qualifiers was Magnus from the Dragon Letter School. When Fatty left his capsule and headed into the corridor, all three friends were already waiting for him. Catherine was the first to ask how it went, looking at him with some hope and even a little admiration. And Magnus awkwardly scratched his head, saying that he was lucky and made it to the finals, which caused a storm of emotions among his friends. David even hugged him and picked him up, saying that he knew his friend could handle it, and the girls thought the same. The students who watched all this said that now even pigs must learn to fly. Magnus, meanwhile, turned to David, telling him to let him go because he was not so easy. David did so, saying that he really should lose weight, although he already knew that this was impossible. Angela suggested that they all take a little rest and celebrate, and Fat Man sheepishly said that he had done nothing of the kind. Then Catherine spoke up, saying that actually the holiday would be in her honor, and then Magnus happily agreed. Meanwhile, their rector thought that for the first time in the history of the school, they had 4 finalists at once. Still, this new reform of selection based on the number of points turned out to be quite effective for them. The guys celebrated their successful passage to the finals in David and Magnus's dorm room, but there was another person with him. David introduced Michael to his friends, saying that he would go to the moon with them. Michael was thrilled to be able to meet the finalists and politely wished everyone good luck in their rounds. Then his throat suddenly became dry, and he grabbed a glass of juice, drinking it all in a second. And Magnus was incredibly happy because for the first time he was called senior by students of another faculty. Then David hastened to draw Michael's attention to what they didn't know, interrupting their greetings. He thought that although he had some pieces of information from his past life, he wanted to find out everything now. Michael replied that he need not worry and began to report what he had learned about the current competition. Namely, its special significance because the fighters who become the top 4 will receive the right to complete a special task. It can even affect the future of all humanity, and although it could be just gossip, sometimes it is also true. Angela was surprised to think that this guy really knew a lot, even though he was an ordinary student. And David said that Michael intrigued them, and then asked what this special task was. He replied that he really didn't know this, but he was part of a hacker alliance whose specialty was creating fake news. However, some of them are very reliable. For example, this file was obtained by a hacker from the moon. David thought about it. Although in his past life there were no specifics in the news, the top 4 were never shown in public. He asked Michael to cut to the chase, and he continued, saying that they and the Luna Federation were doing their best this time. According to the latest data, both sides are strengthening their strongest cards, and so far the overall level of the moon is much higher. Michael added that this year, due to the dominance of the 3 musketeers, the difference could become even greater. Magnus heard the guy say 3 minors, and he muttered something, but Catherine told Fatty to keep quiet. She added that he watches too much anime, but fortunately, there were only people he knew well. The artist Alan Doyle, Holy Celestial Chrissy Da Vinci, and Heavenly Light Floyd Cooper. These 3 called themselves the 3 Musketeers, however. In fact, little is known about them on Earth and even on the moon. At this point, Michael ended his story for a moment, and Angela became serious, thinking about these guys. Michael then continued by going into characterizations of each member of the group, the first being Alan Doyle. This guy had incredible ranged combat skills and was rumored to be an evolutionary type. However, it was impossible not to talk about Floyd Cooper, who was considered the first expert of the moon and never lost. Then Fatty asked who would win out of these 2, but Angela replied that at this level it was a matter of probability. She added that a year ago she had already seen what he was capable of, and it was difficult for her to believe it. David was no less surprised. Meanwhile, Michael continued by saying that another recognized beauty and Luna expert was Chrissy Da Vinci. She was the heiress of the greatest family and was known as the person with the most outstanding genes and blood. Suddenly, Magnus said that he didn't really believe it. He added that their Angela and the head girl were more beautiful than her. However, Catherine said that the people of the moon were naturally gifted, so Chrissy must really be a beauty. Then David said that there is no arguing about tastes, and besides, in the eyes of everyone who loves him, his beloved seems the most beautiful. After the fat man's threats against him, David quietly smiled and asked Michael to continue. And he said that these three are essentially the strongest and are on a completely different level. The style of battles on the moon is not similar to that on Earth, because there they fight not for points, but for the sake of battles. So when it comes to actual battles, they become even more terrible, so the situation on Earth is not simple. No matter how much one would like it, it will be very difficult to achieve something serious, and Catherine asked if they were doomed. Michael replied that although these words were unpleasant to hear, this was the reality, and the top 10 of the Earth also understood this. To make it look better on the outside, the military even sends soldiers of the right age to participate. But frankly speaking, rich experience in combat does not at all mean high power in one-on-one fights. David thought that Luna, most likely, simply did not pay attention to this because she was sure that she would win anyway. So he just asked Michael which of their people was more competitive for the competition. After all, he thought that although the general level of the Earth left much to be desired, they also had capable experts. In fact, during the battles on Mars, many powerful soldiers emerged from the Earth's army, which was strange. After all, their troops lagged behind the moon for many years, but many more heroes appeared than from the lunar troops. The genetic warriors of the moon achieve results much easier, and their training system is also better. Meanwhile, Michael answered his question that Sister Angela should know this better than he. After all, she is very different from others in her social position, and it's not for nothing that she ranks in the top 10. It is also impossible not to say that for this reason she always remains in this top 10 and does not give up her place to anyone. Angela finally responded that she thought there were several people on their side who had a chance to make it into the top 8. She began to list all these people, naming the names of Iron Man Austin, Robotics Sybil, and also Blade Master Phoenix, Shadow Jordan, and Golden Lion Peter. They were their hope. Michael added that in fact there were still hidden experts on Earth who could also perform a miracle. But Angela noticed that this time the selection has been optimized, and those who specialize in one thing will not be able to pass. Luna's tactical system was much better. The girl had already seen how experts were crushed by tactics alone. The Luna fighters were indeed too good at tactical execution, and it was stupid to deny it. Then David spoke to everyone, telling them that they should not be sad, because this is not what they should worry about. He added that in their case, they just have to enjoy these competitions. Catherine supported her friend, saying that he had finally said something reasonable, and saying that he would not even be afraid to die. Angela, meanwhile, said that Magnus should also answer something, because she thought that he had more internal qualities. And he, having heard such a compliment, raised a glass of juice and said a rather beautiful toast, to which they all drank. So they spent the rest of the day without talking anymore about the upcoming final of the competition on the moon. The next day, the officer makes sure that the ship for landing the finalists on the moon is ready. He hastened to report this to the general. During the competition, all responsibility lay with him. He just nodded silently, giving the order to act according to plan, and his car left the runway. David felt a little awkward when he saw his whole family seeing him off. It reminded him of the war. The family asked him to also bring them souvenirs in the form of tobacco and cosmetics, which puzzled the guy a little. He thought that since he was participating in a points competition for the first time, his parents would be worried. Only in the end, they will be even calmer than him. And besides, Dina shouted for him to show everyone what I was capable of and remembered that the main thing is participation. My little sister looked a little battered, and David put on one of his sincere smiles and gave her a thumbs up, as if to say that everything would be cool. Transferring the finalists to the Earth-Moon space station took another day, but soon David and Magnus were walking along the corridor, trying to find the number of the station they needed to the moon. They noticed Angela and Catherine, who were already there, and waved to them in greeting. Angela arrived along with her guards, whom the girl, however, gave the order to return back. Her parents were too stressed. She had never heard of Chrissy being accompanied by bodyguards. At that moment, David approached her and said hello. The guy suggested that she go to the restroom for now. She found herself in a spacious room inside the space transport vehicle itself. It was this that was supposed to take them to the moon, but when the guys entered the recreation room, Angela saw someone. It was a guy she had met before, but she forgot his name, but she definitely remembered him. Dark-haired, with green eyes and well-groomed, he also noticed the girl and looked straight at her. Catherine said in surprise that this person was the #1 in Asia, Blade Master Jordan Octavian. But Magnus was happy rather, because the video in front of him was not a celebrity, but a lot of free food. Whatever you say, the buffet here was really huge, and David confirmed that his friend could eat as much as he wanted. But Fat Man's joy was interrupted by someone's rude voice, and everyone saw another elite fighter. The guy with his hair held high said that he didn't know how Magnus got here, but he should remember his position. He added so that Fatty would not disgrace the Earthlings, and he just wanted to grab some more buns with him. David, meanwhile, thought that this man must be a teacher at a military school in China. However, he answered him that shame or not will be decided only on the battlefield, and besides, no one cares about such things. Then Jordan put his hand on the guy's shoulder, saying that although it was unpleasant to hear, David was telling the truth. Then he extended his hand to David and introduced himself, now saying that he hoped for his help. They shook hands, but David thought the guy was acting like a child, which was a little ridiculous. For this reason, it was not surprising that Earth has not had high ratings for the past few years. He turned away and joined Magnus, running around the hall and collecting food, while Jordan turned to Angela. They talked a little and ended by wishing each other good luck. Finally, Angela asked the guy for advice. Magnus and David didn't hear any of this. They ate everything that was on the tables, as if all the food on Earth had run out. Catherine even thought they came to participate in competitions or just to eat. Meanwhile, the ship's system reported that they were leaving for Casablanca on the moon in 10 minutes. This was followed by a request for all passengers to get ready, and the spacecraft began its journey. This caused a slight shaking in the cabin, from which Magnus suffered the most, having eaten to his fill. But even in this state, he thought about food and asked if they would have such an opportunity again on the way back. 3 hours later, they finally arrived. Magnus even fell asleep, and David had to wake him up himself. However, he barely muttered that he couldn't do it anymore and that he would have to replace him at the competition. Then Catherine took charge of the situation and reminded him that they were in Casablanca, where Lulu was probably already waiting for him. The architecture and planning of buildings on the moon was impressive in its beauty and practicality. The finalists moved to the city dock, where they were to be met and the rules explained. And so it happened. A girl with an unusual lunar appearance greeted them inside, telling them to follow her. Seeing such a beauty, Magnus said that Casablanca really has very high standards. Jordan noticed that this fat man, of course, may be strong, but he does not know how to control himself at all. His friend agreed, except that in fact he himself didn't mind taking a number from one of the local girls. The moon itself was a place created by man. It has long ceased to be just a satellite of the Earth. People reorganized it into a whole planet, and the environment here was even better than on Earth. David felt this well, but suddenly he had another, already familiar feeling. It was the same thing he felt in his previous life when he first flew to the moon. And this time he felt it again, so it certainly couldn't have been an accident. The trip promised to be fruitful. He went out to take a breath of fresh lunar air, but they were already calling him back to the ship, which had to fly a little more. The guy came back on board and took his place. For some reason, it seemed to him that today would be a great day. In the dining room, the finalists continued to indulge themselves in various delicacies, and some simply looked into the illuminators. His friend also liked this place. Fat Man said that Autumn would like to go to Lulu's live concert here. Jordan quietly noted that it had nothing to do with the competition, but he didn't realize that Magnus was a big fan of the idol. David stood and thought that this is what Casablanca looks like in peacetime, because when he arrived here for the first time, there was already a war. The guy thought that if she is connected with the people of the moon, then who is the crazy person who was ready to destroy this place? At this time, Catherine approached him. It seemed to her that David simply could not cope with his excitement. She agreed that there was a clear difference here from how they live on Earth. David said that the moon was still on a different level. He added that it would be great if they were greeted loudly when they entered the arena. Catherine thought that now the guy was the same as always again, which meant there was no need to worry. Jordan, sitting nearby and watching this scene, quietly muttered something inaudible, calling David a show-off. The system then announced to alert participants that the ship would soon dock with the Milky Way Military School. This meant that everyone had to return to their seats and fasten their seatbelts, like on an airplane. Their ship switched from normal speed to light speed and soon emerged in the tunnel of the military school's docking department. And after a while, landing was allowed and the guys slowly began to go out. David went out with Angela, and a group of escorts for the finalists from Luna were already waiting for them on the street. Some girl pointed to the sculpture, saying that it was made in honor of Dr. Da Vinci, who discovered the New Age. He was also known as the Light Messenger of the Moon, and their dormitory was located near this statue. The girl from the moon added that all the places that are free to visit are also marked on the map, and the guys can take advantage of this. Finally, she wished them all a pleasant stay and success in the competition, after which she left with her group. Jordan's friend waved goodbye to her, telling her to call him when she had time. Catherine noted that giving her all under such pressure would be difficult from the very beginning. Then Angela approached her, offering to go shopping to relieve stress. Catherine was satisfied with this proposal, and the girls left their luggage with the fat man, telling him to guard it for now. David did the same, saying that he also needed to move away to meet with Michael, so he should go. The guys went in different directions, and Magnus said that they were mocking an honest man as best they could. David thought that, in his past life, he had spent 6 months in Casablanca, a month of which he spent at the school's training center. Luna was indeed very open in this regard, which made it difficult for him to believe that she was connected with strangers. From what he could see, Milky Way College was still the same, providing a good future for its graduates. Of course, there was always a special case, but coming back here again, he couldn't help but notice that 80% of all these students, they will become the main force in all strata of society, that only 10% for some reason could become ordinary people. David thought that back then, he also made some lunar friends during the special training period. Now he didn't even know what this place where he was undergoing training camp would look like. So he decided to check out the place while it was still there and immediately noted that it still had a familiar look. However, although things remained the same, the people did not. In other words, he arrived here earlier than he should have. Then David suddenly noticed something else that was not there in his previous life when he arrived here. Namely, it turns out that there was now a gravity gym, which was changed at that time. David didn't know if the password was the same, but he entered the combination that he remembered from the last visit. To his surprise, the password worked and the doors opened, and the guy thought that the people of the moon were too careless. Then he decided to warm up a little, yet the environmental conditions of this hall were not comparable to the environmental conditions outside. For such a hall, it is necessary to constantly maintain a stable level of gravity, which is what was done here. And at the same time, it must be equipped with comprehensive security controls. This was much more difficult to provide, so some schools did not provide such halls at all. David took off his jacket and walked into the training area, immediately feeling his entire body come to life. Such an incomprehensible state usually only appeared in real combat, but it also awakened here. Under the pressure of this zone of tenfold gravity, he felt completely different. If there was still a good opponent, then it would be possible to go wild, but now these are nothing more than just thoughts. At least that's what David thought, but the next moment, he heard someone's voice. And then the guy saw a girl who was practicing on a punching bag and looked pretty strong. David didn't know her, but the girl had white hair, which is usually considered a characteristic of Luna people. She was also incredibly strong physically, perhaps even stronger than Angela, which also said a lot. The girl continued to throw blow after blow, mainly focusing on her footwork. And then she suddenly kicked back, and David thought that even he would not have time to block such a blow. However, this also affected the pair that the girl was using. It unexpectedly broke off the chain, and the lunar student took aim and guessed the moment when the equipment approached eye level. Then she used some special power that David could only dream of in his past life. He wondered if the level in the Milky Way school had already reached this level of power. After all, even if the students here had such power, then the Earth could indeed return home immediately. At that moment, the girl finally felt someone's presence and turned to where David was standing. Seeing the guy, she smiled a little, and then pointed him somewhere in the direction, saying that he should go there. At the same time, she named him to her classmates, which surprised David, but he decided to go where she indicated. The two of them left the training area and met in person. Now each could get a better look at each other. The girl asked if he was really lost, and David noted to himself that the beauty of the moon girls was also not spared. The student meanwhile realized that he was an earthling, although she did not know where the guy came from. Then David apologized for interrupting her training and asking where exactly they were now. The girl replied that this was a special training ground that was closed to students. Hearing this, David said that in this case he should leave, but he mixed up the sides and went to the locker room. The girl told him about this, and in order to get out of it, the guy said that the local doors were completely indistinguishable. The girl then said that the outdoor training room was in the day area. She added that the campus land was navigable, and David said she had a great body. Then he actually realized that it sounded a little strange and clarified that he was referring to the kick attack she had just performed. The girl simply silently looked at him with her bright green eyes, in which David did not read anything. He thought that after returning from the battlefield of Mars, he really became a little arrogant, but in reality, apart from his combat experience, his horizons are very limited. But as long as you live, you can always meet charming people. 2 days later, they were gathered in a large conference room, which was made in the shape of a star. All the finalists of the Earth who were supposed to participate in the competition gathered inside. Among them were also famous Earthlings who represented their federation and their continent. Angela asked Catherine why she didn't see David and Magnus among the others, and she said that they were probably standing in the last row. So it was. Fatty noticed that despite all this crowd, it was quite quiet here, which was a little surprising. Magnus also said that since arriving on the moon, his friend has been constantly using his girlfriend, and he was also interested in Michael. But David replied that he was simply keeping in touch with him, and this time, their provision of intelligence depended entirely on him. Right now, Michael was making inquiries about the new changes in match distribution. This time it will be mixed. In other words, you can run into both your own and the people of the moon. Fat Man liked this because he said that with the people of the moon he had less chance of advancement, but David did not agree with him. Everyone will most likely breathe a sigh of relief and even feel some sympathy for the moon. However, David knew that on the battlefield of Mars, many brave warriors of the Earth were not afraid even of the terrible strangers. The current so-called elite were afraid of the people of the moon, which made them a little sad. But there was no point in thinking about it further, because everyone suddenly fell silent when General Hugo appeared. He saluted, and so did all the finalists present, including David and Magnus. Then the general cleared his throat and said that they could sit down, but he had to make an opening speech. Seeing the applicants from Earth, he smiled faintly, which none of those present noticed. He even focused his gaze on Angela and Catherine a little, because in fact he knew these girls well. Finally, he noticed Magnus and David, who, like everyone else, stood proudly and waited to be told. And then suddenly the general turned to them, saying that last time they had lost shamefully, so now they would not stand on ceremony. He added that he was shown almost nothing at the last and even the year before competitions. The general also said that he heard that some people were happy about the way the matches were distributed. But as their leader, he was ashamed of them, and he said this with a special exclamation. The fat man who was among those rejoicing felt very awkward after these words. The other students also quietly said that they just wanted to take a higher place and there was no need to complicate things so much. The general meanwhile continued, saying that perhaps their strength is not that good and is inferior to the current people of the moon. Then he suddenly slammed his fist on the table he was standing at as he made his opening remarks. After that, he clenched his fist and all the applicants realized that the general would now say something motivational. And so it happened. The man extended his hand and said a few more sentences that inspired everyone. After some more time, the lecture came to an end and the finalists went on to do their own thing. Catherine noticed that after the conference, there were cues for the simulators, so the speech turned out to be very effective. Andre, meanwhile, thought that everyone who was able to fly here probably did so with some kind of dreams. And that is why they are not going to lose easily, which meant only one thing: the battles would be difficult. In addition, hundreds of television and internet media from the Earth and the Moon have now gathered at the Milky Way School. So the journalists, prying into every crevice, also provoked some worries. After all, their goal was to compare the combat effectiveness of the two stars at these competitions. Catherine noted that she would not want to refuse to join the ranks of those about whom the media would write, so they decided to try their best. David, meanwhile, finally found Michael in the coffee shop, where he invited him for a cup of coffee an hour ago. When David saw his friend, he asked what was wrong with him, because he looked jointed and with bags under his eyes. And Michael replied that from the moment he arrived here, he began to have nightmares, although before that he had always slept well. Then David told him to tell him his nightmares, and he would help in any way he could. Michael liked it. He said that in his dream, he was simply enveloped in a vast blanket of darkness, and he saw nothing in it. It was also strange that this could happen several times during the night, after which the guy would wake up in fright. While pouring boiling water over the tea, he noticed that it looked like these competitions would be another problem. Michael added that he received reliable information that said that this time the moon's powers would be the highest. But David said that he shouldn't dwell on it, because the only thing he came to know was the other goals of all this. David knew that Michael and his group were very special, and could be called the loose hacker group of this era. So, looking at Michael's surprised face, he thought that he could use them to get closer to the truth. The guy, meanwhile, said that he thought he would have to look for information about the participants in the competition. However, the hidden goals of all this were much more interesting, and Michael even became eager to get to work as soon as possible. David added that, apparently this time it will not be just a competition, because there was some kind of peculiarity with quotas. Luna must have some kind of grand plan, but Michael didn't quite understand it yet. He asked if they should be worried about the upcoming elimination matches, since they didn't have much of a difference in their goals. David thought that the current Michael seemed more concerned about the honor before him than about gossip. He replied that materials on combat aspects were usually very limited, so they would not benefit much. He added that based on this, they would still have to rely only on their experience, so Michael could help with what he asked earlier. The guy thought for a while, and then said that David could leave it to him, and he would try to find out something. Then he said that he had to go, and David thought that all these days he had been thinking only about the connection between aliens and the moon. Something suddenly became a little clearer, namely the current situation on the moon, which is controlled by several families. For example, one of them is the Da Vinci family, that is, the moon as a planet cannot betray humanity. However, there was another option where the motive could arise from one or more of the families. Due to the convergence of several coincidences, it seemed inevitable that the Earth would be completely defeated. However, Luna was repeatedly defeated in battle and did not show the required strength at all. This was the problem. Therefore, if there was a traitor, then he must be hiding on the moon. He received this enlightenment after meeting that girl. More precisely, it was the holy celestial Chrissy Da Vinci, although at that moment he did not recognize her. Perhaps the most obvious thing in this situation was that the problem could be precisely among these three clans: Alan Doyle of the Doyle family, Chrissy Da Vinci of the Da Vinci family, and Landers Walter of the Walter family. The three main clans influenced the military and political state of affairs on the moon. Perhaps something went wrong in one of these families. If we consider the character and politics of these three families, the Doyle family advocated the unification of the Earth and the moon. The Da Vinci family advocated preserving each other's distinctive characteristics and promoting common development. And the Walter family believed that the people of the moon were better. It was a rather radical but reasonable position. And any increase in customs duties for the Earth and the policy of cutting aid always came from the Walter family. The ruling class of Luna was quite young due to the fact that outstanding youths from the three families learned to manage affairs from an early age. However, now David thought he should concentrate on Chrissy, performer Alain, and the Prince of Darkness Landers. 3 days later, the knockout matches of the competition began, where a lot of spectators gathered. The top 8 applicants from Earth waited patiently for their turn. Everyone was a little nervous. According to the rules, they were divided into 9 seeded players who would not meet each other in the first 3 rounds. Then the top 5 seeded players on Earth were announced, including Austin, Sybil, Phoenix, Jordan, and Peter. Luna's top 5 seeds were Chrissy Da Vinci, Floyd Cooper, Alan Doyle, Landers, and Olivia. David thought that these 10 people were the strongest representatives of the solar system. The rector of the Milky Way School, Tiffany Da Vinci, was invited to give the opening speech. Some contestants were randomly given serial numbers, and these people were asked to go on stage to pull out the opponent. The students started talking about how getting a suitable opponent was definitely the surest way to advance. Chrissy Da Vinci was the first to take the stage to universal cries of admiration and applause. Next up was Alan Doyle, who was also greeted with cheers from his fans. After some time, Angela appeared on the stage and approached the ball selecting opponents. She came across a person with Luna's average rating score, and the girl thought that she could save a little energy. Catherine came out immediately after her friend. She encountered an opponent with almost the same level as Angela. Not far from Catherine stood the fat man, who prayed to God to find him a weak opponent. Nevertheless, Magnus also put his hand to the ball and it gave out the result of his choice of opponent for the fat man. He was simply shocked by whose name he saw there, because before his eyes were the initials of Erwin Dulan. Although this guy was from the moon, he loved to visit the noobs in the combat areas of the Earth. He constantly carried out one massacre after another, and therefore was on the list of the most unwanted on Earth. When 2 regions connected, he was always right there, and for his deeds, the guy was nicknamed the Executioner. Magnus felt someone put a hand on his shoulder and wish him luck. It was Catherine. However, Magnus asked if it would be better to give up right away, because he did not want to disgrace himself throughout the cosmos. Then the head woman warned him that in this case the general would send him to Mars to cultivate the lands. She asked why Fatty was fighting because he just needed to fight this brat who was defaming their soldiers. But Magnus did not understand how he should do this, adding that he knew that it was not worth coming here. At this moment, the other students were surprised that 4 of them passed through the dragon letters this time. But they thought about David and the fat man that they probably got here by pure chance. These students were spectators who also came from dragon letters and who were hoping for at least some place. At this time, David himself approached the ball. He thought that his friend had met a good opponent and hoped for the same. When he looked at the name of his opponent, the reaction of those around him was ambiguous, but the guy himself was pleased. His opponent was practitioner Harry Lundberg, who was in the top 19, having managed to achieve this in just his first year. He possessed the largest fighting style on the moon, formed by the fusion of the ancient martial arts of Earth and the tactics of the moon. The ultimate goal of practicing this art was to turn every part of the body into a weapon, as well as being able to use any object as a weapon. Meanwhile, Harry Lundberg took the stage. He greeted the audience, but this was clearly disparaged by David, who said that character improves with age. Hearing this, the guy looked at him with a cold gaze, saying that tomorrow he will show him what real martial art is. To his surprise, David reacted calmly. The guy did not feel fear from him, and this alarmed him a little. And David thought that today's youth had no manners at all, because now the guy was just pretending to leave. When the moon karateka left the stage, David joined his friends. Fat Man said that he wanted to beat up that cretin, and Angela said that such are the customs in these competitions, ridicule and a heated atmosphere. But Catherine considered this not normal at all. Mages supported her, saying that such characters should be disqualified. And he also suddenly realized that it was better to find such a way for himself than to disgrace himself in a duel. However, Catherine told him not to even think about it, because if he doesn't fight somehow, she won't even consider him a human being. In the meantime, the completion of the distribution of pairs was announced, and then there was a small show on the program. This was to encourage the cadets a little and wish them good luck in tomorrow's competition. The performance of Lulu turned out to be a small show. After seeing her, Fat Man immediately lost his head, and even David recognized her beauty. The guys began to sing along with the famous idol, and Catherine noticed that they were now not worried at all. Angela agreed and said that it was for the best, because after all, it's better not to be nervous at competitions. In the evening, when all the events were over, the Earth aspirants rested in the dormitory of the Milky Way School. Some of them received information about their rivals from Michael, who worked on it all day long. Then the topic turned to Lulu's next show, for which Fat Man was already gathering people to split the money for tickets. They talked carefree all evening, and after a good night's sleep, they got ready for the elimination matches the next morning. Magnus noticed that the prefect didn't look too good, and Angela seemed a little nervous too. The friends looked at each other, saying that, fortunately, their matches would start tomorrow, so today they would just watch. At these competitions, the point system will be used until the quarterfinals, and then live battles will begin. The sensitivity of the system here was higher than on Earth, so Angela and Catherine had to increase the adjustment. The head woman thought about this very seriously, but was distracted by extraneous sounds, which were the boys slurping. Finally, she couldn't stand it anymore and attacked them, asking how they could eat so happily at such a moment. But Magnus said that there was golden foie gras from the lunar farm, and there was a special offer for breakfast here. David added that there were also cheese and beef sandwiches made from Cosmo Ranch cows. The girls looked at each other a little embarrassedly, not knowing how to respond to this, so they simply remained silent. The rest of the Earth's aspirants noticed that the guys from Dragon Letters were too relaxed, and Fatty suddenly felt that they all suddenly looked at them intently, as if they doubted their skills. Magnus awkwardly noted that the stares from the seated players were a little unnerving, but fortunately he didn't have to be afraid to perform today. The younger Angela's match will be in the morning, and his and Catherine's in the afternoon. Devil's match is left for the evening. To himself, Fatty thought that he would lose anyway, so he did not like that his match was delayed so much. Jordan noticed that these two were too frivolous, and he didn't even think otherwise. His English colleague said that a constantly serious face does not look better, clearly referring to Jordan. And he replied that to a person who does not show his face even while eating, he has nothing to say at all. In other words, there were some disagreements and minor quarrels among the seated candidates. Peter said that since Jordan was the youngest here, he should have tempered his ardor a little. The guy didn't like it much. He said that somehow he would figure out what to do, especially since the competition would show everything. After some time, the presenters greeted again all the inhabitants of the Earth and the Moon. The main presenter was Luna's girlfriend Mila, who today had the honor of introducing two doctors of science of the Alliance. Men were present as commentators. One of them was named Clemens Verdius, and the other doctor was the famous Rick Yankee, who however looked a little shy. The applicants quietly clapped at them, expressing their respect, but this did not make much difference to them. David thought that this Mila was now 21 years old. She was the deputy chairman of the student council. The men she introduced had their own clear position and would confront each other accordingly. Rick Yankee actually didn't want to come here at all because the last time Earth failed to make the top four. The final and semi-final then became Clemens' personal performances, and he sat on his nails. This time, the Earth would make every effort to reach the semi-finals and even the finals. For some reason, he was sure of this. Rick himself suggested the method of selecting General Hugo, but whether this could change anything was not yet known. Meanwhile, Dr. Clemens approached him and said that he really missed his colleague very much. This was an obvious joke on his part, especially when the man added that this time he would not have to overwork himself again. To this, Dr. Rick replied that the wheel of fate is constantly spinning, and soon there will be a holiday on their street. Finally, Mila took the floor again and introduced the first finalist from the Memphis Earth School. His name was Andre Dickens, and his opponent was the favorite idol of the lunar audience, Alan Doyle. The earthly participants thought that this handsome guy was clearly in his field, so they could only hope that their student would not make a mistake. The situation did not foretell anything for each of the opponents, but many already understood whose victory it would all end with. Angela knew that Alan Doyle was the first commander of the Moon and the chairman of the Milky Way Student Committee. David checked Michael's data and concluded that this guy is 91% superior to his earthly opponent. The degree of popularity of this Alan was simply amazing, especially for Magnus. He didn't even pay attention to the threats of the headman, who told them to be sure to watch his fight. Then Magnus turned hesitantly towards Catherine, as if he was hiding something behind his body, and so it was. He suddenly took out a glass of juice, saying that the guys from the Moon are really extravagant in terms of squeezing. The fat man added that a person only had strength when he was full, so he had every right to drink it. It is noteworthy that the Earth students spoke of Magnus and David as some kind of idiots who would immediately fly out. Everyone was only happy for Catherine and Angela, who had good opponents, but David said that they didn't have to watch this fight. As if to confirm his words, Mila announced that the match was completed by Alan Doyle in just over a minute. The commentators did not miss the opportunity to mock each other, or rather, this concerned Dr. Clemens. The Earth's 5 seeded players also did not expect to lose 5 matches in a row, because in this situation, the morale was dropping. Dr. Clemens said that Dr. Rick should pay more attention to the mental training of his players. And he replied that the guys from the Moon were on their own field, unlike them, guests who needed time to get ready. He added that Jordan was next on their side, which meant that Luna's streak of victories had come to an end. Mila resolved everything in her silken voice, saying that in this case, they would wait and see. This was the start of the 6th match in which seeded Earth competitor Jordan competed. When he left, he heard a lot of support addressed to him, including requests to bring the Earth its first victory. However, the guy said that they didn't need to talk about it because he would certainly do it anyway. Fatty told David that they had been completely ignored, and his friend couldn't agree more. Jordan, looking at them, thought that the sight of these two really infuriated him because everyone was seriously worried, unlike them. These two only did what they ate and constantly hung around the school. They were not even aware of what was happening now. The guy also thought that he himself was completely different from these idiots because he carefully prepared for everything. Therefore, for the sake of his team, for the sake of his guys and the glory of the earth, he was ready to fight tooth and nail. The girls thought that if it weren't for Jordan's reputation, they would have been even more isolated. David, looking at his friend, thought that his heart was actually very fragile. It was just that the tension manifested itself differently in everyone. To support his friend, David asked him to bring him 2 glasses of grape juice too. He understood that now there was no point in trying to convince them with words in order to prove to everyone. That's why. All they had to do was show their strength. Meanwhile, Mila stated that Jordan had a high chance of winning. His pre-fight approval rating had already reached 80%, which was a fairly high indicator of popularity. His opponent, top 18 ranked Luna, clearly lacked experience as he faced a Blade Master. The Luna representative took the initiative to fight in close combat, although he used a pistol. Mila noted that it looked like Dr. Rick Yankee was right. They had indeed reached a turning point. Dr. Clemens, puzzled, asked Mila which side she was on, to which the girl replied that she was on the side of humanity. Rick Yankee thought that in some way this victory would be good for Earth's morale. But the problem was that the representative of the Milky Way was surprisingly not very smart and arrogant. Meanwhile, Catherine yelled at the guys to watch the fight carefully. After all, this was not just a competition. Many of these people in the future will become the basis of the Earth, its ruling class. However, David noticed that Jordan was in big trouble right now, so he didn't see much else to look at. Hearing this, Catherine, as always, was shocked because she did not expect anything like that about one of the seeded players. On top of everything else, Fatty also said that she was watching the match, and so far, it also seemed to him that something was wrong. Jordan's opponent was the lunar guy Antonio Balao, who noted with a smile that his mentor from Earth was too cruel. However, Jordan seriously told him to stop talking nonsense. He still did not understand his tactics. But this guy also dared to smile, so Jordan thought that he would now make the people of the moon pay. He rushed to attack. The trajectory of his movements was very unpredictable, but Antonio managed to block everything. It was even a little strange, because Jordan's speed was quite high. But despite all this, the representative of the moon managed to avoid a collision with his blade in time, deftly dodging. But he miscalculated and didn't notice how Jordan swung his leg, after which he sent the guy flying. The Earthling thought that this was a good chance to end things, so he prepared for the final attack. His sword glowed with an unusual turquoise hue, indicating the concentration of quite a lot of power. However, then something happened that no one expected to see, much less with Jordan. Catherine, who had been watching the fight closely, cheered when Jordan kicked her opponent. But David thought that the Luna fighter, who had the top 18 in the points ranking, simply could not lose so easily. Dr. Rick was also surprised by this. The bad feeling never left him, even though everything was going smoothly so far. This Antonio left himself at a disadvantage throughout the match, which is not at all like his level. However, everyone soon saw why he was doing this as Jordan pounced on him with his final attack. The guy smiled again, saying that he had fallen into his trap, which he had planned from the very beginning. When Jordan was almost near him, Antonio suddenly turned around in flight and pulled out a pistol. He aimed it directly at the Earthling, saying that this would probably be their goodbyes, and then pulled the trigger. The shot from his pistol was completely unusual. It was a kind of ball shape that absorbed Jordan. Although he put out his blade to block it, it was all in vain. Antonio smiled at him one last time, saying that Earth never produced any good players during this time. Then came an explosion that left Jordan no chance to continue the battle or dodge. Dr. Rick thought with annoyance that what they most feared had happened. The people of the moon were well prepared. Jordan's teammates, the other 4 seeded players, looked on in surprise, amazed at the guy's loss. Phoenix thought that his opponent was deliberately pretending to be weak, making Jordan believe that he would win easily. Angela also thought that the power of the Luna people was never limited to hard power. They were also expert tacticians. When it was all over, the winner, Antonio, waved to his new fans, while Jordan, annoyed, didn't even dare to stand up. Dr. Clemens noted that they still won this fight, although it was very awkward for the Earth. He thought to himself that such tactics could still be useful, because the Earthlings had the vice of complacency. Dr. Rick thought that this Antonio was not so simple after all. Winning such a victory is an art. However, then he suddenly smiled, and Dr. Clemens, seeing his smile, turned to him. He added that it looked like Earth was still behind, but Rick replied that it was too early to relax because Asia was their weakest continent. Clemens, however, did not want to listen to such confidence in his colleague's words, so he started the quarrel again. He added that he was ready to conclude that the top 8 in this goal would be completely monopolized by Luna. Mila, who was forced to listen to all this, hoped that there would be no problems during the broadcast. She finally decided to end the argument, saying that she would witness their bet while they moved on to the next fight. Dr. Rick thought that his colleague was deliberately angering the Earth members so that there would be more blood. Meanwhile, Jordan, who had returned back to his comrades, was treated differently. The guy himself thought that he trained hard for this day, but in the end he not only lost, but also became a bad example for others. Emotions of despair overwhelmed him, and Jordan began to beat the floor, wanting to throw out his bitterness. However, Peter addressed him, saying that the guy should control his emotions. Jordan thought that he still didn't need to spend the seated participants' quota on the Asian region. But the real test for the guy was David, who also said that he had become a disgrace to Asia. This completely angered the guy. He told David to shut up because the situation was not the best without him. He also told the fat man that he could continue playing with his idol toy and eating all day long. However, David replied that the guy should not run away from responsibility because if he had been a little prudent, he would not have lost. To this, Jordan said that even though he lost, David and Magnus were still more hopeless. David noted with a smile that it seemed to him that the two of them would be the ones who would bring 2 victories to the Earth. Peter said the Asian guys were actually quite funny, referring to Jordan. Then Angela intervened in the conflict, telling them all to calm down because they were all inhabitants of the Earth. The girl thought that the situation was out of control, and if this continued, big problems could arise. Jordan told her that it had nothing to do with her, so she could consider the conflict resolved. Catherine noticed that in the current situation, Jordan wanted to vent his anger, but who would have thought that David would answer him? The head woman thought that now the children, it seemed, would have to rely only on themselves and on their own strengths. Meanwhile, one of the main leaders in Luna was raising the morale of his players even more. In the 7th and 6th fights, the Moon again won, and only in the 8th round did the Earth finally win. At the end of the day, 32 battles were fought, of which Earth managed to win only 3. In the comments under the live broadcast, people ridiculed the Earthlings, saying that tomorrow they would not get a single victory. Catherine grabbed David's sleeve, telling him that they had to go and that the guy shouldn't pay attention to this news. And David thought that this Marco really was a professional because he got hold of recordings from his opponent's training grounds. Humanity was slowly plunging into darkness. A striking example of this could be the students of the Moon. And the guy, Walter, was still one of the most likely traitors. The family must have already recognized him as the head. David smiled, and Catherine, watching him, wondered in surprise whether he could still smile in such a situation. She was now unsure whether this was exactly the David Hayden she knew, because now it seemed less and less like that to her. Everyone's night in the dorm went differently, but all the Earthlings certainly couldn't boast of a good night's sleep. Angela was looking at Michael's information on Luna's opponents on her phone, and Catherine simply couldn't sleep. One of the few who succeeded was David, but his dream was similar to the previous ones. The guy lay covered in sweat from what he was experiencing in his dream, because he was again in his adult body of a soldier. This time his armor was intact, but this did not make it any easier, because there were many strangers lined up right in front of him. They were doing something, but David could not understand what exactly. He saw only a large sphere in front of him. The guy thought with annoyance that he had to fight tomorrow, and he was having this dream right now. Moreover, he did not understand anything from this dream, because he had never been so close to strangers without them attacking him. Apparently this was an unusual sight of strangers, because they even, one might say, looked at him in surprise. Then David decided to come closer to the mysterious sphere, which became even larger and now resembled a portal. But then someone's silhouette appeared from this portal, and this made David very surprised. After all, the silhouette was not only human, but also resembled his friend Magnus, who was supposed to be dead. David was more than sure that this disaster was truly the fault of some people. Therefore, seeing Magnus in front of him, David suddenly thought that his friend might have been the same traitor. He attacked him, or rather the silhouette, asking who he was and why it was necessary to arrange all this. David really wanted to know why this all happened because he should have prevented it. His hand had almost touched the silhouette's throat when it suddenly changed and took on the appearance of his living friend. However, at this moment, David froze in place because his entire body was suddenly gripped by severe pain. He almost screamed from her, but it was at that moment that he woke up. He was covered in sweat and breathing heavily. It was night outside, but the dream was ruined, and David understood that now he was unlikely to be able to fall asleep again. He looked at his hands and noticed that they were scratched with something, as if he was actually wearing his armor. The guy could not explain this, but one thing remained clear to him. These dreams were definitely not just a dream. Deciding that he wouldn't fall asleep anyway, David got out of bed and headed to the shower, wanting to wash away these memories. What these dreams really meant was that he was getting closer and closer to the truth, and the guy understood this. Moreover, now he no longer just had hatred, because the events he experienced in his dream looked too real. This feature must definitely have a connection with his movement into the past, and the disaster is definitely connected with people. There was a traitor among humanity. One can come to this conclusion simply by seeing the calmness of that silhouette in the circle of strangers. It seemed that the position of this traitor among them was quite high. David would even say dominant. We can also conclude from this that the attacks of aliens on the largest cities of the Earth and the Moon were clearly not accidental. Everything had been decided long before the war began, and David thought that he was right when he thought that some organization was involved in this. Some other structures would simply not have enough resources to organize such a large conspiracy. And now he had the most suspicions about the Walter family, but first he had to get closer to their leader. Now in the eyes of the ruling elite, David was like dirt underfoot, so the guy didn't know how to do it. For now, he could only prove himself in competitions to rise in their eyes. They said that the competition was organized in order to determine 4 winners who would go on a space expedition. And David understood that if he wanted to find out the truth, he must become one of these people. He finished his shower and left the bathroom, however. To his surprise, David saw Magnus on his way. He noticed that it seemed that he too could not sleep properly, and he even felt sorry for his friend. And Fatty thought that running around naked was too humiliating, because he would be disgraced by the entire school. Still, his worries were not in vain, because his opponent loved to make fun of Earthlings. The next morning, the boys met the girls, who noticed that they also seemed to have trouble sleeping. Angela thought that David already had good skills, but the psychological and mental state was also important. She only hoped that this bet would not affect his inner confidence in any way. Then Catherine interrupted them, saying that she wanted the guys to temporarily forget about their argument. She added that now they just have to show the best they can. Meanwhile, the audience was discussing that dark days had come for the Earth, because so far the score was 10-3 in favor of the Moon. People said that these losers should be sent to Mars, where they would also be of some use. The second stage of the competition began. By the middle of it, the Earth had lost 3 more fights. David thought that defeat in this tournament was a prelude to the beginning of the Moon's dominance in the solar system. Meanwhile, the audience erupted in thunderous applause as Chrissy Da Vinci delivered Luna's 6th straight win. David, by the way, noted that he actually met Chrissy at the training ground. But then Mila announced the beginning of the next fight, in which Angela represented the Earth. The girl was a little nervous. She felt as if a mountain was pressing on her, but she had to go on stage. In addition, David also encouraged her to do this, who said that this was a great chance for her. He added that she had to hurry up and show everyone what the Earth Federation was capable of. And Angela took over his passion, telling them to just watch how her power was recognized not only by the people of the Moon, but by all of humanity. The fight began. Both participants were girls, but Angela immediately appreciated her opponent and understood his plan. The girl fought at a long distance, not coming close to the lunar student. For this, she used a lot of weapons. However, this situation completely suited Angela, because she wanted to win with the help of her tactics. Moon Girl also seemed to notice that she wasn't fighting up close, and even told Earth 1E not to be afraid. She asked if her melee skills were so bad that she didn't dare use them. With these words, she rushed at Angela, telling her to show her all her skills. This time, the attack came from the lunar challenger, who was going to finish everything at once. The girl happily said that the moment of death had come for Angela and used some kind of technique. She threw her knives quite deftly, which ordinary rank 1 students would not be able to evade. But Angela succeeded. She was even glad, because everything turned out exactly as she had planned. After all, this crazy girl from the Moon really decided to use such a hackneyed trick against her. Angela couldn't stand this. She was ready to defend herself, so she used laser pistols. Thanks to this, each of her opponent's attacks was broken, and then the girl launched a counterattack. Lunar Player was unable to react in time, amazed that none of her attacks caused damage. Meanwhile, Angela was already near her opponent's face and kicked him with all her might. The blow really turned out incredibly strong. Her opponent didn't even believe that she was a dugout. Angela asked if she still had enough strength to open her mouth, intending to finish her off completely. The next technique was 100 cuts of the acrylic spiral, which the girl could not help but use. Seconds later, Mila congratulated Angela on her victory in this match, which was also Earth's first victory today. Dr. Rick was also happy about this, and the girl herself returned from the stage completely satisfied with herself. Arriving at her guys in the waiting room, she smiled, and everyone again congratulated her on such an important victory. Catherine said it was absolutely amazing, and she was amazed at how beautifully her friend was able to finish the fight. Peter also added that he hopes that some Earth players can learn something from her. Meanwhile, Mila announced the beginning of the 16th fight, saying that this time the Earth will be represented by the head of the school. Dr. Clemens noted that, at least on paper, her performance leaves much to be desired. However, Dr. Rick advised him not to jump to conclusions based solely on a person's performance. He added that a real fight is always more difficult than any exam, and the men looked at each other angrily again. Angela wished Catherine luck, telling her friend not to care about other people's prejudices against her. Magnus also wished her luck, saying that he was confident of her flawless victory in this fight. And Catherine was a little surprised that the guys could still smile, even though there was such a big stake at stake. As the girl passed by David, he beckoned to her and whispered something in her ear that no one else heard. Catherine looked at him in surprise as if asking if he was sure, but the guy calmly asked him to trust him. The location of the battlefield was the same for everyone, but inside everything felt completely different. So far, Catherine was not in the best position. She defended herself, but she did it quite successfully. Her opponent said that the girl's end was inevitable and she could just keep running around like a rat. Catherine thought that he was pushing too hard, and she couldn't even find the moment to somehow respond. She had watched the recordings of this guy from the moon's battles dozens of times, and yet it was all to no avail. After all, the enemy was head and shoulders stronger than her, and now he was simply suppressing her with his technique. Suddenly, the guy fired a powerful blast towards Catherine, saying that he had finally driven her where he had planned. Everyone, including Catherine herself, was very surprised because this guy had just used zigzag shooting. To do this, he used the arena's terrain to make the projectiles ricochet, which was quite clever. It seemed to the girl that with each bounce, the final impact power of the projectile would only increase. In addition, this moon jelly was even able to break through the wall of her shelter, but Catherine was sure that she was safely hidden. The guy did not slow down his fire. He fired a burst of shells, and his weapon itself was like a hunting weapon. The girl felt her cover crumble. Just a little more and the bullets would begin to reach her. This could not have been allowed, but her colleagues from Earth were already thinking that they seemed to be facing another defeat. It seemed that only her friends were sincerely rooting for Catherine. Angela was very worried about her friend. But David thought he had given Catherine a full account of her opponent's strengths and weaknesses. Therefore, victory or defeat in this fight depended only on her. But the head woman herself understood this. She remembered David whispering to her that the man's shooting skills depended on momentum. Therefore, he sometimes has to lower the gun down, and it was this window between the use of his skill that was Catherine's chance. The guy, meanwhile, said that he had almost destroyed her shelter, and his next shot would destroy the girl. He was completely sure of this, but did not calculate that the enemy knew more about him than even he himself. The guy used zigzag shooting again, and this time his threat seemed very real to everyone. Angela, Magnus, David, and even Catherine herself realized that if she had a chance to win, it had just come. The girl waited for the shell to hit her shelter, but at the last minute she jumped up. Peter noticed that this was extremely unreasonable, because the girl so easily flew out of her barricade. Seeing this, her lunar opponent was glad that they were working together again, and added that now he would definitely finish her off. As if to confirm his words, he changed the charge of the laser, and the power, on the contrary, increased. He said that this time the bullets will be smaller and there will be more of them, so the girl should prepare herself. The guy even equated their situation to the film The Matrix, where the main character faced the same problem. Only in the film he did it in slow motion, otherwise no person would have been able to do it. And Catherine understood this. She caught the moment when the guy lowered the weapon and used it for her attack. Everyone who was in the waiting room of the Earth was surprised and envied by such dexterity in the moment. Doctors and Mila were also shocked by the skill of both participants, but Dr. Clemens only looked at Catherine's wound. The girl really couldn't dodge one bullet, and it grazed her stomach, but her attack took off the enemy's head. Catherine leveled off in flight and landed safely. She immediately looked at the moon guy. But he did not move, and soon the system reported confirmation of the death of the representative of the moon, which indicated Catherine's victory. The girl was glad that the victory was again awarded to the Earth, although she still got a little hurt in the process. The three representatives from the ruling families of the moon looked surprised for the first time in all the fights at the competition. They did not understand how something like this could happen, but the Earth team was very happy. From that moment on, more and more people in the audience began to support the Earth thanks to these two girls. Alan Doyle, meanwhile, even contacted his subordinate, telling her to find information about this Catherine. Alain analyzed the girl and noticed that she needed to open herself completely in order to counterattack. And her way of avoiding a lot of damage from her opponent's shot is very inventive. But no matter how she dodged, it would be impossible to avoid fatal damage from the next shot. Therefore, there was only one way to explain the reason for her victory in this battle, and the guy brought the picture closer to the girl's ear. There was also a small scratch visible there, which indicated that Catherine had been analyzing her opponent all this time. This is what helped her win. Alain noticed that, during the campaign, there were still experienced soldiers on the Earth's side. But Chrissy asked if he really thought that Catherine was the only one in this fight. The guy was interested in her words. Then the girl continued, saying that it seemed to her that few people would be able to notice such a small habit of the enemy. Harry Lundberg, who was sitting next to them, said he could only hope that their judgment would be confirmed. However, Alain said that they were still leading in the score, so now the fights became more interesting to watch. Three representatives from the ruling families of the moon realized that the Earth also had guys who could repel their students. Meanwhile, Catherine screamed happily as she returned to the waiting area with her friends. The remaining seated players also congratulated her on such an unforgettable and bright victory for the Earth. And Catherine, looking at David, thought that this guy was really amazing, because he was the one who helped her. The fat man turned to his friend, begging him to tell him the same thing as the headman if it would help him win. But instead, David suddenly put his hands on his shoulders and asked if Magnus knew that he was the best shot in history. But Fatty did not understand what his friend was trying to tell him. He thought that he was hypnotizing him, but he knew that it would be strange. David was still saying that all Magnus needed to win was to motivate the hidden force to win when suddenly his phone rang. Magnus was distracted by him and ran into the corridor, saying that he urgently needed to answer an important call. And David thought that it wasn't that he didn't want to help. It was just that Catherine's situation was completely different. Magnus was now on the verge of awakening his genes and taking the final step. And to know his strength, he must rely only on himself, even if in this situation he only partially awakens. It turned out that Magnus had received a call from his friends from the shelter. They all supported him and wished him good luck. He even saw his teacher, who said that she asked the children to do everything beautifully, but as always, she failed. But Magnus replied that now he just hoped that she would not allow the kids to watch his fight. Then the woman said that he did not need to belittle his achievements, because all the lies were very proud of him. She added that Magnus had already become an idol for his little friends, who now considered him a brother. Then they all wished him luck once again and said goodbye, because Magnus also had to prepare. Hearing children call you the best was one of the most pleasant things in Fat Man's life, and he made a decision. Returning back, the headman immediately caught him, telling Fatty to get ready, because his fight was coming next. Jordan did not miss the moment to mock him, saying that he already thought that their cowardly chicken had run away. He added that his only hope was that they wouldn't have to watch a guy run naked around the arena. What he heard confused Magnus a little, and Catherine was angry that Jordan said this right before the fight. She wanted to go up to Magnus and cheer him up, but David suddenly stopped her, making it clear that he would do it himself. He approached his friend and smiled, and then leaned over a little and whispered the cherished instruction. Hearing this, Magnus was very surprised, just like Catherine was last time, because he definitely did not expect such a decision. After that, Fatty immediately ran off to get ready, and Catherine asked what he told him, to which David just smiled. He then simply replied that he told his friend that he would receive 100,000 yuan from the military council for victory. Angela and Catherine thought that it was not even normal that such a person was allowed to compete. The remaining seated players were of the same opinion, because for them, such an award was not worth being humiliated. But Magnus simply had a different vision of it all. He was looking forward to getting his money. Dr. Clemens asked Dr. Rick if the Earth really had such significant regional differences. However, he added that, be that as it may, they on the moon have long surpassed all regions of humanity in development. Dr. Rick replied that even if you do not look at his colleague's ignorance, modern science is still developing, and with it, humanity. Now he added that it was still useless to grovel in front of someone who would not listen to his wise words. The next match was scheduled to take place just before lunch, and many hoped that the fight would end quickly. The guys from the Dragon Letters School also watched the broadcast, especially now that Magnus was supposed to speak. They said different things about him, but all the comments were mostly criticism, so it's good that Magnus didn't see them. His opponent also looked at him mockingly, anticipating a quick victory, but Magnus was also not going to give it up without a fight. He analyzed his opponent all night, which is why he could not sleep, so now he already knew how to act. Angela and Catherine were surprised by the fact that Magnus's opponent was armed with a heavy sniper rifle. Peter noted that if Fatty fought at medium or close range, he would face a humiliating defeat. Phoenix agreed, saying that on a narrow path the brave man wins, so if you act correctly, you can win in style. But Jordan was having fun. He said that he had already made a bet that Manias would lose in the first minutes of the match. And it seemed that only David was the one who smiled and believed in his friend, because he only saw him as a winner. Catherine didn't like this a little. The girl asked how he could even smile in such a situation. Meanwhile, the famous lunar expert aimed his weapon at Magnus, waiting for the fight to begin. The fat man, unlike his opponent, was armed with a less cool rifle, and he only had one. Both opponents opened fire on each other, and shells flew in all directions, but so far none of them hit the players. Luna Boy dodged Magnus's rather well-aimed blast, asking if that was all he could do. He added that Fat Man didn't need to be so nervous, because he wouldn't be able to hit him at all. Finally, he told him to just freeze and wait for his death, because he would lose anyway. But Magnus shouted back that he was absolutely relaxed, although it was rather self-hypnosis. The system characteristics of Fat Man left much to be desired, and the most unpleasant thing was that they were broadcast too. The guys from the Dragon Letters School couldn't believe that their classmate made it to the competition. After all, with such and such data, it looked simply ridiculous, and now they all wanted to know how he managed it. All the guys agreed that it would be easier for Magnus to give up right away, and now he wouldn't be hiding from the enemy. In fact, Magnus was just waiting, he mentally reassured himself, saying that if he got nervous, then all his money will simply burn up, but it would be enough to provide the shelter with food for 6 months. Therefore, he simply had to win, for the sake of all the kids in the orphanage and for the sake of 100,000 yuan. With that thought in mind, Magnus suddenly emerged from his hiding place and returned fire at the enemy. He fired one powerful projectile again, saying that it was the result of his special training. The blonde did not see anything remarkable in this attack, intending to evade it like all the others. The only thing Fat Man emphasized was attack speed, but this turned out to be no hindrance to his opponent. The guy suddenly used his special perfect dodging technique, which allowed him to dodge almost any attack. Angela, Catherine, and David were surprised to see this in practice, as the opportunity had rarely presented itself. Seeing someone who had such a technique, Magnus thought the same thing. He panicked again. Meanwhile, Mila decided to tell a little more about the opponent who represented Luna in this fight. His name was Buster Da Vinci. In the conditions of modern warfare, the physical indicators of shooters must be at their best. This was done so that they would have enough reaction to instantly dodge the shots of their opponents. And when a person reached this level, he received an absolute advantage on the battlefield. To achieve this, all 5 senses must be maximally developed, but Alain thought that Mila was being a little dramatic. Harry called out behind him, saying that apparently ordinary spectators from the lower classes liked it. Meanwhile, Buster spread his arms, telling Magus to feel free to shoot him as much as he wanted. The Earthlings understandably did not like this. They all wanted to go out and shoot this impudent person while looking for the moon. But the lunar audience was delighted with their representative, awarding him an early victory in the match. Magnus himself thought that he had never heard of such a skill as perfect dodging, but that didn't matter. After all, no matter what skills his opponent adopted, he must die for the sake of the 100,000 yuan that Fatty was fighting for. With this thought, he tightened his grip on the rifle and continued shooting, trying to hit the enemy. And Buster thought that he still had to admit that this fat guy turned out to be better than he thought. But he lacked composure, and this was a prerequisite for a good sniper. In an instant, the guy was behind Magnus, saying that it was time for him to disgrace himself in front of everyone. This was the first time that the lunar expert had encountered such an opponent, but now it was all over. At least that's what he thought, as did everyone else in the audience, saying that the difference between them was indeed too great. Peter said that it would be better if this farce ended quickly, because right now they were losing their reputation again. The fat man, meanwhile, was able to hide behind another barricade, gathering his strength to continue the battle. He ran around, focusing on the map of the arena in his head, because he remembered it well from the very beginning. However, Buster followed him adamantly, telling Fat Man to continue running in fear. He added that the guy shouldn't have stirred up the anthill, and Magnus was only thinking about how not to get a mortal wound. David's endurance training really came in handy, otherwise he would have been hit by a barrage of shells long ago. But one of them still touched Fatty, and he realized with great surprise that he was feeling quite severe pain. He fell in surprise, thinking hard about what to do next, because his situation was only getting worse. Magnus took a breath to get more air because breathing had become much more difficult and even painful. He quickly identified the reason for this. He was wounded in the stomach, most likely damaging important organs. However, his opponent did not think to stop there. A new projectile was already flying at Magnus. This time the guy was barely able to remove his head, but he was still slightly hurt, and this wound was much more serious. In fact, he almost lost his right eye because it became filled with blood, which greatly impaired his overall visibility. And Buster mockingly said that Fat Man shouldn't have turned his head like that, because he didn't want to shoot him in the eyes. He advised Magnus not to delay the inevitable, because he himself probably knew what awaited him. Magnus himself thought that this was not at all what he wanted to achieve, and he was sick of his own uselessness. Catherine screamed for the guy to cheer up, because now was not the time to give up, although he could not hear her. Buster, meanwhile, added that in the last fights this will happen to every insignificant Earthling. Finally, he said that it was time for Magnus to go back to his squalid orphanage. But it was a mistake. Upon hearing the mention of the orphanage, Magnus immediately changed his thinking. He told Buster that he could say whatever he wanted about him, but he would never allow him to insult the orphanage. After these words, he looked at his opponent, and now he was a completely different person. The children from the orphanage also watched the broadcast of the fight. They told Brother Magnus to quickly get up and beat this moon fool. The teacher closed the eyes of the youngest of the girls, because even though the match was held virtually, but the injuries there were not at all toy-like, the woman was very worried about Magnus, and there was sadness in her eyes. The fat man, meanwhile, was inspired by the thought that from now on, he was fighting for his younger ones. Rising from his knees and standing firmly on his feet again, he reloaded his rifle and prepared for his exit. Now it was his turn to attack. The first thing Magnus did was go behind the wall, forcing the enemy to think that he was trying to escape again. And Buster noticed that the guy seemed to have finally given up and decided to accept his death. He was so sure of this that he did not see the spark of hatred that appeared in Magnus's eyes. In fact, Fat Man was waiting for the enemy to appear in front of him so that he could shoot him. He already had his rifle ready, and Buster, not suspecting anything at all, rushed after him. He opened fire on the wall, behind which, according to his observations, this fat guy was supposed to be hiding. The children from the orphanage thought so too and could not calmly watch as the bullets pierced the wall and everything behind it. However, one girl happily noted that Brother Magnus was fine, and she pointed this out to the others. And soon Buster also felt this, and in an instant he ceased to understand what was happening around him. What happened was that for some reason he could no longer hit this earthling with a single shot. The fat man was getting closer and closer, and Buster thought that this simply could not happen, because just a couple of minutes ago he had hit him. Peter asked, as if to himself, if this guy could really awaken his dormant powers at such a moment. Jordan also observed the situation, surprised that Magnus had such an ace up his sleeve. And only David understood that his friend had finally awakened his genes, which in a past life opened in 2 stages. The first was when Magnus encountered aliens on Mars, and the second was when he learned of Catherine's death. Now Magnus had fully revealed his primary gene potential and could easily cross his opponent's fire. After all, he saw all his attacks completely. And David also thought that this was the first time in 2 lives when he saw his friend awaken. Buster was no longer so confident. He was silent, and Magnus said that he had no time to play with him. The lunar expert could not restrain this and shouted for the Earthling to stop pretending to be tough. However, he still could not hurt Magnus anymore, which also amazed all the spectators. The initiative in the battle radically shifted to the side of Fat Man, who was already getting close to the enemy. He drove directly under the canopy from which Buster was shooting and fired his powerful single shell there. The Fat Man thought of everything in such a way that even if the enemy could detect his attack in front of him in time, then he still wouldn't have enough time to react because there was very little space on that canopy. And so it happened. His projectile hit the target, and Buster remained prisoner in the place from which he was going to finish off the Earthling. Only now, everyone saw how the representative of the moon screamed from the pain piercing his body from a powerful projectile. Angela and David were happy because it meant Magnus had won, and Catherine was the happiest of all. The system confirmed the death of Buster Da Vinci and announced the victory of a student from the Dragon Letter School. Thanks to Magnus's victory, the score between the moon and Earth decreased in difference and was now 10-6 in favor of the moon. The fat man came out of his capsule, not believing his eyes that he had won, but this made him very happy. He was especially struck by the thought that now 100,000 yuan was his, and he would be able to provide for the kids in the orphanage. However, he shouldn't be too happy, because only the finalists, of whom there will be very few, will receive the prize. Dr. Clemens was surprised by the Earthling's reaction, and Dr. Rick explained that the winners of the first round, the ministry will award 100,000 yuan, so although it is a little ridiculous, Fatty won. The inhabitants of the Earth were happy and surprised at the same time, and the lunar spectators did not believe that this was even possible. Buster Da Vinci, meanwhile, also left his capsule, but he was ashamed to show himself in public. And in this situation, the pain was transmitted 100%, and it seemed to him that his body was about to crumble. But Magnus was incredibly pleased. He joyfully ran to his friends in the waiting room. First of all, he asked David if he could already get his reward, and if it would be taken away from him if he lost. And David thought that with his strength, Fatty could easily become the commander of an entire corps, but now he was so careless. And the guys also saw Jordan standing next to him, who looked very stern and serious, as always. Magnus awkwardly said that he shouldn't be like that, because they were just joking then. He thought that the guy would attack him. But Jordan just grabbed him by the jacket, saying that Fat Man didn't even do all his buttons. He said that he should not forget about his image, because after all, he is a representative of Earthlings. He added that if they continue to win like this, it won't be difficult for him to run naked at least 100 times. Meanwhile, it was David's turn to show himself in the duel. In fact, he was waiting for this moment. General Hugo observed the students from Dragon Letters through a camera in the waiting room. He thought that they were truly amazing, and whatever the result, the spirit of the Earthlings should be reborn again. Jordan, meanwhile, said that a man is obliged to keep his promises, and therefore he will not go back on his words either. The guy began to undress, and the general was very surprised, asking what this Asian even allowed himself to do. Buster finally returned to Luna's waiting room, standing in the corner, not daring to look his comrades in the eyes. One of the older students approached Harry Lundberg, saying that he should return Luna's good score. And the guy assured him that he would return everything 100-fold, but Chrissy suddenly warned him. She advised not to underestimate her opponent, but Harry replied that he had carefully studied the information about him. The guy knew that David was a melee fighter, but they could only know each other's true strength in a duel. Both members took the stage, and the audience immediately erupted into thunderous applause, shouting Harry's name. The boys locked eyes again. Harry was confident that he could crush this boy from the earth. David seemed surprisingly calm. He was even a little amused by his enemy's attitude. Angela thought that this Harry Lundberg became famous for his skills as soon as he entered the school. They said that over time this guy would become the same great fighter as the 3 Musketeers of the Moon. All this only worsened the situation, for David and Angela began to worry when Mila announced the start of the match. Since students did not specify a desired standard battlefield, a random option was selected. The location was called a mountain peak, and the arena itself was located at the very top, making maneuverability difficult. The guys from the ranks of the spectators of the Earth began to be indignant at such a choice, because this arena was created for close combat. And David's opponent also had a 100% win rate in this location, which played to his advantage. Harry Lundberg turned to David, saying that he would allow him something, but he did not finish and froze in place. Dr. Clemens asked his colleague if this was the Earth's secret weapon, because it seemed that this guy thought he was already a champion. Dr. Rick hoped that David Hayden knew what he was doing. Otherwise, the morale that had been raised with such difficulty would quickly fall. Mila explained all the circumstances, saying that the Earth participant took a melee stance and did not seem to select any weapons. At this time, many of his relatives were watching the live broadcast, including Dina Gaydon. Her friend, who was standing behind the girl, asked if everything would be all right with her brother David. But seeing Dina's look, the guy quickly remembered that he still had unfinished homework. But Dina still couldn't stand it and asked how he could say such things about her brother. The girl added that if there were at least 6 of the best lunar fighters there, David would have destroyed them all in less than a minute. She was not the only one who thought so and watched the matches. Michael also watched the live broadcast. He noticed that David's aura looked completely different during the fight, which was very different from his calm temperament. Catherine thought that David really was an amazing fighter, but she didn't know if his skills could compare with Harry. Still, you can't compare the selection on Earth with the battles of the final stage of the competition. The level was too different. Meanwhile, David asked the surprised Harry Lundberg what else he expected from him in such an environment, and Harry thought that he had never seen someone so dismissive of a lunar martial arts practitioner. He also thought that today he must definitely teach this impudent man from Earth a lesson. With this thought, the guy attacked David. His weapon was a special sword of his lunar fighting art, Sharon. Harry held out the blade, from which suddenly appeared many small blades of a similar shape. He used some kind of technique and spun them around himself, and then fired what looked like ancient spears at David. David managed to dodge the attack, but noted that the guy's speed was quite high, and his techniques were well honed. In addition, his lunar opponent had good intelligence, because his spears turned out to be explosives. The rock behind David, where the attack hit, split from the explosion, but the fragments did not reach the guys. Meanwhile, Harry attacked him now himself. He was very angry and wanted to finish off the Earthling as quickly as possible. But still, he had to admit that he had good close combat skills, in particular defense. Harry jumped back some distance, quickly assessing what attack to use next. This time he used aura. The ground under his feet cracked from the power that filled his body. David simply prepared for the next enemy attack. He was well acquainted with the character of this guy. After all, when analyzing an opponent, it is important to understand not only his strengths and weaknesses, but also the psychological aspect. And David understood this well in Harry, because all the attacks of the Moon Karateka were quite predictable for him. The only thing that could spoil the picture a little was the power of the attacks, because whatever you say, Harry Lundberg was an ace in his field. But the same could be said about David. The guy realized that the best thing in this situation would be to take the blow. So he covered his head and prepared to hold back the attack that Harry had already directed at him. And so it happened. And although the lunar representative put all his strength into her, David was able to stand still. In fact, the power of this attack also showed how high the level of Harry's gene awakening was. Dinah thought, what if we add to this the most professional training and education in the entire solar system? Then only one thing came out. Her brother was in a complete trap, from which she saw no way out for him. Meanwhile, David still could not completely resist the onslaught of the enemy's attack and flew back a little. Wiping the blood on his cheek, he said that perhaps they had enough of playing and should finish quickly. And Harry replied that if the guy wanted to anger him, then he succeeded, but now he will suffer the consequences. Lundberg kicked with such force that the ground shook again. It was he who pushed off and flew upward like a bird. David noticed that his aura was still there, which was a little strange, but he decided not to let his guard down. Harry, meanwhile, froze in the air with another kick, about to bring it down on him, and saying that the Earthling would finally know his death. The lunar audience seemed to think the same thing, as they shouted Harry's name with increasing excitement. Mila, seeing the situation that had broken out on the battlefield, raised her hand and joyfully congratulated Harry on his victory. But she didn't finish the name of the lunar representative, because suddenly another picture appeared before her eyes. Mila corrected her mistake, saying that victory was reserved for the representative of the dragon letters. Even the Earthlings themselves did not believe this, asking what nonsense the commentator was talking about, because this could not have happened. Dr. Clemens slammed his fist on the table, asking the same thing, because Harry had been dominant throughout the entire fight. He added that their boyfriend is a master of moonlight martial arts, so he felt like David had cheated somewhere. After which the doctor demanded a replay of the final skirmish, being sure that the verdict was rendered incorrectly. In response to his demand, they showed a recording of the last fight when Harry attacked the still calm David. The lunar expert then swung his leg with a murderous aura, so it seemed that victory was truly his. However, David even allowed himself to close his eyes because he was completely confident in his plan. The guy ducked down. He moved a very short distance away from the enemy's leg, but it was enough to counterattack. David found himself face to face with Harry Lundberg, who did not understand how he was able to dodge his attack. But David did not give him time to think and evaluate his situation, because he had already swung his hand for the decisive blow. It hit the lunar expert right in the jaw, and David put all his current genetic power into it. All the spectators felt this, watching the moment of the fight in slow motion, but it was worst of all for Harry himself. David said seriously that the guy moved too slowly, which is why he lost, unable to defend himself from the blow. The death of the representative of the moon was confirmed, so the victory was rightfully awarded to David Gaydon. The audience on Earth and beyond joyfully began shouting the name of this guy from dragon letters. After all, he managed to defeat Harry Lundberg, who was a martial art ace. David's friends were also happy. But the guys noticed that their friend was quite calm despite his great victory and achievement. Dr. Rick thought it wasn't surprising that there was very little information about this guy, since he really was their secret weapon. Dr. Clemens thought that if it was just a defeat, there would be no problem. However, suffering such a humiliating defeat was much worse. Both doctors looked at each other. Dr. Clemens was forced to admit that it seemed that the Earth was indeed well prepared for this year's competition. But Dr. Rick replied that his colleague should stop joking, because luck is luck, but he does not need to explain their merits. He added that now they can only pray that other soldiers can learn from all these battles. Dr. Clemens replied that he was glad that his colleague himself understood this, because getting into the top 64, which the Earth has achieved, does not mean much. And then he added that the brutal part of the competition is really just beginning. And he was right, because there were still a few seeded players who did not perform. And then the second stage began. Dina's classmate said that everyone online was discussing her brother's victory, and their team even acquired nicknames. Dina really liked what she heard. She said that it was pretty good and nodded approvingly. Now David and his friends were spoken of as 4 dragons, who would dominate wherever they appeared. Meanwhile, in the canteen, which was also offered in the list of services for finalists and applicants, Michael sat with David, asking why that shot looked so good. The young journalist added that if he were a woman, he would have married him long ago. David looked a little puzzled. He didn't really like hearing so much praise addressed to him. He replied that if Michael really were a girl, he would beat him to death for such a desire. David asked him not to say such nonsense anymore, because it would be better if he told him if they had made any progress. Then Michael replied that his research was very fruitful, and he managed to find out that in recent years, the 3 families had been working together on some common project, and it seemed to be related to space research. But David said that the guy was teasing him again, because this fact was already known to the whole world. Then Mike reminded him of his excellent intuition, saying that he could always rely on it. So he asked David if he knew how many ships had gone to explore space in the last 10 years. David, of course, did not know the answer to this question, but he already understood that the 3 families allocated much more. Michael decided not to torment him and said that we were talking about tens of thousands. Some returned back, but some were missing. And Michael was sure that this was connected with something that they didn't even know about yet, and perhaps only 3 families had this data. David thought that 9 times out of 10, these ships stumbled upon something, but they didn't want to let anyone know about it. But Michael said that if you look at the situation from this point of view, then everything even began to cut off the meaning. Then David asked if he really knew anything else, but the guy shook his head, because how could any of the 3 families share information with him? He added that if he continues to dig in this direction, then very soon the security service will knock on his door. David thought that this data was already of great value because most likely, the lunar families managed to discover something. It also turned out that when 4 places in the competition were taken by lunar players, Earthlings would definitely lose control over the situation in space. This time, David had no right to make a mistake, and although he did not know what awaited him, if he failed, the fate of humanity would repeat itself. He told Michael that he had to be careful because it was a case that 3 families were so passionate about. Should be a huge profit, but Michael responded that he and all his friends knew what they were getting into. At the time, David only said that he was just warning them, but he also really appreciated their work. Meanwhile, Magnus was sitting in his dorm room. He was looking at his computer monitor. There, a video call was activated with his juniors at the orphanage, who were waiting for him to win the next round. The fat man replied that he would try not to disappoint them, and when he returned, he would definitely treat them to a delicious dinner. At the same time, General Hugo listened to complaints from the leadership that only 10 Earthlings were included in the top 64. They told him that they did not expect to see such disappointing results with his leadership. And the general wondered if the representatives of the moon were really so superior to Earthlings in development and strength. But this George, Chief Admiral, doubted the correctness of the Earth's genetic policy. For a very long time, the development of the moon took place in the shadows, but if you look at the political side of the issue, then its representatives. We always tried to be on the same level with the Earth. Now Luna had an overwhelming advantage. The speculation of ordinary people or the opinion of the inhabitants of the moon about their superiority looks too childish. Then the general thought about the expedition, which had been planned for several years, where the lunar representatives aim to get there. It turns out that their real goal is to show the Earth the futility of investing in their soldiers. Having considered everything from this point of view, the general thought that there could be no doubt the representatives of the moon were hiding something, and now everything depended only on whether the Earthlings could get at least one of the expedition places provided. Meanwhile, Mila welcomed everyone back to the competition after a short commercial break. She added that Clemens, Ph.D., and Rick Yankee, Ph.D., will again be commentating on matches with her today. The latter thought that, fortunately, the Earth had 10 more participants, and if not for this, he would have completely lost his face. Mila announced that the main fight of today can be considered the confrontation between Sybil and Chrissy. Dr. Clemens suggested also considering the situation of Catherine, who also passed further, but only due to her reaction speed. Dr. Rick thought about Magnus. He had reached a turning point because his new opponent was one of the 5 best shooters on the moon. The situation was even more interesting with David, who today was to meet his older brother Harry in battle. His name was Paul, and he had already experienced many battles in his 4th year, so the battle promised to be interesting. Dr. Rick thought that in the last fight, David had taken the moon martial arts seriously. Therefore, this Paul wanted to return his honor, because for a representative of martial art, this was very important. And if we look at everything from the perspective of a combat schoolmaster, then he must have given Paul an order. Meanwhile, David and Magnus were called over by friends, saying that they had already prepared snacks and could watch the game together. Phoenix noticed that although the situation was not going well for them, Dr. Rick was doing a good job. And all because the first 5 battles took place between representatives of the moon and his predictions turned out to be quite accurate. But then the time came for the fight that everyone was waiting for. Dr. Rick became a little nervous, because this was the first fight of the Earth today. It was also the highlight of today because one of the representatives of the 3 families of the moon fought in it. Chrissy Da Vinci thought that if she defeated Robotech Sybil, Luna's morale would definitely increase. This is also the first confrontation between pre-seeded participants. This fight will be able to show the level of everyone. The fight began. Chrissy immediately activated her aura with genetic power to overwhelm her opponent with power. She understood that the weakness of the Earth contenders was that they did not have enough combat power. As a result, Robotech Sybil let her guard down when Chrissy was right in front of her eyes. Now she had an excellent angle for an attack, and the girl planned to take full advantage of it. Unexpected compliments fell on Magnus's head in the waiting room where they spoke to him. That he had to try the same techniques as Chrissy Da Vinci, and Fat Man was pleased with this comparison. David noticed that there were more and more people trying to please Fatty, and his friends seemed to like it. David also analyzed Sybil and Chrissy's fight, noting that the former made defense her priority. But after several blows, Sybil apparently discovered that her opponent was stronger than her, so it seemed to David that victory had already been determined, and he, yawning, headed towards the exit, and Catherine asked if he was really leaving already. Then the guy replied that he still had some unfinished business, so he had to leave. To reassure the headman, he added that if Chrissy was his opponent, then his charm would be enough for him. Meanwhile, Chrissy seemed to really have her sights set on winning as Robotech Sybil began to retreat. Magnus said that his friend suddenly gained confidence, which is why he said such words. David, who was already on his way out, stopped and said that Fat Man was talking too much and rushed after him. Still, his friend managed to escape, so David returned to the corridor, deciding to go to the smoking area. In fact, he had not smoked for a long time, but this habit was integral during his service time on Mars. David took out an electronic cigarette and took a drag, while behind him there was a sign indicating smoking. The guy thought that it would be quite difficult to do everything alone, because he was just an ordinary soldier. Besides, who would believe him if he told the truth and asked for help in his plan? And how can victory in this competition compare with the safety of all humanity? He had such thoughts now, but suddenly they were interrupted by someone's stern voice, saying that smoking is prohibited here. David even got scared and almost dropped his cigarette. Alan Doyle, the same representative of one of the 3 families, stood in front of him. At first, David even thought that Catherine was speaking to him. It seemed too much like Alain had conveyed her tone. The guy, meanwhile, said that it looked like someone was lost in their pleasant memories from the fight. And David replied that it seemed that one of the main family of Luna had a lot of free time before his battles. Suddenly, he extended his hand and asked David for a cigarette, saying that he had always wondered why people smoke. David gave him a new taste, which appeared on Earth quite recently, although the circulation was still limited. Alain took this specially produced product, examining the item from all sides and bringing it to his lips. He then took a drag, closing his eyes, but after a moment he began to cough violently. However, this was understandable, given that the lunar representative had never encountered nicotine before. David patted him on the shoulder, saying that it was out of habit, but advised him better not to develop this habit in himself. Alain exhaled the rest of the nicotine, and David took the cigarette, asking what brought one of the strongest of the moon here. However, before Alain could respond, Catherine, who had been looking for David all this time, approached them. David, in a panic, thought that she had forgotten there, but the girl's expression did not bode well. Suddenly David turned his head, saying that he had nothing to do with it, and Alain himself approached him, offering to smoke. At first Catherine wanted to answer skeptically. Did he really think that she would believe him? But then she realized what he said. After all, Alan Doyle, one of the representatives of the three great families of the moon, really stood in front of her. Catherine finally realized that she might be facing a potential enemy, so she excused herself and ran away. Even though the girl said that she needed to go to the toilet, the guys already understood everything, and David thought that even the headman can feel awkward. Finally, Alain turned to him, saying that he had heard about David from Chrissy, and then asked, would David be interested in moving to live on the moon after the competition is over? And David thought that this guy was known throughout the solar system, both in the past and in the present. But also Alan Doyle had not yet radiated that aura and power of superiority, so David found something to answer him. He waved his hand in farewell, saying that if he ever needed a leader, he could always turn to him. Alain looked at David in surprise, because he clearly did not expect to hear something like this from this representative of the Earth. The guy thought that he seemed confident in his abilities, so it would be worth taking a closer look at him. David, meanwhile, had already dialed Catherine, saying that the headman also had a weak point, and she threatened to finish him off. But David only joked in response, saying that he, too, was not a bad guy, but Catherine did not appreciate such humor. By then, he had already returned back to the waiting room for the Earth challengers, who were still watching the fight. Peter didn't understand why Sybil missed so many of Chrissy's attacks so shamefully. Victory, of course, was for the moon. Phoenix said that they shouldn't be so categorical, because Sybil tried her best. Upon returning to her comrades, she sat down in the corner. It was clear that the girl's mood was depressed. She noticed that Chrissy was not even the strongest of the four moon monsters, and Catherine heard this too. Dr. Rick thought that there were only 2 pre-seeded participants left, but this was not a particularly pleasant situation. After all, at this rate, he doubted whether they would even be able to reach the quarterfinals of the competition. Harry Lundberg's older brother was adopted by the Lunar Art Combat School. One could say it became his home. Therefore, Paul Lundberg was not going to let someone disgrace his home. He wanted to take revenge on David. When the time came for them to fight, he mentally addressed him, saying that today he would lose. Viewers shared information that although Paul was not so popular, representatives of the moon had heard a lot about his strength. Peter also noticed that it was clear from the very beginning that revenge would overtake David, but now the most interesting thing remained. Catherine, meanwhile, analyzed the enemy. Paul was a fighter who had no weaknesses. Angela thought about his ability to super-adapt, because in the army such people were made into super soldiers. They also found out that this guy was accepted into the first corps of the Lunar Space Marines. And Catherine added that she even heard that he already had real combat experience. He took part in the destruction of a pirate lair. However, David apparently was not at all worried about such significant achievements of his opponent. Catherine even told him to stop smiling, telling him to at least be more serious once in a while. And David did not miss the opportunity to tease her and asked if the headman really wanted him to look like Alan Doyle. This understandably angered Catherine. She said that he had better win now, otherwise he would die by her hand. She told him all this through the earpiece that David put on, as this was allowed by the rules. However, in fact, he was more serious than ever, because he himself understood what kind of enemy he would fight. First of all, Paul Lundberg saluted him, which slightly surprised some spectators who were far from the army. But David understood everything perfectly well, because it was a gesture of respect, so he appreciated it and did the same. This somewhat surprised even General Hugo, who watched every fight like everyone else. But these two guys, who were now about to fight in a duel, aroused his respect for some reason. Meanwhile, the competition battlefield simulator started, and the location this time was the depths of the forest. Dr. Clemens began to talk happily about Paula, saying that he had a sniper rifle, very suitable for such a place. And as a mature warrior and soldier, he is able to remain calm in almost any situation. Dr. Rick replied that he had to agree with his colleague, because in fact, in this battle a cadet and a soldier collided. However, only time will tell which of them will win, so soon the audience joyfully awaited the start of the battle. However, in the next moment, both doctors of science and Mila asked in surprise what was going on here. After all, the challenger from Earth, David Gaydon, Nova decided to fight without weapons, as evidenced by his empty hands. Catherine really didn't like this frivolity. She threatened that one day she would definitely kill the guy. The fat man, oddly enough, supported her radical position, saying that it wouldn't hurt to put David in his place. And Catherine added that Magnus should remember well not to repeat after him. Everyone else in the Earth waiting room thought David was some kind of crazy person, and only he knew what he was doing. Dina's classmate said that this time he was almost 100% sure that her brother would lose, but Dina did not like it. She attacked the guy, saying that she had already told him not to speak badly about her brother. Meanwhile, in the arena, David seemed to have completely forgotten that he was on the battlefield, because he acted as if he was taking a walk. In fact, he already knew where his opponent was hiding, because it was not so difficult to guess in such arenas. David also thought that if they did not engage in a duel within 5 minutes, their locations would be displayed on the map. And suddenly, everyone present in the waiting room was surprised to notice that David began to actively approach Paul. The lunar representative himself also noticed this. His rifle was pointed at the silhouette of a man approaching him. But the guy didn't understand what this earthling was thinking about, approaching him without a weapon. Some of the lunar viewers said that they had never seen this kind of error before. One of them even shouted that he would give up his last name if David managed to win, but Alain and Chrissy thought otherwise. Alain remembered how the girl had already warned that this man was very strong and needed to be given more attention. And if he treated his opponent so carelessly, this already said a lot, in particular for Paul too. Yet his lunar opponent did not expect that this guy's confidence would be beyond imagination. Deciding that now he would end his life, Paul aimed his rifle at David, placing the sight directly on his head. He fired a shot. All the spectators saw it clearly, and many thought that the fight was over. However, when Paul lowered the rifle, he was surprised to notice that his opponent remained unharmed and invisible. Other participants saw the same thing and were no less surprised, amazed at David's skills. It turned out that at the last second, he managed to dodge and the bullet hit the tree, as if the guy had expected this. Paul did not understand then how he succeeded, so he decided to quickly continue the attack, turning it into shelling. His rifle shook with a burst of shots that all flew clearly in David's direction. However, he dodged all the projectiles with extraordinary dexterity, not allowing them to hit himself. As he did this, he also continued to move closer to the enemy, so he was forced to change his location. Paul moved to the branch of another tree and prepared to continue his line of attacks on David. He fired the rifle quite accurately, so each projectile had to reach its target. But the target was constantly moving and very deftly at that, so the guys were on equal terms, no matter how strange it may seem. But David had already caught up with Paul to such an extent that it became unprofitable for him to shoot, and he used another weapon. They were steel blades that the guy was using at close range when David approached, and he actually expected just this. He blocked Paul's first attack and prepared to dodge the second. Paul had already pointed his other blade at him, intending to pierce his opponent in the side, which was a serious wound. However, David, of course, understood this, so he carefully watched his every move and was able to dodge in time. In Paul's eyes, he was moving too fast, to the point where he couldn't even keep up with him. However, the lunar representative was also no slouch. He had well-honed hand-to-hand combat skills. At some point it seemed to everyone that he was about to hit David with his knife, but he constantly dodged. Then Paul moved on to his secret combat tactics, the first of which was the 7 deadly steps scheme. David tensed and braced himself as he saw his opponent suddenly change his stance and become more concentrated. Now he had a special aura that looked quite impressive and powerful, so David even became worried. His worries were intensified by the fact that Paul's speed also noticeably increased, and it was now becoming more and more difficult to evade. However, while he was still able to do this, David thought it was time to end his show. To begin with, he should have avoided his opponent's blows, because he was delivering attack after attack without stopping. Therefore, David used different jumps back, thanks to which he was able to move some distance away. But Paul did not want to let him do this and threw one of his knives with quite a lot of speed. Fortunately, David noticed this and was able to avoid a collision after he landed, even though he had a head start. However, as soon as the guy thought about this, he was overtaken by an unexpected attack with another blade from Paul. The guy was no longer ready for this. He was knocked down and grabbed his stomach, and all the spectators gasped at this moment. The lunar audience cheered, saying that finally their representative had shown this scoundrel that he was not vulnerable. But Paul thought that he had not heard the knife go into the flesh, so it seemed to him that something had gone wrong. With this thought, he turned to David, telling him to stop pretending because the attack did not hurt him. At first, the earthling did not answer him, but this was for a slightly different reason than Paul thought. The fact was that David caught his blade with his teeth, which was aerobatics in hand-to-hand combat. He took it in his hands and said that Paul should not have put so much pressure on him, because now he also had a weapon. Meanwhile, the audience appreciated how he caught the knife with his teeth, because courage alone was not enough for this. Catherine wondered why she hadn't noticed before that this guy had such excellent abilities. But the girl immediately thought that she didn't yet know how he would decide to use the blade, so it was too early to rejoice. But Angela replied that David would have no problems with this. She remembered how he skillfully cut an apple. Meanwhile, Paul agreed that now his enemy also had a weapon, but would he be able to use it? And David thought that this representative of the moon was not one of those who give up easily, so the battle would not be easy. However, this feeling was precisely what he lacked, and a person who had already put his life on the line more than once would understand it. With this thought, David looked straight into Paul's eyes, and he had the feeling that another person was standing in front of him. To be more precise, now he reminded him more of a monster that had crawled out of the darkness and blood. David prepared for the attack. He had already mentally created a picture of the battle and was ready to begin practice. The guy took a stance, and the audience and Paul himself noticed with surprise that this was a special formation. Paul wondered if it was really meant for the 7 deadly steps, but it was too late. They rushed at each other. This time David was the first to attack, and he did it with extraordinary speed. It seemed that he was fighting to the death, because in the movements of the Zupar, there was no fear of being wounded in response. So far, Paul has managed to escape all the blows. He was also quite good at dodging, but he was still a little behind. David's attacks took place right at the enemy's body. The latter managed to jump away at the last second. However, David did not reduce the intensity. He continued to deliver attack after attack, not allowing the enemy to rest. But this was a rather important aspect. After all, almost all combat principles were based on endurance. The only thing David didn't like was that his opponent was quite experienced and skillful. Because of this, the guy was unable to somehow injure him because he constantly managed to block the blows. Therefore, David decided to take the initiative and found a way to end the battle in his own time. He suddenly began to move the way Paul himself had done before, although he did not understand why the Earthling needed this. In addition, David used the same trick as Magnus himself, namely, first throw the blade and then finish it off. As if to confirm his words, a blade twisted by David flew towards Paul. Not that it was unexpected, but Paul had to admit that this guy's strength and speed were good. After all, he was able to repeat his movements so closely. The representative of the moon did not have time to finish this thought. In an instant, he suddenly felt something hard and sharp hit his armor, shattering it. But it turned out to be not a blade, as many thought, but a real branch that David threw at his opponent. The effect of such a wound was perhaps even greater than if David had fired a pistol. Meanwhile, the audience, both Earthlings and lunar spectators, was delighted with what he had done. Harry Lundberg thought with surprise that he did not believe in such a situation, where his strong older brother lost. And Chrissy told Alain that everything went exactly as she expected, and this guy Devdom should not be neglected. Mila realized that she had no choice but to announce the winner of this match, David Gaydon. Alain, Chrissy, and Landers realized that this man could become a problem for them in the future, albeit a minor one. When Paul returned to Luna's waiting room, Landers snorted that he and his brother were nothing but trash. Hearing this, Harry jumped up to answer the guy, but Paul calmed him down, saying that they should not pay attention. He added that David really has great strength, so you should be more careful with him in future. Meanwhile, David returned to the Earth's waiting room, still not expressing much emotion. The head girl immediately attacked him, asking when he managed to become so cool. And David asked if the girl would stop putting pressure on his head, even though he had a wonderful view of her breasts. However, it was still hard to breathe like that, so Catherine, of course, let him go and stood next to him. The rest of the participants came up to him, congratulating him on his victory and saying that the fight was great. Angela, in turn, wondered if this was really the same guy who once confessed his love to her. Or maybe only battles in the arena could show all his amazing masculine charm. The girl extended her hand, joining everyone's congratulations, and David smiled and hugged her to him. He said that the congratulations should look more sincere, which embarrassed Angela a little. The fat man noticed that, apparently, his friend's skills in approaching girls were as good as his abilities in battle. And Angela thought that after all, David was playing the role of her boyfriend, so it probably had to be this way. They finished hugging and looked at each other. David took the girl by the shoulders and smiled again. He thanked her, and Angela smiled back. Then David turned to his friend. He told Magnus to come to him quickly, because he noticed that he also wanted to hug, but did not dare. But Fat Man replied that he didn't want anything, and perhaps David's eyes were starting to fail him. Then David outplayed his friend, saying that he was actually addressing the head girl, with whom it was more pleasant for him to hug. Hearing this, Magnus didn't understand a little at first, but then he attacked him, chasing him throughout the hall. He asked if David really decided to laugh at him, but he would still catch up with him. Phoenix smiled watching this scene, but then his fight was announced and the guy went to prepare for it. A few minutes later, Mila greeted Earth with another victory, which the Shadow brought to them. Dr. Clemens said that it still seemed to him that it would become increasingly difficult for the Earthlings to win. And Dr. Rick replied that if a soldier's eyes are blinded by pride, he can easily lose. So another day of competition passed. In the evening in the dormitory, David and Magnus discussed the lunar representatives. But then the topic suddenly turned to Angela. Magnus was sure that she was already interested in her friend. And David, in turn, noticed that Catherine was no less happy when she congratulated Magnus on his victory. As for him and Angela, David said that it was just a friendly hug and nothing more. However, Magnus did not believe him, saying that there was no point in trying to deceive him because he already knew everything. The friend added that David was braver before, because even though he failed once, he should not have given up. David thought that in some ways he was indeed right, because when he gets his second chance, he must change his fate. The fat man also said that he would support him because he must get a goddess like Angela. But David replied that, unfortunately, Even if she had a sister, there would be nothing for her friend. Magnus decided to change the subject, saying that they had better rest already and they would think about it later. With these words, he went to bed, but very soon David fell into a dream that he had already seen before. It was the same atmosphere that he felt in his previous life when he lived on Mars. But right now, standing in front of him, was something familiar, something he hadn't seen very often. It was the interplanetary aircraft carrier Ares, but the guy did not understand what he was doing here. Then he suddenly wondered why the human Air Force couldn't defeat the aliens. This is because the Ares aircraft carriers, nicknamed Invincible, did not play any role in the battles. David also wondered if she could see the same silhouette of a person as last time. Meanwhile, the door in the aircraft carrier opened, and judging by the rhythm, it was definitely a person and not a stranger. And besides, the strangers did not open the doors at all. They simply knocked them down, so there was definitely one of the people inside. However, when David approached the aircraft carrier to look at this man, he froze in surprise. After all, what he saw was simply impossible, and the guy refused to believe it, which made him even scream. At that moment, he woke up sweating, breathing heavily, and clutching his t-shirt in the chest area, where he again felt pain. When he stood up and went to the wash basin, he was in a very depressed mood, which made him feel bad. In the reflection of the mirror, he saw that his scar had changed even more, and now resembled the shape of half a flower. David asked himself if he had really gone crazy, or if the world had become crazy and turned against him. Unable to contain himself any longer, he screamed, waking Magnus, who realized that something had happened. David thought it was all his imagination, a manifestation of his madness, so he smashed the wash basin. His eye and hands were covered in blood, and the guy himself shouted that there was no Mars or aliens. At that moment, Fatty knocked on his door, but without waiting for an answer, he went inside himself and saw David. He was very surprised and even frightened by his friend's appearance, because he looked as if he had sparred with someone stronger than him. And David looked at him with distant eyes, asking Magnus to tell him if he was crazy. It ended with David nearly losing consciousness, and his friend having to carry him on his back into the room. Magnus thought that if David continued like this, they would have to sell themselves into slavery to pay for everything. The fat man put him on the bed, asking what happened to him, because he went to bed normally. Then he remembered that last time he had a hard time dealing with Angela's refusal, and if that was the reason, then it was stupid. Magnus continued by saying that, of course, if you like something you should own it, but that doesn't always work with girls. And David lay on the bed and slowly came to his senses, feeling that it was better not to talk now. Moreover, he still could not get over the shock, because the man he saw in his dream was near the aircraft carrier. He looked exactly like Angela, and David couldn't even ask her anything then, even though he had a lot of questions. Then David thought that in his past life, the fleet to which she belonged heroically fell in battle. But this explained to me why he saw the girl alive, and moreover, in the enemy combat zone. The fat man saw a different picture. David was tossing and turning and muttering something incomprehensible about Angela. That's why Magnus said that what you see is not always reality, and you should always listen to your heart. He added that in this aspect, unlike himself, David was not as experienced, but the guy did not care. He kept thinking about what to do next based on the data he received, but it was difficult. In particular because Fatty continued to talk, so David could not stand it and told him to shut up. And Magnus thought that it seemed he was right, and David must have been too proud of himself for performing well in battle. Most likely he ended up confessing his love to Angela again and was rejected a second time. David thought that there was some truth in his friend's words. What you see is not necessarily reality. With this approach, it was much more likely to assume that Angela did not become a traitor, but was under the control of strangers. Then the dream could mean the opposite, because if there were problems with Earthlings, then perhaps humanity had not rotted at all. There was one more point. Angela was only the commander of the ship, and she did not have such outstanding capabilities. Although, on the other hand, Angela's group was the largest shipping company on the planet. David thought he needed to pay attention to this. Every time his guess was correct, a scar appeared on his body. And even if Angela was under control, it can be assumed that the enemies were surrounded by her. Meanwhile, his thoughts were again interrupted by the fat man, who continued to say that there were many more fish swimming in the sea. Many people wrote that they became fans of David, calling him the hope of the earth, so everything will be fine. Magnus added that he should communicate with the fans, and in the future, even if he loses, he can get a good position. Seeing that his friend was gradually beginning to understand him, Magnus wondered what he would do without him. But David quickly put him down by asking if he was ready for his next match, which didn't make him very happy. Magnus was in no hurry to answer, but David wasn't expecting an answer. He just needed his friend to keep quiet. He thought that if it was impossible to escape fate, then he had to face it. He then looked at his friend and Magnus realized that he was now using the same method that he had once used. It was a threat. David held out his hand, saying that if Fatty loses, then he will immediately tell the head girl that he likes her. And Magnus replied that he could not continue to threaten him with this, because then their friendship would come to an end. But David understood perfectly well that Magnus simply had nothing to say, and he tried to threaten him with something in response. The next day they walked together with a tray full of food, and David reminded his friend of his fight. He added that in fact his opponent was not that strong, but Magnus did not answer. He was offended. Then David handed him his steak, saying that it was as an apology, and Fat Man could not help but accept it. He took a bite, and David told him not to forget now. Once he ate the steak, he must win. The Fat Man thought that this was probably not up for discussion, but he told David that one steak was not enough for an apology. And although he would not like to be in the spotlight, it now seemed quite possible for him to win this match. Besides, everyone will be happy about this, and the headman will also be happy. He liked this idea. Meanwhile, some spectators noticed them on the observation deck, recognizing two of the dragons. Everyone thought that David Gaydon had become the real dark horse of the earth in the current competition. A few minutes later, Mila welcomed everyone back to the arena for their new challenges. She added that this time they would be very harsh for the representatives of the earth, and David was thinking about his own. He was interested in whether Angela could really become the transmitter of humanity, so he decided for himself that this girl should be known better in order to get at least some new leads in the study. Meanwhile, Angela noticed that he was looking at her and turning around asked if there was something on her face. David shook his head a little embarrassedly, saying that he just wanted to ask if she had already studied her opponent. The girl answered positively, but added that she did not think she had a high chance of winning. Then David told her something. Namely, when her opponent makes a big move, her right eyebrow rises. He had just finished when Mila announced the first fight of the day, Angela versus Sammy. Dr. Clemens said that this Angela represents the impressive school of dragon letters. And Dr. Rick added that this fight is a big test for her, because her opponent's rating is much higher. This battle was definitely going to be tough. Both girls were already standing face to face like they were in the ring. Sammy had a 2810 moon rating, and Angela a 2650 earth rating. It seemed like there was nothing to talk about. Dr. Clemens said that if you look at the approval rating, you can see that Sammy is 60% superior to Angela. But Dr. Rick reminded that David had already brought one victory to the Earthlings, so the girl also had every chance. In any case, this confrontation will still attract enough audience. After all, two beauties will fight. The fight began. Angela thought that everything was as David said. She really couldn't make any plan. Meanwhile, Sammy noticed her and took aim. Angela didn't see it, but she felt it. The next second, fire opened on the girl, and she barely managed to hide her head behind the barricade. Wasting no time, Angela waited out the burst of gunfire and emerged from cover to counterattack. Now Sammy had to defend herself. She clearly did not expect the girl to fight back. Both contenders had good skills, and their fight became more and more interesting to watch. But Sammy soon began to get tired of this. She called Angela an annoying dugout and changed the shell. This time it was a cartridge similar to a sniper caliber, and the girl shot it straight at Angela. And she, seeing how the projectile was approaching, could not figure out how to avoid a collision with it. Therefore, she found no other way out but to run to the edge of the skyscraper. This was the location of their battle. The girl then jumped off the building, surprising everyone onlookers, but Angela had a plan and it worked. There was a fairly large explosion, which meant that the projectile had stopped chasing her and crashed into something. And so it was. Angela was flying down, and she was very lucky that she did such a thing, because this way she also avoided the wreckage. But Sammy did not intend to let her go like that. She rushed after Angela, activating a special power. Wings appeared behind her back, and some powerful pillars grew on her legs, which allowed her to fly. However, not only to fly, but also to attack, she opened aimed fire at the fleeing Angela. Meanwhile, several more explosions occurred at the top of the skyscraper, which created a chain reaction. This time, debris fell in all directions, and Angela had to defend herself while firing back. For some time, everything was filled with smoke and shots, which were heard occasionally in this large cloud of dust. This was also the only thing that the spectators could see, and everyone realized that the girls were fighting to the death. Dr. Rick thought that Angela was a rare and outstanding warrior girl, of which there are very few on Earth. Her skill level is quite high, but even so, Sammy was head and shoulders above her. It was immediately clear. The audience also realized that most likely, this battle would be no different from the previous ones, where the moon defeated the Earth. David thought about Angela, and for some reason he remembered one moment from his past life. He sat with Magnus over a cup of punch and they talked about good memories from the time of Mars. As for Angela, information about her came constantly. She became one of the main soldiers of the younger generation. But returning to the War Office to report on the situation, David met Angela again. At that time, she was already a major general, and the guy really didn't want to believe that she decided to go against humanity. But then David thought that this was unlikely, because if the aliens had the ability to control people, the war would not have dragged on. Meanwhile, Mila happily announced that contestant Angela had reappeared in the public eye. She seemed to have managed to avoid all of Sammy's attacks and was now ready to strike back at her opponent. Angela looked confident. She strengthened her weapon and prepared to carry out her plan. Sammy, meanwhile, said that she was even a little interesting to her as a rival and quite strong. However, she was as strong as for an earthling, and she still could not withstand the strength of a real moon man. With these words, the girl opened fire on Angela, saying that this was the end for her, but the first one did not think so. She noticed that everything was just as the elder said. There was an opportunity to draw her into close combat. Having thought about everything a little, the girl made a plan, and Paula threw a couple of pieces towards Sammy, flying towards her. The 2 cobblestones would not have done her any harm, but Sammy could not ignore them and not fight back. She activated her laser, with which she shredded both fragments into even smaller ones. However, this was exactly what Angela needed. The girl took advantage of the smoke screen, and then Sammy saw a salmon appear out of nowhere and grabbed the weapon in her hand. It was so unexpected that the Lun representative did not have time to react in time and paid the price. And when she felt the weapon fall out of her hand, she saw the one who was controlling the salmon from the shadow of the smoke. Angela was already running at her and pounced, intending to crush her enemy with a decisive blow. Sammy quickly realized that it would be difficult for her to parry this attack, but she still had one free hand. She put it out to block, and when Angela took hold of the blade, she also grabbed her dark knife. They clashed guns again, but this time the battle situation was on Angela's side because she had an advantage. This was her last burst of despair, which was accompanied by the fact that the girl increased the gas on her feet. At that moment, Sammy made a powerful acceleration in the direction of her opponent, but Angela held on. She understood that she had to endure, otherwise all efforts would be useless, so she did not retreat. One of her hands was still holding Sammy's weapon with the help of a tightly drawn salmon, and the other was protecting herself from the blade. But then Angela hit the enemy on the hands that were holding the firearm, and it fell out of Sammy's hands. The lunar representative could only sigh heavily when she felt the bullets piercing her body. It turns out that Angela was able to take the gun for herself and opened fire directly at Sammy, who was flying opposite. This caused many more explosions to occur on the skyscraper building, but soon it was all over. Both girls were lying on the roof. Debris was scattered everywhere, but the girls noticed each other, which indicated the beginning of a new battle. Both Angela and Sammy were seriously opposed to each other. Their desire to win was incredibly high. Harry Lundberg, in Luna's waiting room, said he was surprised by the behavior of a girl he knew. Landers, hearing this, snorted with displeasure, thinking that the guy himself was in fact a nobody, even though he was from the moon. In the waiting room on Earth, meanwhile, Magnus and Catherine were arguing, calling on Angela to win quickly. Dr. Rick thought that the fight had moved into close combat, where she had much more options. Sammy screamed and prepared to use all her remaining strength to take down the pesky grounder. She too tightened her grip on the blade and loomed over Angela, who already knew what she should do. Each of the girls was confident in their victory. Sammy swung her blade and hit the place where Angela was. However, the latter managed to avoid fatal damage. She jumped back and realized that the time had come. Time to use 100 cuts of the acrylic spiral. First, she pelted Sammy with daggers. Although she was able to fight back, she still spent a lot of energy on it so as not to allow a single attack to hit her. But Angela was already waiting for this moment and ran at her to attack her close, as David advised. This was the very moment when her technique of hundreds of cuts of the acrylic spiral worked with a bang. The enemy was disoriented, not understanding how the girl became so fast in the moment. Sammy retreated. Angela saw this, but did not intend to let her go so easily. She knew that everything would end now. For some reason, Sammy thought so too. This is exactly the moment she was waiting for, but the girl simply overestimated her strength. She knew that when Angela used this skill, a hole would appear in her defense that could be breached. Sammy was sure that she had timed the moment correctly, but to her great surprise, it didn't work to hurt Angela. Everything happened exactly the opposite, and the girl felt a blade on her neck. It was Angela. She was ready for such antics, so she did not allow her opponent to pull this off. Sammy, meanwhile, quickly turned around and also put out her blade. They touched, but the outcome was already clear. The last thing the lunar representative had time to think was that this earthling turned out to be better than her. And Angela proved this by swinging for greater force and outweighing the resistance of the enemy's blade. It cracked, but so did her weapon, so Angela decided to just tighten her grip on the rest. It turned out to be something like a blade, which she aimed and then hit Sammy right in the throat. It is clear that the Luna girl was unable to parry the blow and felt incredible pain, which is why she could not even scream. Mila confirmed the murder, announcing the winner as a student from the Dragon Letters School. The Fat Man and Catherine shouted their friend's name, supporting her and congratulating her on her victory, while David remained calm. Dr. Clemens looked dejected. This was Luna's second loss that day, and he said that there would be no more. And Dr. Rick seemed to be over the moon, saying that Dragon Letters School was great. Angela, meanwhile, was already hurrying to the waiting room. She really wanted to see Devton say thank you again. After all, what he said really worked, and it couldn't help but make the girl happy. She wanted to convey this joy to him. However, when she finally saw the guy, she noticed that he looked somehow strange. This could also be seen in the way he responded to her greeting. It was rather dry and restrained. Meanwhile, people who watched the broadcast saw who the real aristocrat was. In the comments, Angela was called a goddess, saying that she was 100 times better than the lunar arrogance. In a word, the girl had many fans who were now happy to see her in matches. They applauded and shouted her name, saying that they would give anything if she studied with them. Meanwhile, at the Dragon Letters School, students created their own fan club of student applicants. They especially liked Angela, who they were sure would be the one to win the competition. The rector thought that at the very beginning he only dreamed of her passing the first round, but in the end, all of them passed it. At the meeting, he was told that this would contribute to their advertising campaign for this month and attract the attention of applicants. William, meanwhile, grabbed his head. He was irritated that everyone was only talking about the team from their school. Initially, he ground his teeth and waited for David and his company to return back, but now. Currently, these four were fighting against the triple elite fighters of the moon, who were considered the strongest. At this time, Sammy came to Landers, who said that she was very sorry and tried to justify herself. But the guy interrupted her, saying that he and she were not suitable for each other, because his girlfriend would never lose to a dugout. Hearing this, Sammy looked at the guy in confusion, whom she actually loved very much from an early age. Then Alain asked his friend whether victories and defeats here matter so much in comparison with real life. He added that no one could be personally responsible for the glory of the moon, but Landers just snorted. He told Alain to mind his own business, and Sammy burst into tears, and Chrissy rushed to calm her down. The girl thought that this defeat should not have happened, but still she could not help but recognize Angela's strength. By that time, she had already returned to the waiting room with her friends, but only Catherine and Magnus greeted her joyfully. Then the girl asked the head woman where David was now, and she replied that he had just been here. Hearing this, Angela turned her head around and finally saw the guy walking into the corridor. It was David, and Angela ran after him, shouting for him to wait for her, but he didn't stop. When the girl finally caught up with him, she said that the tactics he came up with really helped her a lot. David didn't say a word, so Angela added that she thanked him very much for his help. Then he turned around and dryly replied that he congratulated her on her victory, then smiled faintly. Hearing this, Angela was a little confused. She didn't understand why the guy suddenly changed his mood so much. He looked completely sad, and the girl suddenly felt her heart squeezing at the sight of him. And then David finished her off by saying that he still had some things to do, so he had to go, and they would see each other soon. Tears appeared in Angela's eyes. She did not understand why he was behaving this way and where this distance came from. Meanwhile, Dr. Clemens tried to somehow justify Luna's honor after the loss, saying that she was not lacking in resilience. He also said that defeat in one battle could not make them fall apart and that they would return victory 100-fold. Peter noticed that it was not easy to counter their morale with such and such requests from the doctor. Phoenix agreed with his friend, saying that nothing could be done about it because they didn't have many surprises. Landers, meanwhile, walked through the rows where the lunar audience sat, encouraging them and telling them that they were great. He called them brothers and sisters, and he kissed one girl's hand eagerly, which made her feel embarrassed. Her name was Selby, and Landers said the fight she had had was truly elegant. He added that he was happy watching him, and after that the guy went out onto a small platform. From there, he addressed all of Luna's fans, saying that no matter what forces their enemy exerted, Luna's superiority was inevitable. She added that she hoped that in future battles, there would be no mercy in each of their hearts. After all, they must give 100%, and empathy will only hinder this. Therefore, in order to crush their opponents, they should go and show themselves in the arena. At this point, he paused. Then, after thinking for a moment, Landers added that every person who made it into the top 32 would receive a reward from the Walter family. This would be an additional reward of 100,000, and even though he knew that this reward was a mere trifle. But the main purpose of these gestures will be that they are much better with them than these scum from the earth. Chrissy turned to Alain, asking if he could stop him already because Landers only listened to him. But Alan Doyle replied that everything was in order, and Landers could afford to play around a little at this stage. Now Alain himself was only interested in one thing, namely, whether this David Hayden could continue to perform miracles. The next fight for a place in the top 32 was supposed to be the fight between Catherine, who was, in fact, the weakest fighter. In the past, David helped students at his school by creating battle tactics for them, and it always worked. But the question was whether she could help this time his head girl, who had to fight against Albert. The guy knew very well that the Earthlings analyzed their opponents in advance on the internet. But, unfortunately for Catherine, he did not have a single flaw with which she could win. The guy was absolutely confident that he could win, and he didn't care what Landers said. However, the words Alan told him when he asked him to come for a minute made him think. Mila announced the start of the next match. The location was now the forest. Both opponents were ready. Albert thought that he was lucky because this forest thicket was created for heavy-duty sniper rifles. Catherine spent last night watching tapes of her opponent's fights. He even had his own channel on social networks, where he taught how to shoot with sniper rifles and even had several courses. In them, he shared knowledge that helped snipers of any level learn to shoot more accurately. Now Catherine thought that she simply had to use the methods she had learned yesterday. After all, even if she can imitate at least half of what she saw, she will achieve incredible success. In fact, Albert was her idol, and she was very grateful to him for all the advice and lessons in his videos. What the girl didn't expect was that her next opponent would be him. Albert smiled sweetly and said that he heard Alain say that he was her idol, which made Catherine blush a little. But the girl responded positively, adding that his training videos on the channel helped her a lot. But Albert said that even if he was her idol, the girl should not expect him to be merciful to her. However, he allowed Catherine to choose the arena for their match, and the headmen, in turn, said that their opinions were the same. She said that they were both using all their powers, but Albert thought that he would have no reason to do so. Dr. Rick and Dr. Clemens agreed that the thicket arena was ideal for 2 snipers. Mila added that in simple words, this arena was created to equalize the chances of all fighters to the maximum extent possible. Angela thought that Albert was very strong and perhaps had the best sniper skills among humans. He definitely shouldn't be underestimated, and Fat Man asked David what secret plan he had developed this time. But he replied that this time he simply promised the headman to reveal one secret if she won. Hearing that his Catherine would fight without prior advice to win, Fat Man became worried. If you evaluate only your sniper shooting skills, then Albert was 60 to 70% superior to her. David thought that this was the first duel when the chances of winning were negligible for the Earth. Catherine, meanwhile, thought that she had not seen Albert take the disguise with him. The girl even wondered if Albert was really so sure that she wouldn't be able to detect him. The forest thicket is an arena for ultra-long-distance battles. The complexity of the fights is equal to the epic rank. And if you add to this some means of disguise, then it will be impossible to remain calm. Catherine understood that very soon she would have a chance to see Albert and his rifle. She had entered an optimal combat state and was already using her camouflage skills, looking for a convenient position. Dr. Clemens thought that both participants were using the best sniper rifles, which had one feature. There was an anti-intelligence device built inside them, but Mila interrupted his train of thought. She said she thought the 2 snipers felt like they were on a knife's edge right now, and Dr. Rick agreed. With that, they decided to see what would happen next, but to their great surprise, no one saw Albert. In the place where he had just been, there was no sign of the guy anywhere, and Dr. Rick realized who would remain the winner in this round. Albert, meanwhile, was already standing in a completely different place. In fact, he had an idea where Catherine was hiding. The skill with which he moved so quickly to a new place was called perfect mimicry. Now all that was left to do was the guy, too, began to look for a suitable place for a position. The viewers of Earth slowly began to support Catherine less and less, saying that she could not win here. And Phoenix said that the skill of mimicry does not make a person completely invisible, but it is still very confusing. Albert finally found Catherine's position and prepared to take the shot, hoping to end everything in one blow. Catherine, in turn, pointed the rifle at the guy, whom she also managed to detect, although she saw him poorly. The girl's sensors didn't react in any way, but she knew that the guy couldn't just fall underground. And everything became clear to David, however. Like the trio of elite families of the moon, they all already saw the winner. Albert Weather was a fairly well-known sniper on the battlefield of Mars and could even transfer to a special team. But instead he chose to remain an ordinary soldier, and he himself said that he liked to shoot people in the head. This man was a sniper during the battles on Mars. The ability of mimicry for an ordinary warrior would be ridiculous. However, for a sniper this ability was simply irreplaceable. But then the question of the moon remained open. Meanwhile, Albert had already found his first target. He still managed to bypass the girl's position from behind. He held it at gunpoint without looking away. The guy prepared to pull the trigger, which, however, turned out very well. Catherine felt supported by her friends, who were perhaps the only ones who scandalized her name. However, in an instant, the girl felt another feeling, which was even a little painful. Catherine didn't understand what was happening, but for some reason her body suddenly changed, and these changes occurred on her face. She still didn't know what it meant, or why she had this problem now. But most importantly, why she felt something like that. Catherine clutched her rifle tighter, realizing that the enemy was already close. She felt his presence. But it was difficult to notice the exact location. The girl was spinning in all directions, trying to find Albert. But it was all in vain. She did not see where he was hiding, although she understood that he had probably already found her. Dr. Clemens was pleased to note that Catherine seemed to be in confusion because she did not see the enemy. Dr. Rick did not answer his colleague. He mentally told Catherine that she needed to calm down, because otherwise there was no point in continuing. Chrissy Da Vinci asked Alain if he wasn't happy, because in the current situation, it is very clear that victory will be with the moon. But Alain thought that after people learned to influence genes for their development, this method passed on to soldiers. Catherine never showed any signs that her genes were close to awakening, even after all this. There was only one question. Will something change under such high pressure, or will everything remain as before? They saw the answer to this question a few seconds later, when Catherine suddenly stopped trembling from nerves. The girl suddenly swung her rifle, intending to prove to herself that she was not weak. With that thought, she knelt down, taking a special top-level sniper stance. A sniper has reached the highest level only when all that remains of him is his eyes. These were exactly the words David told her before the fight, but Catherine did not understand what it meant and how it should help her. Suddenly, the girl felt very stuffy, and this was displayed on the doctor's panel of participants' indicators. Dr. Clemens asked if she was really that nervous, and Mila reported that her body temperature was rising. Magnus was no less nervous, and even Deft was wary of such a sudden change on the battlefield. But if Catherine doesn't do anything about her composure, she will become an easy target for Albert. However, not only Alain thought so, but also Albert himself, who had already aimed his gun at the girl. He thought that he did not even expect that his abilities could scare someone so much. Deciding that there was no point in delaying it any longer, the guy adjusted his aim one last time and pulled the trigger. He said that this shot was hello from Alain, who advised him not to underestimate Catherine. However, in the end, everything turned out the way Albert did. The battle turned out to be rather boring and short-lived. At least that's what it seemed to him at first, because Catherine, to her surprise, felt and saw the bullet. As if in slow motion, she turned around, seeing a bullet flying at breakneck speed straight towards her head. Another moment, and it would have gone through her skull, but the girl was able to avoid it thanks to her new skill. She herself didn't understand where it came from, but it seemed that now she could see not only from the front, but also from the back. In addition, she has a unique genetic ability to see through objects. She directed her gaze to the rock and immediately figured out where Albert had been hiding all this time. This discovery was something incredible. Without wasting any time, Catherine aimed her rifle at the right place. She used the most powerful caliber available to her and fired. Albert was shocked. He certainly did not expect such a turn of events, and of course he could not defend himself. There was a huge explosion, which also caused a rock collapse, so the guy would not have survived under any conditions. Dr. Clemens even opened his mouth in surprise. He was sure that this round would definitely bring victory to Luna. David and Magnus were no less amazed, especially Magnus, who was worried about the headman. Chrissy was also surprised because, like everyone else, she was confident in Albert's victory, and only Alain did not express emotions. Mila hastened to calm everyone down, saying that the result of the match is being checked right now, because it's hard to see anything because of the smoke. Dr. Clemens tensed. He wanted the result of the fight to be the victory of the brilliant shooter from the moon. And Dr. Rick thought it was Catherine's last shot, so there was no doubt that the enemy was dead. However, the doctor did not understand how the girl managed to detect it, especially considering her crazy indicators. After analyzing everything in more detail, the doctor said with great surprise that this could not be true. But it seems that everything was just like that. Chrissy turned to Alain, asking if this was what he expected. Mila reported a medical emergency, saying both fighters' pod sensors were malfunctioning. This was especially true for Catherine, because her genes really awakened in real confrontation. The medical squad was already rushing to the capsules with soldiers who had suffered overload on the battlefield. 3 of them took Catherine's capsule and took it straight to the department, while Albert's capsule could be examined on the spot. Patient Catherine had an abnormally high temperature, but other than that, the sensors recorded. Abnormal brain signals all indicated that she had undergone severe stress. The lunar doctor did not understand how this could happen in the capsule, thinking that the physiology of Earthlings was really different. Albert, meanwhile, had already left his capsule, and Mila reported that the doctors were now trying to revive Catherine. Now she needed urgent medical attention, so the results of the fight will temporarily remain unconfirmed. Albert thought about how she could detect him. He even went through the options of physiological abnormalities and fraud. Meanwhile, Dr. Rick was quick to defend Catherine, saying there was no reason to believe she was taking anything illegal. However, the audience did not think so, especially the lunar audience, which began to blame Catherine. It was hard for Magnus to listen to this, because they said that the Earthlings could not afford to lose. That's why they turned to cheating, but Fatty did not intend to simply tolerate and listen to this nonsense. He said that Catherine would never use anything to win, while Angela was thinking about the reason. In short, it seemed to her that her friend's genes were unlocked and she received amazing abilities. Therefore, the fact that the head girl saw through Albert's mimicry was truly amazing and could only be explained this way. Then Peter added that usually the awakening of genes occurs at the age of 15, 16, and this is the same for all people. Phoenix added that awakenings are quite rare, but David said he was confident in Catherine's case. The people of the moon are still continuing to research this phenomenon. They have found that humans adapt well to new genomes. The awakening of recessive genes occurs extremely rarely, but in such cases side effects appear. In fact, the best way to achieve gene awakening is to put yourself in a deadly situation. And everything that was happening now with Catherine reminded him of an awakening, because he had seen it more than once in the army. Then Peter said that if this is true, then another strong warrior will appear on the Earth side. For some reason, it began to seem to him that these competitions were organized specifically for their school. But David said that everything was not so simple, because after awakening there is a period of weakness in a person. In other words, most likely Catherine will not be able to compete in the next round of competition. Besides, even if she awakens some skill, it will most likely only be auxiliary. Meanwhile, Mila reported that the results of the medical examination revealed that Catherine did not consume anything prohibited, but due to the heavy load, her body was exhausted. Now she needs to stay in the hospital, but the girl's victory in the fight was confirmed. Dr. Clemens said that in short, Catherine experienced an incredibly rare phenomenon. Meanwhile, at the Dragon Letter School, students could not get enough of the news of Catherine's victory. Many said that from that moment on, she became their goddess, while others boasted that she was their headman. Senior students could not believe that another representative of their school made it into the top 32. Meanwhile, Mila reported that it seems that after Catherine's victory, the luck of the Earthlings has come to naught. Dr. Clemens happily picked up on this, saying that in the face of the power of the moon, any participant can only surrender. After all, the time has come for the last match in the qualifiers for the top 32, in which Magnus fought. His opponent was a guy named Fabio, ranked 2600. Phoenix had already fought him once. Friends in the Earth's waiting room encouraged Magnus before the fight, telling him that he had to give 100%. David also said that everything depends only on himself, and he believes that his friend will definitely cope. Suddenly, Fatty's gaze fell on the stands, where he saw an expert from Asia also supporting him. This made a great impression on the guy, because just recently he said that they would lose after the first round. But everything turned out to be completely different, so now Fatty was full of confidence and headed to his capsule. In the arena they met Fabio, who outwardly reminded him of a hero from a famous manga. However, the guy behaved a little differently. He shook his hand, but said that this was the end of his luck. He then added that today Fatty would understand the hard way why he was given the nickname by which he was known. Hearing this, Magnus was not a little worried, because he knew very well what this lunar expert was talking about. The fat man even withdrew his hand, and it came out a little abruptly, which betrayed his anxiety. The lunar audience began to shout for Fabio to smear this fat guy against the wall, and he would fly back to Earth. Dr. Clemens asked his colleague if this guy was really afraid, or if he was pretending to be a pig in order to eat the tiger. Fabio thought that according to the information about this Tolsiak, he was absolutely hopeless in a fight against him. And even if he had some ranged combat skills, that was the extent of his entire arsenal. Both participants took their places in the capsules and were soon transported to the battle arena in full gear. It was a 5-level battle to destroy flying saucers. The rules of this arena were quite simple. The first one to destroy all 100 flying saucers will be able to attack the opponent openly. Dr. Rick noticed that the opponents were standing at a distance of 5 meters from each other. The target in front of them was the same, but the winner will be the one who is faster and more accurate. At the same time, they should keep an eye on each other. But Dr. Clemens said that was just the basis, and the real argument was the speed of reaction. We can say that, unlike Catherine's fight, there will be no mysteries here. No luck. Only those with greater mental toughness and better aim will be able to win. The Polar Star was a standard lunar precision pistol and had a high rate of fire. It has low recoil, close-range accuracy is amazing, and there is almost no lag between its shots. Peter said that in such an arena, such a pistol was a standard choice, even an all-purpose one. Therefore, the guy said that Magnus should also choose something similar. At least his weapon would be good. Phoenix agreed with his friend, but the next second he screamed in surprise, amazed at Fatty's choice. After all, he chose a weapon of the high-type Tiger Duty, which in general was not bad, but was clearly inferior to the Star. Dr. Clemens noted that this weapon was developed on Earth, and although it had good performance, but its recoil was too strong. You had to pull the trigger almost non-stop to fire it. Dr. Rick thought it was still a weapon that needed ammo, so he hoped Magnus knew what he was doing. Meanwhile, Mila announced a countdown, after which the participants could start shooting. The viewers of Earth were also disappointed that he did not change weapons, saying that this way the victory would definitely be for Fabio. Angela wondered if Magnus really used this weapon on David's advice, which would be quite logical. David himself sat next to the girl and thought about how his friend fought during the war on the battlefield of Mars. In addition to the heavy sniper rifle, Magnus then always took with him a Tiger Duty, which he continued to use. But David never used the video during his time at the academy. Considering Catherine's recent awakening, he seemed to have some influence on events. Now it was even difficult for David to imagine how many points Magnus could score. It was clear that the friend had not really calculated his strength, because it was already difficult for him to stand on his feet. Fabio, of course, noticed this too. He said that it seemed that some people could use a visit to the gym from time to time. He added that Fat Man was shaking in his guts, and he might not even say that he was so scared. Still, he said that if Fatty could win this confrontation, he would take his last name. Magnus was silent. He did not answer, and did not succumb to the enemy's tricks, although they did not pass without a trace. Mila announced the start of the fight, and Fabio finally thought that it was difficult for such people to control themselves. It seemed to the guy that victory was already in his hands, but not he. Not others even suspected how it would end. Dr. Clemens, as always, was confident that Luna would win. The smile never left his face, unlike Dr. Rick. Both contenders opened fire at targets that looked somewhat like a practice test. After all, the targets here were also moving, but the problem was that Fabio was faster and had already destroyed 10 targets. All this was accompanied by explosions, and Peter shouted for Fat Man to move and start shooting too. I was driving while he just stood still, but even David was worried, because the main thing here is speed. In the meantime, Magnus was clearly inferior to his opponent in it. Dr. Clemens laughed contentedly. He said it was the first time he had seen a competitor so intimidated at a shooting competition. The targets kept falling in all directions, and Fabio managed to shoot them all down. So far, his skills have been expressed in the fact that he has not missed a single target, but he has not yet revealed his main trump card to win. Peter said that if he continued to do nothing, he would very soon lose and be left in even greater disgrace. Phoenix and the others echoed this thought, and David seemed to be the only one who remained calm. Meanwhile, Fabio realized that his opponent would not do anything and decided to speed up the pace. He continued shooting with his pistol, by which time he had already shot down about 30 targets, almost reaching half. But Magnus still remained standing motionless, as if waiting for some opportune moment. Togelpi Fabio turned to him, saying that if he didn't want to move so much, then he would take over his plates too. As if to confirm his words, the guy aimed at Fat Man's targets, intending to destroy them too. Suddenly, everyone saw and heard a big explosion, as if someone had fired a powerful weapon. It turned out that it was Magnus. At some point, Fabio's words forced him to act, and he fired one shot. However, this was enough to completely seize the initiative, because everyone was surprised at what he did. This gave Magnus an opportunity, and he took advantage of it, firing his machine guns in all directions, hitting the targets. He also did it quite quickly. Despite the weight of the chosen weapon, he had already shot down at least 20 targets. It ended with the Earth's audience cheering, shouting the name of the winner in this round. It's not difficult to guess that it was Magnus who became him, and Dr. Rick was especially happy about this. Mila announced another victory for Earthlings. Even from the girl, it was clear that she announced this without much enthusiasm. Even taking into account the general unfavorable situation for Earthlings, the 4 dragons still made it into the top 32. The students of the Dragon Letter Academy, who appeared out of nowhere, almost single-handedly defended the honor of the Earth. Reporters were already pestering General Hugo with questions, asking if they could interview the students. But the man apologized, saying that at the moment the team is not ready to give any interviews. He explained this by saying that their matches turned out to be quite difficult, so now they all need rest. The general glanced at David out of the corner of his eye because the guy was very interested in his fights. The man did not even expect that he and the people around him would be able to create such an incredible miracle. Meanwhile, the Luna representatives listened as Lander said that he wanted only one thing, and that was a crushing victory. But in the end, he couldn't believe that as many as 6 Earthlings made it to the next stage. But Chrissy answered him that the guy shouldn't have underestimated the power of David Gaydon, to which Landers just chuckled, saying that everything was just beginning. Doctor said about Catherine that she was physically and mentally exhausted. However, her current situation is not dangerous. The awakening of genes will definitely cause some changes in the girl, but they should not be dangerous to her life. The doctor said that now nutrients are constantly entering her body, so her long sleep will soon end. He told this to David, Magnus, and Angela, who came to check on their friend, but she was still unconscious. David was the first to head out, telling the guys that the doctors would take better care of Catherine here. Finally, he said with playful sarcasm that the head girl should get well soon, because he was able to get into the top 32. Meanwhile, General Hugo returned to his room and opened the door, walking inside. The first thing he did was throw away his jacket, after which he sank onto the bed and began looking for the TV remote control. At that time, they were different, like all pieces of technology, but soon the man found the remote control and was able to select the correct channel. The remote control resembled a slightly enlarged telephone, and when compared with the best models, it was even like a telephone. The general listened to the report about the 4 students in the top 32 and thought that if they were evaluated, then they all had their shortcomings. When you play the role of a dark horse, your morale is at the level of heaven, but this also has its disadvantages. After all, it is easier to crush the dark horses than the rest, so the general thought until the next stage. Meanwhile, David thought that he was still holding out hope that he could take Fatty to a special training session. But contrary to his expectations, he was never able to wake up his friend. Perhaps this was a reaction to the awakening of genes. Now it seemed to David that Magnus was no different from his future self on Mars, although something like that would only make his friend happy. Suddenly, David's bracelet with a built-in phone vibrated. It was a message from Michael. He briefly wrote to him that trouble had happened and they needed to meet urgently, so David went to him. After some time, the guy arrived at the place, wondering why Michael called him to this deserted kind of alley. Suddenly, Michael himself appeared from around the corner of the building, and to David's surprise, he looked tired. The young journalist even had bags under his eyes, indicating sleepless nights in recent days. When he saw David, he told him to follow him quickly, so he decided to act rather than analyze. Then Michael whispered in his ear that something was wrong with them, because they were several friends. Those with whom Marco constantly communicates suddenly stopped communicating for completely unknown reasons. David asked if they had discovered anything recently, and Michael replied that there had been some progress. Some of his friends also became very interested in their subject of research and helped him. In particular, one of Michael's friends worked at the Walter Corporation, thanks to which Michael received the password this morning. Hearing what this password was for, David's face even twisted a little, because this was getting closer to solving them. Therefore, to avoid unnecessary ears and eyes, David grabbed Michael by the collar of his jacket and dragged him along. They headed to the dining room, which David considered an excellent place for various types of meetings and transfer of information. He treated Michael to juice, and then asked him to tell everything slowly and clearly in every detail. Then Michael told him about his friend, whose name was Sid, and his online nickname was Stalker. No one knew where he was from. Nevertheless, he rose to the top of the dozens of top hackers, but he and Michael were not close friends. The guy went on to say that they immediately started working on his queries about the Walters, but before they could blink, people started disappearing. Then David asked the guy himself if he himself would be identified, but he replied that this was unlikely. After all, none of them will reveal their identity, even if some danger arises. They will immediately try to eliminate it, even though there was a huge population on the moon, which is why Michael gave up at first. And in fact, everything would have continued like this, but this stalker sent him that PIN code. He left it only to convey one single message: Doomsday. Michael looked at David with an excited look, and he answered him in the same way, because he himself did not understand what it meant. Michael asked him what they should expect in the future, and if David knew anything about that day. And he thought that now he could be almost sure that the alien invasion was not an accident. Already now he could form several theories in this regard. The first is that the people of the moon managed to establish contact with strangers. It is possible that right now they were planning something, and the second is that the aliens were created by scientists on the moon. They could have been created as biological weapons because if you analyze everything, they had similar tactics to humans. All these thoughts only created new questions. What if the moon really intended to destroy the Earth? Then if the moon, with the support of aliens, attacks the Earth, then Earthlings with their current forces will not be able to stop them. But then David realized that he was reasoning in the wrong direction, because both federations attacked at the same time. Finally, David told Michael that this didn't sound like a war over territory or resources. Most likely, something was being prepared to destroy all humanity, something like total genocide. However, David still did not understand the reason for this, because even world wars broke out over territories and resources. And now a war arises, the goal of which was only total destruction. It seemed illogical. Most likely, this war had its reasons, but now they lay far beyond the scope of the knowledge that he had. He didn't have much time, and first of all, he needed to get into the top 4 in the competition. David was already wondering what made such an elite group do such a thing when Michael began to coward him. Then David finally came to his senses. He told Michael that this mystery was still too confusing for them. He added that if they try to get even deeper into this matter, then only death will await them. Therefore, he suggested to his friend to simply clean up all the tales and enjoy life. But Michael did not really believe him. It seemed to him that David knew something, but he replied that he was just an ordinary student at an ordinary school. But Michael immediately interrupted him, saying that David was not an ordinary student at all. After all, everything he did could be described as incredible, and his theories did not seem so ridiculous. Then David patted him on the shoulder, saying that the guy was thinking too much, because they couldn't know the answers to everything. He added that if this hacker decides to hack into the network of this financial group again, then Michael should sue him. This would be the usual act of a good citizen, and besides, he could send this pin to other people. After listening to him, Michael reluctantly agreed that his words made sense. At that time, a familiar voice was heard behind them. It was Fatty who came out of the bathroom. Noticing the guys, he asked if they had grabbed something tasty. Concluding their conversation, David told Magnus that if he hurried, he could still make it to lunch. Fat Man didn't really like this arrangement because he never had breakfast, claiming that he was malnourished. And Michael asked in surprise if Fatty hadn't been kicked out of the tournament yesterday, and David realized that he hadn't watched his friends fight. Then he explained that Magnus had advanced to the 3rd round, and Magnus himself looked at Michael with displeasure. He, in turn, was quite surprised to hear such news, because he did not expect that Fat Man would succeed either. Michael quickly took out his phone and began to search for the broadcast of yesterday's competition, wanting to find this fight. He stated that he did not watch the fights for 2 days, but it turns out that during this time, all the students managed to pass the 2nd stage. Angela had incredible adaptability during combat, making her a special fighter. Catherine, who was the first to awaken her genes during her own battle and thus defeat her idol. Magnus, who did not have any special ability, but fought his opponents by breaking their will. A couple of hours later, David, Magnus, and Angela gathered together again in the Earth's waiting room. The guys yawned because they had just woken up, but now they couldn't go to sleep. A few minutes later, they were joined by Peter and Phoenix, who also advanced to the next stage. Then they all heard a message from Mila, who said that Catherine would not be able to continue in the competition. After all, the girl still hasn't been able to come to her senses, but this won't interfere with the rest of the fights. Next up will be Shadow Phoenix versus Chrissy, Peter versus Skycolor Floyd, also David versus Prince of Darkness Landers, Magnus versus Anthony, and Angela versus Alan Doyle. Angela said that it was like she had won the lottery because she got Alan Doyle himself. Phoenix recalled that this guy was known as the first fighter of the moon, so he must have been very strong. Moreover, he had not yet given 100%, so now it was difficult to say anything about his real strength. Peter said that he got Floyd, who was a master of close combat, but it was still better than the moon art. The guy turned to David, asking if he could tell him something useful, because he had already encountered something similar. Magnus stated that Anthony had as many as 3,000 points, and if they had collided in real life, he would have given up immediately. Hearing this, Peter laughed loudly and slammed his fist on the table at which they were sitting. He said that he really admired Magnus's restraint, because even in such a situation he could joke. Peter then broke out into a motivational speech and said that they had come too far to give up. After some time, the stands were filled with spectators again, and Mila was already greeting everyone. She said that the third stage of the competition would begin any minute, and Dr. Rick was thinking about the survey. It was held by the organizers of the competition, and according to its results, 60% of the audience believed that not a single Earthling would make it into the top 16. And only 1 person in 100 believed that all 5 applicants from Earth would advance to the next stage. Given all this data, Dr. Rick thought there was an 80 to 90% chance that he would become the most humiliated commentator in history. Dr. Clemens, meanwhile, turned to him, mockingly asking how many Earthlings he thought would go further. To this, Dr. Rick replied that quantity will never trump quality. After all, even if only 1 Earthling went forward, he could still become a champion. Dr. Clemens fell silent, although he thought that they would still see who would laugh last. Both men exchanged angry glances, because each considered their nation to be the best. Mila, who had already learned to understand these two at a glance, saw that a new quarrel was now brewing. And so it happened. A moment later, the doctors were already quarreling again over whose fighters were better and who would win in the end. Meanwhile, in the arena, there was a battle between the contenders of the moon, of which there were many more left. Peter noticed that they had 2 more Luna fights ahead of them, which was quite tiring. And David said that victory in such battles made it possible to defend only the pride of an individual warrior of the moon. They didn't even have much fighting spirit. And then Peter turned to Phoenix, saying that he would soon be beaten by the goddess. The guy replied that he would pretend that he had not heard anything, and meanwhile the last 3 fights had ended in the arena. Dr. Rick concluded that they ended quite well, but the most interesting was yet to come. And Dr. Clemens quietly said that the old man can boast as much as he wants, because soon 5 disappointments in a row await him. He added that he already foresaw the beginning of his colleagues' excuses, but Dr. Rick did not answer. Now the time has come for the 4th fight, in which Phoenix and Chrissy will collide for a place in the top 16. Phoenix looked a little unsure, but that was understandable when facing such an opponent. If you compare their approval ratings, it's 36% versus 64% respectively, but the numbers aren't always true. The applicants had already entered the arena, and soon a location was chosen, where they were immediately transported. This time the arena looked especially great, because it was located simply in the air at a high altitude. Any mistake or wrong step could be the last, and each of them understood this well. The opponents took up their fighting positions and prepared for the start of the competition, awaiting the command. Soon she entered, and both students forgot about everything except winning the current round for themselves and their country. Phoenix was the first to attack. He remembered what David told him, so he did not take his eyes off Chrissy. The guy's weapons were 2 crescent blades, which he wielded very well. It was one of the best melee weapons. Chrissy was wielding her sword. When the tip of the Phoenix knife was at her eyes, she also began to act. The girl jumped and did a somersault over the guy, who cut the air in the place where her head was a second ago. And the girl was already flying at him, holding out her sword to attack. Now she had an advantage in the form of speed. After all, she struck from above, which meant it was much more difficult to block, and Phoenix felt it. However, the guy was able to throw away the representative of the moon, and he also jumped to the side. Thanks to this attack, he realized who he was dealing with because Chrissy Da Vinci was unusually strong. Therefore, Phoenix decided that he should at least use all his techniques and rushed at the girl with a new attack. This time he activated his genetic power, but, to his surprise, Chrissy was able to hold back the onslaught. It was also amazing that all she had to do was put out just one hand, and then Phoenix realized how powerful he was. Chrissy's genetic abilities were surprising. Her aura was so strong that it began to crowd the guy. And then the representative of Duna put her blade forward, which Phoenix could not see due to her own attack. This turned out to be his fatal mistake, as a second later the sword passed through his body. Phoenix was killed in the virtual world, at least that's what all the viewers thought, but everything turned out to be a little different. The first to notice this was Chrissy, who realized that the guy had simply disappeared, although she could not explain how he managed it. The body she pierced dissipated into a dark cloud that began to envelop the entire arena. Soon visibility became almost zero, but Chrissy understood that the enemy was moored somewhere close. Her fears turned out to be true. Soon the girl felt someone approaching her at high speed. Chrissy was unable to react quickly, so she became nervous when the guy suddenly knocked the weapon out of her hands. At this point, the audience shouted excitedly that the Earthling could win, and even the lunar audience thought so. Peter praised his friend, saying that he performed a good move, and Magnus even stopped chewing with delight. But Chrissy did not intend to give up so easily. She prepared herself for the Phoenix's second attack and tensed up. Now her genetic abilities have come into play, namely increased sensitivity. From that moment on, the girl could feel every attack directed in her direction, so she was able to dodge. Although she did not see the enemy, this did not stop Chrissy from no longer falling under his blows. Phoenix used the effect of his special gene ability, thanks to which he could become invisible. Suddenly, the girl noticed something flying behind her, but it wasn't an attack, so she didn't pay any attention. It turned out that it was a Phoenix blade, which for some reason the guy threw in a certain direction. The fact that Chrissy ignored this moment was a fatal mistake, because Phoenix created a ring of lightning. It was his special lightning elemental attack, with which he drove Chrissy into a circle, where her body was pierced by lightning. Phoenix himself was already rushing to her to finish the job and win this fight. He had one more knife left. The guy threw the gun right at the girl, and everyone thought it was the end for Chrissy Da Vinci. Phoenix himself thought so, but just in case, he decided not to weaken his defense and not remove the invisibility effect. All eyes were focused on Chrissy, who had to somehow free herself from this ring, otherwise she was promised defeat. However, Chrissy would be Chrissy Da Vinci if she couldn't get out of such a situation. She even smiled a little and seemed to be calmly waiting for Phoenix to approach her. However, instead of the guy, she saw his blade, so Chrissy began to act seriously and activated her technique. She turned out to have a shield, which she made with the help of lightning, which a second ago pierced her body. But now they have become her protection. Moreover, this barrier stopped the Phoenix's knife and turned it against him. Then a huge electrical wave followed, which touched the guy, and he realized that his effect was disappearing. This was because he was attacked by his own power, so his invisibility stopped working. Seeing that his special ability was cancelled, Phoenix panicked, because this meant that the initiative had passed to Chrissy. And so it was. The girl unexpectedly easily knocked off his ring and found herself in front of him on some kind of wings. Now it was her turn to attack, and she smiled contentedly, anticipating an imminent victory. Phoenix discovered with horror that he could not move. It seemed that the girl's ability was also paralysis. This must have been the reason why she sent a wave of lightning at him, because she needed to find him. The lunar audience immediately picked up on this change in the battle, shouting the name of their goddess and telling her to destroy the guy. David thought that the girl was using compressed air control to suppress her enemy. Her next move would likely be to kill Phoenix, and right now Chrissy was attacking him. Phoenix desperately thought that he had to resist with all his might. After all, this was just a small trick. The main thing is that he still had a chance to win, and as long as this remained so, he had something to fight for. But then Chrissy waved her leg, creating a whirlwind of her special pink aura, which she directed at the guy. A huge wave of the girl's power fell on the almost defenseless Phoenix, who did not know how to dodge it. A moment later, there was a big explosion, and all the spectators eagerly waited for the smoke to clear. After a few more minutes, the arena became visible again, and everyone saw who was the winner. It was Chrissy Da Vinci, who brought another victory for the moon in the confrontation with the Earth. The audience of Earth was very upset to see that their representative lost, because he was so close to winning. Dr. Rick swallowed nervously. Sweat appeared on his forehead from what he saw, because the moon had just shown its level. Chrissy Da Vinci had just defended her last name. Her strength exceeded all expectations. Mila had no choice but to happily report the victory to the student from Luna, and Chrissy closed her eyes contentedly. Landers laughed a little, saying that it was an incredible ability for both Chrissy and Phoenix. The girl's attack, enhanced by her ability to control air, is similar to a salvo from a rocket weapon. The guy added that only a madman would fight her in close combat, and then he turned to Alain. Landers added that, as his friend could see, the Earthlings somehow knew the weaknesses of their fighters. But Alain replied that they would discuss this after the end of the competition, because now there was no point in going into it. However, Landers was not satisfied with this answer, and then Alain assured him that he was still thinking, that the source of their problem was on the side of the Earthlings. Hearing this, Landers boiled, saying that he could not say that. After all, you can't turn a blind eye to such an obvious problem if it later causes even bigger problems. But Alan just looked calmly at his friend. He saw that he did not understand the whole essence of the situation. He reminded that he is responsible for all his decisions, so they should finish this topic. Besides, right now he was more concerned about their unity than finding the truth in this matter. After listening to him, Landers agreed, saying that he had nothing more to say. In any case, they both do everything for the glory of the moon. But the guy also thought that if something went wrong again, it would be a big blow to Aiden's leadership. Now he still retained his authority because he was considered the most powerful fighter on the moon. But when he falls from the top of the leadership, he, Landers, will have a chance to take this place. Meanwhile, the viewers of the moon and even some Earthlings joyfully greeted their celestial goddess. Everyone wanted to be like Chrissy Da Vinci because her wind control skills were simply incredible. They said about Phoenix that he turned out to be so fragile, and the guy himself had already left the stage and returned to the waiting room. Peter said that unconscious mental calculations coupled with the special ability of invisibility were useless against her. He also talked about Phoenix techniques, and David added that Chrissy seemed to be able to control even air pressure. Angela even despaired a little, because Alan Doyle was an even more amazing person. The girl couldn't even imagine what abilities he would eventually have, and this made her nervous. Dev TD noticed this. He thought that Alan and Floyd were about equal in strength to Chrissy, so you can already imagine. No matter how difficult the next fight would be, Peter noticed that Magnus had an unseeded player. After all, only 5 candidates were among the seeded players of the moon, and Fat Man was lucky not to end up with one of them in the arena. Although Magnus himself did not understand this, his battle would soon become a cause of either joy or grief for his team. Meanwhile, Mila announced the start of the first match of the afternoon, in which Peter competed from Earth. He faced his next opponent, who looked too confident. General Hugo continued to observe the suffering in which the Earthlings took part. There weren't many of them left, but Peter's opponent was now recognized as the strongest participant. This opinion was shared by the Earth War Ministry, and it was he who had the best chance of breaking into the top 8. However, in the list of the most terrifying opponents of Earthlings, Floyd took first place, surpassing even Alan Doyle. It was very strange, but both candidates found themselves in an arena that was somewhat similar to the previous one, where Chrissy and Phoenix fought. Now both opponents were melee specialists. Floyd put his weapon forward. It resembled a simplified copy of a halberd. Pitera also decided to show off his blade and pulled out a rather large steel sword that looked majestic. Now they were only waiting for a signal from Mila, and the girl soon sent it, giving the command to start. Floyd quickly assessed the capabilities and weaknesses of his opponent. He thought that he would attack first, and Peter did the same, only his sword turned out to be much larger than it seemed at first glance. Its blade was 30 centimeters thick and its length was almost 2 meters. Pulling the sword back, the guy prepared to deliver just one crushing blow to the enemy and cut off his head. As expected, his sword was the first to reach his opponent's weapon and fell on him with all its weight. Floyd immediately felt the pressure with which this strong man was pressing because Peter's dimensions were truly impressive. He could easily overwhelm his opponent with his weight, but in competitions this was not enough, and the big man understood this. Still, he decided to try all the techniques using the Phoenix tactics and activated the first move. He first swung his sword with great force, causing a hurricane, and then used the heavy sword technique. Peter was known for his skill with a heavy sword. Such students were worth looking for. Floyd was now one of those who felt the full power of this golden guy. It was extremely difficult to restrain his onslaught. The lunar representative realized that he would not last long like this, and if he did not come up with anything, he would lose this round. Peter, meanwhile, prepared for the next blow, which was supposed to pierce the guy. He swung again and brought his sword down on his opponent, but this time Floyd used tactics. He stopped the huge sword with his blade, surprising most of the spectators in both audiences. But Peter was already looming over him for another killing blow, intent on breaking the guy in half. He put all his strength into this maneuver, hoping that it would be the last in this battle. But this was not the case. His sword rushed quite quickly for its size towards Floyd's head, who understood how to act. But then Peter changed the trajectory of his sword and pointed it upward, intending to attack again. This time Floyd realized that it was impossible to avoid a collision and prepared to block. It became more and more difficult to hold back Peter's heavy blows. Floyd realized that he was beginning to give in to him. Therefore, the representative of the moon decided to use his trump card. He used his aura, which was red. With its help, the guy managed to throw away the enemy's sword and gain some time for maneuver. Peter was pleased to notice that although his attack did not go completely, blood still appeared on the guy's face. Still, the Earthling prepared to attack again, taking a new position that only swordsmen understood. Floyd, in turn, adopted a similar stance, although the dimensions of his weapon were much smaller. The guys rushed at each other again. This time Floyd had no intention of defending himself and was about to go on the attack. Its thin blade was actually incredibly durable, allowing it to maneuver around Peter's large sword. The next moment the guy found himself in a good position to strike, and he took advantage of it. To defend himself, Peter had to either dodge the guy's swing or block with his sword. But the problem was that he would not be able to lift the sword in such a short time, so only the first remained. The big man dodged, but he had to sacrifice his weapon, which he let go of. In addition, Floyd's attack slightly touched his body, and this testified to the guy's good skills. Peter even liked his excitement. Being without a sword, he decided that he would continue to fight at any cost. He rushed at Floyd and spread his arms, intending to grab him, but he did not immediately understand this. As a result, Peter grabbed the guy by the waist, as if hugging him, but these hugs were suffocating. Floyd's blade also fell out of his hands, but he decided to act proactively and began to put strong pressure on Peter's hand. The big man didn't really feel any resistance yet, but he never underestimated his opponents. The Earth's spectators watched in horror and delight as Peter tightly twisted his opponent's neck. However, Luna's audience noticed what their representative was trying to do and were surprised that he knew jujutsu. David also saw that instead of freeing himself, Floyd was trying to crush Peter's hand. He soon succeeded, because suddenly Peter's wrist turned red. But what was most striking was neither this. The big man felt severe pain in his arm, because of which he simply could not maintain his grip. This is exactly what Floyd hoped for, thinking that now the Earthling would let him go, but Peter acted differently. Through the pain in his hand, he only squeezed the lunar representative's neck tighter, this time leaning on his elbow. In fact, right now Peter was using his trump card, a special move that made him a Superman. Floyd also felt this, realizing that a little more, and the Earthling would crush his trachea, and he could not do anything about it. While observing him, General Hugo noted that this technique was called burning blood, but it had consequences. The effect gave the user incredible strength, but if he remained like this for 2 minutes, his heart would give out. But in these 2 minutes, his strength will double, pain will disappear, and his flesh and bones will be significantly strengthened. The general thought that in the current situation this would be enough. All that was left was to wait for time. Peter himself suddenly remembered how David said that his opponent's special ability was flame. And then Floyd finally sprang into action and used his fire control ability for the first time. It was an incredibly powerful flame that swirled in the form of a tornado right around Peter. Of course, he fell under its attack, and even in the burning blood mode, he felt quite severe pain. It was comparable to fire from hell. At least for that second, Peter thought that was where he was. His body began to burn alive, and even the special condition and effects from it did not help free himself. Floyd didn't even have to wait 2 minutes, because the flame acted on its own and dealt with everything faster. All that was left for the lunar representative to do was stand up straight to show that he could still fight, unlike Peter. Of course, this meant victory for him, and Mila didn't think long when she announced the outcome of the battle in Floyd's favor. Moreover, Peter was found to have an abnormal physical condition in the capsule, so an order was issued. Immediately prepare a medical team, because a shock of this level is quite capable of causing considerable damage to the soul. Dr. Rick thought with annoyance that this was only the first day of the fight for the top 16, and all their fighters had already been defeated. The doctors who analyzed Peter's condition concluded that he lost without showing an ounce of self-control. After all, burning blood was such a minor ability compared to Floyd's super flame. Looking at the reaction, Dr. Rick believes that Floyd deliberately allowed himself to be caught in order to use the flame more effectively. He picked the right opportunity at such an exciting moment, and it was the right move to win. Meanwhile, the spectators on the balcony said that there was nothing more to see here, so they would come tomorrow. Hearing this, David was a little upset. He understood that Floyd had everything under control from the very beginning. Whatever you say, Floyd is one step ahead of Peter in the development of his genetic abilities. And although the Earth also began to develop its genes with the start of the competition, it is far behind the Moon in all aspects. And whether he could join the leadership group and gain access to secrets depended only on his battles. The current situation was not very good, but not bad for David either. He just had to avoid making a mistake. The guy was thinking that tomorrow there were only 3 of the Earth's applicants left from their school. On the second day, the same jury team gathered, and the first fight was supposed to be the fight between Alain and Angela. When Mila announced this game, she became a little embarrassed. It was clear that she also liked Alan Doyle. All the girls chanted his name, which infuriated Fatty a little, who did not want to listen to these screams. Meanwhile, Alain and Angela had already met on stage. The guy peered into Angela's eyes for a long time. The girl involuntarily thought that she did not think at all that she could count on winning this match. She could only make every effort to knock out Alain's aces, because he always knew better. The fight began. This time the rental was a spacious map in the shape of a labyrinth, where it was convenient to hide. However, the opponent specialized in both long-range and close combat, and Angela was the first to attack. But Alan Doyle defended himself without any problems. He managed to escape the hail of shells unnoticed. And then, when Angela was sure that at least one bullet hit him, Alain was behind her. He said that time was up and perhaps they should end things, so he would make her death quick. Before Angela could understand the situation and put up some kind of defense, Alain's powerful attack struck her down. The girl didn't even understand where it came from, but a powerful column of laser absorbed her with no chance of getting out. Mila only stated the outcome of the battle, which of course was won by the representative of the moon, Alan Doyle. The fat man said that he dealt with their Angela so easily, but David reminded that the guy still scored more than 3,000 points. Therefore, there was nothing to say here, and among the participants of the Earth there were only the two of them left, which meant that soon one of them will be invited to the arena. Meanwhile, the finalists gathered at the gathering place for the final competition. Entering the break room, David and Magnus were immediately pounced on by reporters, trying to interview them. David was asked what he thought about the current situation and whether it was possible that Earth's education system was outdated. Among other questions, he was also asked if he planned to join the Lunar Federation, and the guy raised his hand. He was going to answer them all. Meanwhile, General Hugo's assistant was rushing to him with a report. However, when he entered the general, he reported a problem that was now unfolding in the break room. Namely, it consisted in the fact that David Gaydon was giving an interview and the correspondents completely surrounded him. They won't have time to stop them. So now Daid's words will have great weight because he represented all the warriors of the Earth. Of course, this situation was not at all favorable for them, but it seems that they really could not do anything. David, meanwhile, said that he didn't understand why everyone was so excited, because it wasn't so important who would get into which top. After all, their goal at these competitions was only one: first place, for which there are no tops. What they heard shocked all the reporters, as well as the other participants who watched it live. After that, David was attacked with new questions, asking if he had any secret to winning. General Hugo, who arrived in the break room with his assistant, froze in surprise. Reporters, meanwhile, said that it seemed that it was worth asking questions not about strength, but about his IQ. The next day, new publications were published in the magazine and newspapers, which talked about David's sensational statement. Two people were going to storm to take first place in the competition, and David was generally aiming for the final. However, not all people were excited about this news. Although Angela was happy for her friends, she had her own problems. Moreover, in addition to David's courage, he now exposed himself to fire with this statement. When David re-entered the break room, his colleagues greeted his statements with ambiguity. Peter said he had better keep his words and do what he promised the reporters. Phoenix added that they had already embarrassed themselves enough, and David didn't need to make things worse. Angela also addressed him, saying that he should have waited to make this statement until the final part of the competition. However, David replied that the Earthlings had almost no fighting spirit left, so was he really supposed to watch this with folded hands? Angela then wanted to remind him about his next opponent, but David interrupted her again. He said that for him there is no difference between them, and very soon the girl will see this for herself. Phoenix thought that anyone could boast in words, of course, but it seemed that everything was already over. He sighed with annoyance, thinking that it had always seemed to him that David was calmer than all of them combined. And Magnus thought that whether they lost or won, the idea of having a little fun was not a bad idea. Meanwhile, David's phone rang, and the guy wondered what kind of message he might have received. It was a message from his sister. Dina said that he should be taught the art of showing off. But she also had good news. The girl added that she gave his pride 99 points out of 100. She also said that his parents also watched this interview, so if he loses, he will have nowhere to return. For a minute, silence reigned in the break room as everyone turned their attention to the replay of the recording of David's interview. It was broadcast by all channels, both on the moon and on Earth, and everyone again heard about the guy's goal to take first place. Everyone who had not yet seen this statement stopped doing anything in surprise. One person, who was also a student at the Dragon Letters Academy, was especially happy about this. It was William. The guy thought that the most accurate definition of David's actions would be death. After all, initially he could have simply finished the competition modestly and already received his share of the privileges. William even doubted whether he even knew who Landers was, because did David really think that this person was? He will simply ignore the provocations of such scum. Fortunately, their battle was about to begin soon. He will put everything in its place. David and Landers were already preparing to go on stage, waiting for the announcement of their fight. The lunar inhabitants really did not like David's person. They rooted for Landers with all their hearts, wanting to see David's collapse. Dr. Rick also thought with annoyance that this child did not know that he should always leave himself room to retreat. Throughout the tournament, he showed more and more surprises, but now it seems his tricks are over. The guys had already met on stage. Landers was the first to extend his hand to him, saying that today he would feel what real strength is. David did not answer anything to this. He just smiled at the lunar representative, showing that he was not afraid of him. The guy then shook his hand, and the audience thought it would be interesting to watch this David being put in his place. Some said it wouldn't take Landers a minute to finish this fight. A few more seconds passed before the rivals moved into the arena of their battle. Landers was known as the Prince of Darkness. He had an unusual black cloak, and his weapon was a sharp sword. As for David, he again went into battle completely unarmed, which again surprised all the spectators. Landers was even a little offended by this, because in this way he seemed to mock the lunar fighters. On top of everything else, Javid added that they should finish everything quickly because he still planned to be in time for dinner. Dr. Clemens angrily remarked that the Earth student was truly crazy if he went out unarmed against Landers himself. And Dr. Rick almost cried because after this battle his professional career would probably be over. The lunar audience also spoke out angrily at David's outburst, shouting for Landers to crush him. And he said that in order to be one of the seeded players, a person must have level 3 abilities. Among Earthlings, their Phoenix could be distinguished, but his invisibility ability could be rated at a maximum of level 2. But Floyd's ability, Volcano, is a level 3 ability, and his own was the same. Landers extended his hands, saying that he would allow David to die from his Judge ability, because he was the last hope of the Earthlings. Despite the fact that his ability was also level 3, it had incredible potential and effectiveness. David felt as if someone had covered his eyes with their hands. He saw absolutely nothing. In other words, David realized that he had completely lost his sight, but this was not the whole effect of the technique. Then he lost his hearing, and now the guy was no stronger than an ordinary deaf and blind person. This was the effect of Landers' special Judge ability, but David thought that he was now the Prince of Darkness. Dina, who was watching the fight on Earth in the public viewing room, asked her friend, why was her brother standing there motionless? To which her friend replied that he was under the influence of Landers' special technique. David lost both his sight and hearing, not to mention Landers. Now anyone could defeat her brother. Then Dina realized that anyone who fell under the influence of such a skill would be shocked. She was very worried about David, but then she was very surprised when she saw that for some reason he was smiling. So it was. David suddenly smiled and did not change the stance he had taken from the very beginning. He then began to reason out loud, saying that he thought physical contact was needed to activate this technique. Landers grimaced with displeasure, and David asked if he should be disqualified for this. After all, the guy definitely used it on him before the match, although he had already done everything he could anyway. Namely, he gave him an unforgettable, unique atmosphere, but Landers interrupted him. He screamed that David had lost his sight and hearing, but for some reason his mouth continued to work just as well. With these words, the representative of the moon attacked him, intending to finish the guy off. His blade almost pierced David's chest, but suddenly for everyone, he blocked his attack. Or rather, David managed to predict when the enemy's hand would be near him and was able to intercept it. After which he pressed hard, and the weapon fell out of the hand of Landers, who was unable to do anything from the shock of pain. However, David did not plan to stop there. He used some kind of blind strike. It turned out to be a kind of improvised counterattack. But what was striking was that one of them saw and heard absolutely nothing. For David, the battle took place purely at the level of sensations and intuition, thanks to which he predicted Landers' actions. And the lunar applicant did not like this at all, because he was already planning to deal with this Earthling. To free himself from his technique, the guy kicked David, pushing away from him and flying some distance. He planned to attack David with a new counterattack, but there was something he didn't understand. Landers couldn't help but think that this David Gaydon's strength was quite unusual after all when he grabbed him. He stopped feeling his hand, although he had previously trained with more experienced fighters in hand-to-hand combat. This made Landers feel insecure, something that never usually happened to him. After all, David had lost both his sight and hearing, but he could still somehow see him. The guy wasn't even sure that this was possible. But when Landers' gaze fell again on his smile, which did not leave David's face, everything became clear. The lunar expert judged that the Earthling definitely used his sense of smell and touch. It was unfortunate to admit, but David's skills were truly amazing, but that didn't change the fact that he had already lost. Suddenly, Landers grabbed the floor of his plan and began swinging it like a propeller in front of David. The fat man, discouraged, asked what trick this lunar boy decided to use this time. Peter replied that he was trying to confuse David's charm and came up with these countermeasures very quickly. Angela, meanwhile, became even more worried about the guy, because with all her heart, she wanted him to win. David really got a little confused. He stopped smiling and wrinkled his face, trying to track his opponent's actions. And Landers, seeing that he did not understand when to expect an attack, realized that now was the right moment. Suddenly, he grabbed the hem of his cloak, about to throw his blade between it. Landers took aim and threw the knife immediately after he waved his cloak again near David's eyes. The tip of the blade had almost reached the guy, even though he wasn't watching him, but David managed to get out of it this time too. At some point, he again felt that something was approaching him right in the eyes, so he had to defend himself. Then the Earthling inhaled air, which for some reason became a bright, bloody color, as if he was inhaling blood itself. Suddenly, David's hand intercepted the weapon flying at him and grabbed the hand of the one who threw it. This is because Landers rushed to attack after throwing his blade to finish off David, but he did not expect such a turn. He froze in surprise, which quickly turned to horror when Landers saw what the guy was about to do. And David, still without emotion, raised the blade that he had just acquired and swung it at the enemy's hand. It was unclear how he guessed the trajectory, because he could have just as easily cut off his own hand, but this did not happen. The next second, the audience saw Lander's hand fly away from its owner, as if David had chopped off part of the sculpture. Meanwhile, everyone who was not too lazy was watching the battle. These onlookers included Catherine, who was in the hospital. She recently came to her senses and immediately asked for a TV in her room. So the girl wanted to be aware of all the events at the competition, but right now, he jumped up from his seat. This is because right now the broadcast of Devil's Fight was going on, and Catherine saw the moment when her hand was cut off. Magnus, who had also been watching the entire fight carefully, opened his mouth in surprise. Landers screamed in unbearable pain, looking at the place where his hand had been a second ago. Dr. Clemens was extremely dissatisfied with this turn of events, and Mila and Dr. Rick were very surprised. But David didn't finish there. He swung his right hand, still being blind and deaf. Then came a strong slap in the face, which should have brought Landers out of jail. He couldn't believe that he was being beaten, but the most amazing thing was that everyone suddenly realized that this was the end of their fight. Vezi David hit his opponent on the head with such force that it flew off in the same way as the hand before. When this happened, David's eyes suddenly opened and he spoke quietly, so that only Landers could hear him. He said that such a green boy like him could not know anything about real strength. Alan Doyle and Chrissy, who were watching all this, thought that their friend had lost his life in a rather strange way. They weren't the only ones who thought so, because the whole audience also shouted that this couldn't happen. David Hayden, like Catherine before, was suspected of fraud, so an audit was announced. Dr. Rick himself did not understand what had just happened, because he had never seen such techniques. Both participants had meanwhile left their capsules. Landers had one last thing to say to David. He approached him, and he was already waiting for the Prince of Darkness, smiling slyly as he came closer. Landers shouted that he would kill him, and David did not think that he had won, because he could believe that he was already dead. And David couldn't even answer anything because the guards ran up to Landers and were putting the guy down. They dragged him to safety, and Dr. Rick meanwhile smiled contentedly, looking at his colleague. After all, he always excelled in eloquence, but now it was curious to see what he would say this time. And Dr. Clemens said it was truly one of the most bizarre victories he had ever seen. He didn't understand how David Gaydon could move and navigate Landers' technique so well. But that wasn't even the main question, because the fact that David hit Landers with his palm, and not his fist, spoke in no way about his kind heart. Then Dr. Rick turned to his colleague, saying that the strangest thing about this fight was his lack of professionalism. After all, Landers was the face of the moon, and it is impossible to say exactly how strong he is, but he should learn some manners. Dr. Rick thought he had felt like a prisoner these past few days, but he could finally breathe out. And Dr. Clemens had no choice but to admit that their player had lost his mind at the match. But this little provocateur David Gaydon was actually an empty place for him. After all, Landers would be more merciful if not for his daily sermons for journalists. Meanwhile, the spectators were still recovering from shock that the Earthling managed to win such a beautiful victory. Finally, Mila announced that after a thorough investigation, David's victory was confirmed. The audience erupted in loud cries of delight, everyone cheering the guy and wishing him good luck. Some girls have already completely turned into his ardent fans, saying that they want children from him. All this was also observed by General Hugo, who never dreamed that they could go so far. The decision to give David Gaydon the opportunity to fight in this fight turned out to be more correct than ever. After all, just 5 minutes before the start of the match, the Earth's military council decided to severely punish the guy. They sent orders to arrest him, bolstering their motivation with the harm his actions had caused. A serious blow to the Earth. However, now he showed his talent and wiped everyone's nose, achieving victory. This guy just wanted to shake up this jar of spiders. After all, he had the blood of the Earth's military flowing in him. Now all the plans of the Luna representatives have been disrupted by David. He will become a real thorn for them. David himself thought that he expected something a little different from Landers, hoping that in his anger he would discover interesting abilities. But in any case, this lunar egoist remained his main suspect, and Angela followed him. David was heading to his break room when he suddenly stopped due to a sharp pain in his chest. He leaned against the wall and grabbed the area of his heart, squeezing it and wondering if it had started again. However, he did not find any new marks. This time the sensations came straight from inside his heart. And this time it only stabbed once, so the guy didn't understand how this damn skill even worked. Deciding that in any case he should return to his room, he continued walking and soon entered the hall. There he was, a little surprised, because he saw in front of him all his friends, who surrounded him on all sides. Their faces expressed respect, delight, and anxiety at the same time, and David realized that the guys wanted to tell him something. At first they were a little confused and looked at each other, waiting to see who would speak first. And David, who still didn't understand what to expect, looked at them in surprise. His gaze fell on Angela, who for some reason did not dare look into his eyes and constantly hid them. Then David himself asked why they were all looking at him like that, because he deliberately said those words in the interview. After all, the last few fights had been completely one-sided, and if he had lost 2, it would have meant ruin. Therefore, the guys had to understand that their strength was in unity, and even if his friends did not support him, then they could definitely give up. The boys and girls looked at each other. They understood what David was talking about, but had difficulty obeying it. Peter suddenly laughed, saying he was glad David was able to avenge him. He added that if he really has enough skills to become a champion, then he should do it. Phoenix added that they are also not such petty people and understand everything perfectly. But Peter clarified that, of course, until the end of the final battle, no one would be able to name the winner anyway. It's easy to talk about this, but when you meet these monsters in battle, the moon becomes invincible. Even their Asian friend said that they were all members of the same team, and David would have a hard time ahead. Therefore, they must support him in any endeavor. After all, he is their last hope. Listening to all this, David even felt a little awkward and said that the guys were doing a good job so far. Then Phoenix turned to Magnus, saying that it was his turn to go on stage. And Fatty thought that if this was a long-distance confrontation, then there was a small chance. But if it's a close fight, then it's over. He lowered his head and sighed heavily. DevTD thought that it didn't even make sense for him to continue stimulating his friend, because he had already exceeded my task. And it will be very awkward to force him to continue doing something that he doesn't want to do. Meanwhile, Mila announced that it was time for today's final confrontation. Magnus's opponent watched David's fight, realizing that he won thanks to his perception. But Fat Man was another matter, because his abilities were still unknown, and the guy doubted him a little. After all, he watched his first two fights, concluding that Magnus draws strength from the provocations of others. Therefore, he should not give him a reason to splash out the accumulated excitement. It was supposed to be just a direct battle, without any provocation. The guys got their hands on it. Close or long-range combat was not important for the lunar expert, because he had already made the core of his tactics. They were encouraged to treat their opponents with respect, without ridicule or threats, so as not to run into trouble. Meanwhile, on the way to the capsule, Magnus received a message from Catherine where she encouraged him. After reading this, Magnus was so charged that he was ready to move mountains to satisfy the desires of his beloved. The girl herself thought that her message would have almost no effect on the outcome of this fight. He did it anyway because David asked her, which means she couldn't refuse. However, to be honest, both Magnus and David had surpassed her, or so Catherine thought. After all, the guys were no longer the same as at the academy, and her physical condition still had not stabilized. The good news for the girl was that she went through the awakening of her genes, but this was not enough. Everything that had been happening lately had confused the girl a little, because she didn't understand. Why did Deb suddenly become so powerful, and why is now a trace of sadness constantly visible in the depths of his eyes? And he also developed some kind of indescribable trust in her, and Catherine couldn't help but wonder if he really liked her. But that obviously didn't make sense, because he definitely liked Angela, but it was still weird. David thought that his strong friendship and trust with Magnus was forged during the war. Therefore, he understood his friend like no one else, and now it was Catherine who could have the greatest influence on him. And so it happened. Fat Man entered the capsule, fully charged for victory. Dr. Clemens again allowed himself to express that this time their player would crush the Fat Man with one blow. And Dr. Rick said that his colleague should not scratch his tongue in vain, and that it would be better for them to arrange a small bet. He stated that if Manus lost, he would run around the arena naked. Dr. Clemens became wary, asking what kind of childishness this was, because they were both respected people. But Dr. Rick replied that it didn't matter now, and it was better for his colleague to make a choice. And Dr. Clemens said that he was not afraid of his intimidation, because he was absolutely confident in his player's victory. He added that if he wins, he won't even ask his colleague to run naked, but he did not agree. He thought that Magnus had a lot of problems, but he was the type of person who showed incredible results. He just needs to be motivated, and it is such people who most often create real miracles. The duel began. This time, the players' arena served as the location of a military base on Earth. Magnus's opponent had incredibly strong skills and immediately used aura. Magnus, for now, was simply looking closely at how he was fighting in order to find possible weak points. The lunar expert's choice fell on the Cheetah laser assault rifle. Magnus chose the duty of the Tiger twin pistols, which he had already dealt with before. Both guys were serious about winning, but there was something new in this fight. Dr. Rick recalled that, as everyone already knew, their players' shooting skills were at a high level. But Dr. Clemens didn't like it. He reminded that all the participants from Luna were professionals. Their argument was again interrupted by Mila, saying that both opponents were quickly moving towards rapprochement. She added that when looking at their weapon types, none of them were ranged. Fat Man appeared on the screens, and to everyone's surprise, he looked confident and even somehow relaxed. But the audience did not understand this. They asked displeasedly why he looked so carefree. His friends in the break room also took notice, but David said Manus simply decided to give it his all. But Angela wondered with excitement whether Fat Man was simply underestimating his opponent. Or was it another plan of Devt? Then she looked at the guy who was standing nearby and smiling. And he thought that he knew Magnus better than anyone else, and did not even notice how he began to lead him. However, this was not Mars, so he had to come up with a new way to make his friend want to win. So at least a few wins could help him get a photo with Lulu and maybe get closer to Catherine. Now Fatty was in his optimal state when he splashed out his pent-up excitement. And this showed that he really wanted to win this battle, for which he entered his strange combat mode. His lunar opponent watched every move on the map carefully. And finally he noticed Magnus, a little surprised that he opened himself up like a target. But on the other hand, this meant that the guy was simply giving him the opportunity to finish everything faster. His opponent took aim once more and prepared to pull the trigger, wishing Magnus death. Then he fired. His hand didn't even catch up, so the projectile was sure to hit the target. However, unexpectedly, someone's attack flew at high speed towards the shooter himself. The lunar expert literally felt it and could only lower his head at the last moment. But this attack was soon followed by another, and this time it almost hit him. Magnus, of course, was shooting. He went out into the open area not to milk the target, but to figure it out. The location of your opponent, who only now realized this and was even a little scared. But this guy looked completely defenseless, but he reacted to his appearance with lightning speed. The representative of the moon thought that he should try again, because perhaps the Earthling was just lucky. He emerged slightly from cover again, preparing to open fire, but again felt the attack. Magnus acted proactively, as if he read his opponent's every move. Now they switched places, and a barrage of shells fell on the lunar player. Of course, it was almost impossible to evade everyone, and something began to bother the guy. But Fatty seemed to be having fun. He shot quite accurately, imagining that he was at the firing range. And his opponent is one big target that needs to be hit. Magnus turned to him so that the guy was not afraid and got out of his hiding place. For Magnus himself, this was too bold. The audience thought that he had gone crazy with his confidence. The lunar audience watched the battle with curiosity, and the Earthlings chanted for Magnus to continue in the same spirit. The enemy thought that it was unheard of for someone with a rating below 2,000 to fight back. Whoever had a rating of 3,000, because this spoke of his own unprofessionalism. So the guy shouted, "Does Fatty really think he can beat him?" He grabbed the gun and ran away from the roof, where he had been sitting all this time, thus changing the location. And Magnus thought the same thing, reasoning that it was time for him to change his position. It was only after some time that his opponent again felt a barrage of shells. This time he hid behind a truck, but Magnus found him without stopping shooting. The lunar expert was again at a disadvantage, because he still couldn't stick his head out. He could only watch the enemy out of the corner of his eye, making sure that he finally stopped shooting. However, instead the guy saw only the cheerful face of Magnus, who seemed to be having fun. Suddenly he said that since his lunar friend did not want to go outside, he would lure him out himself. And then his words were reinforced by a powerful salvo from pistols, which he put together to form a rifle. The fat man added that he would destroy him and his hideout, and so far that is what happened. His opponent, seeing how the truck was approaching him and would explode any minute, thought that Magnus was crazy. It looks like the guy only had to use his last trump card. If you describe the appearance of the lunar fighter, then you could see a strange eye on his face. And a moment later, the guy's entire body was covered with the same green ghostly color. Now the guy was not afraid of getting hit by Magnus because he avoided every one of his projectiles. The fat man was surprised by such a sudden change, but his opponent was indeed almost near him. When he got close to Magnus, he realized that the guy could become intangible. Surely this was one of the abilities of his genes, but now he had to figure out how to deal with it. The guy said that the end had come for the Earthling and prepared to finish him off. And Magnus only now noticed that he had passed through him too and ended up behind him. The lunar representative kicked Fatty in the back and he fell forward. He also felt severe pain because there was almost no protection on his back from physical attacks. As a result, Magnus fell face first, flying quite a distance. But this was not enough for his opponent. He instantly approached him and fried Magnus again. Blow after blow continued to fall on Fat Man, causing him to experience serious problems. The lunar audience applauded, saying that he should have done this in the first place. Dr. Clemens was also pleased to notice that Fat Man's rhythm was off and turned to Dr. Rick. He said that he still had time to retract his words because victory was promised only to one of the participants. And this will probably turn out to be their lunar representative because right now he is targeting the defenseless Fat Man. Then the air was cut by many shells fired at him, but the battle still continued. Magnus did not intend to deviate from his principles so easily, and he had one principle: win for Catherine. With this thought, he instantly jumped to his feet and opened fire first before his opponent. To everyone's surprise, Fatty's movements also became much more complete and precise. Suddenly it spun, creating a kind of tornado that would repel all attacks directed at it. And his opponent, seeing that he was firing while spinning, just laughed because this still wouldn't stop him from shooting. But he didn't take into account that Magnus was an excellent shooter, and even while spinning, he hit him for the umpteenth time. His opponent returned fire, and now it was a battle of marksmanship between the two contenders. But soon everything became clear when one of Magnus's projectiles shot through the moon guy's head. Dr. Clemens' glasses fell off, and Mila froze in surprise, and only Dr. Rick smiled contentedly. In the arena, meanwhile, Magnus slowly slowed down and stopped spinning. Mila announced that the winner was again a student from the Dragon Letters Academy. Dr. Clemens thought that he would now have to run naked around the arena, but then Dr. Rick turned to him, saying that after all, they managed to become good friends during this time. Therefore, he will not have anything against if his friend refuses the terms of the bet. Meanwhile, Magnus's friends were ready to joyfully welcome the new winner from Earth. David remembered that his friend had previously used this technique in the war, calling it the rotating dragon spiral. When using this skill, its accuracy reaches an incredible level. In the past, during the battles on Mars, before David himself went through an awakening, Magnus had saved his skin several times, so perhaps he had awakened before him to begin with. However, then he did not tell him about this, so as not to spoil his self-esteem, and now his friend remained just as modest. The audience on Earth cheerfully shouted his name, and someone even said that this fat man would become the king of weapons. There really was some truth here because during the war, Magnus helped develop the famous Smirch pistols. He was also talked about as the first who was able to go through all 3 rounds using only ranged weapons. Therefore, he was named the best shooter of these competitions, and the title of best fighter went to David. This time, the Dragon Letter Academy showed a truly unexpected result. General Hugo wondered with curiosity how far these guys could go. But one thing was clear for sure. They became a real team that would become the best in the future. When the Earth participants left the break room, they again saw reporters in front of them. Phoenix said that now it looked like it would happen again, and David looked at the approaching journalists. They are already holding out a microphone to him to interview him, and the camera is shining. First, he was asked how he felt now, and then he was asked to say a few words on behalf of the Earth participants. Hearing this, a smile appeared on David's face as he realized that this was a good opportunity. The guy unexpectedly said that this competition turned out to be quite easy. A journalist from Luna asked if this was really his way of expressing his contempt for Landers. After all, he recently defeated him in the most unusual way, which won him fame. And David, seeing that the woman had rather large breasts, said that he would answer her question if she came closer. The woman did so, and David, enjoying her company, said that shame was on the person who tried to humiliate others. Then the next reporter asked if it was true that he used a special ability in battle. And then they turned to Magnus, asking him to answer a few questions. He was asked if Fat Man had some secret that allowed him to achieve this winning streak. And Magnus smiled contentedly and replied that Lulu taught him all this. When another journalist asked if he had already made his next plan, Fat Man responded the same way. He said that he planned to devote time to Lulu, which slightly discouraged those around him. Still, few people knew that Magnus idolized the famous idol, considering her his goddess. The journalists wanted to ask a few more questions when suddenly, one voice interrupted them all. It was a woman with red hair who asked David if he really thought he could become a champion. The guys looked at their leader together, because David could no longer be called otherwise. And he stuck out his fist and said that he already had the heart of a champion. All that was left was to get the title. It was already getting dark outside, and the competition itself was coming to an end. There was still about half of the way left. Meanwhile, Magnus had fans who brought him gifts to special points. And Fatty sent everything for the most part to his younger children at the orphanage, where they were very happy about everything. It is also worth saying about Catherine because the number of her fans has also increased, both on Earth and on the moon. But the girl was not forgotten, and her friends, Angela, Magnus, and David, regularly visited her. Angela always came with some kind of fruit to support her friend, but something also bothered her. Namely, she did not understand why David suddenly became so indifferent to her. Looking at him, she no longer felt in him the interest in her that his eyes once sparkled with. But even though it was really unpleasant to feel all this, Angela could not do anything about it. After all, they never even really started dating him, and when he himself admitted his feelings, she personally rejected him. With this thought, Angela peeled more tangerines for Catherine and held them out to feed her friend. She looked at her gratefully and then glanced at the guys and became a little embarrassed. They looked like they were attending a funeral, so Catherine addressed them. She told them not to pretend that she was sick because the doctor said that she was fine. But Magnus recalled that the doctor said that she continues to be listed for further observation. He wanted to add something more about awakening genes, but David interrupted him with a slap on the head. And Magnus realized that he had said too much, because Catherine never acquired any new abilities. It was like winning the lottery and then finding out that your prize was $1. But Katri replied that everything was fine with her, because she never even dreamed that she would face an awakening. And she was even more interested in knowing how Fatty dealt with it, because he also went through an awakening. Magnus replied that he could not say anything specific, but while they were at the academy, his appetite increased. And then, over time, he simply began to feel that his powers had increased, and his body's reactions had noticeably sharpened. Angela asked if he had any other consequences from waking up, but Magnus only replied that he ate more. The girls were a little disappointed, because they expected to hear a more comprehensive answer. But in fact, awakening was considered a rather painful process. When previously dormant genes went through awakening, the flesh and bones of a person underwent transformation. But looking at Fatty, it didn't look like he was in any pain, so heaven itself must have been helping him. Then Catherine asked David if he would tell about his awakening if he had already gone through it. And he replied that this was no longer a secret, because he, most likely, had already gone through an awakening. He noticed that his physical abilities also improved, as did his appetite, but he began to have difficulty sleeping. In particular, he was having nightmares more and more often. Hearing this made Angela feel a little uneasy. She thought that perhaps it was because of them that some kind of misunderstanding arose between her and David. And Catherine told her friend that, come to think of it, the two's appetites had actually increased. She addressed the guys, saying that now a huge number of people are pinning their hopes on them. It seemed to her that the guys were probably under enormous pressure, but they replied that there was nothing like that. Then Catherine said that Angela should help her control these two idiots. And Angela, with an awkward smile, told the guys that now the whole world was talking about them as the god of war and the king of weapons. However, she asked if they had to be so self-centered, and David recalled that all the people of the moon behaved this way. At that moment, another member of the team entered their room, namely Michael, who had good news. He said that the lists of fights for passage into the top 8 had finally appeared, and the guys were ready to hear them. Michael began to read out the distribution. The first fights included Chrissy against Fedor, Alain against Bob, Olivia versus Betsy, Brandon versus Anthony, Beasley versus Phil competed the next afternoon. But when Michael got to the evening fights, he was very surprised and even a little worried. He then announced that Antaeus would oppose Magnus and Floyd would oppose David. Even Catherine, lying on the bed, came to her senses, saying that this was a very bad draw. Michael agreed, saying that Antaeus' abilities were best suited to counter Magnus. Thanks to his ability to communicate with the ground, he could receive information about enemy movements and make accurate predictions. And Angela added that the worst thing about this was 80's pace, which was the most rapid and cruel. So far, none of his opponents have been able to inflict a drop of damage on him, as if the earth itself would bless him. But David's opponent was invincible in close combat, also thanks to his ability. Catherine did not like this at all. The girls agreed that this draw was precisely aimed at throwing them out of the tournament. But to everyone's surprise, David said that it was excellent. He added that he had actually wanted to fight Floyd for a long time and had been waiting for this moment. The guys, as always, were shocked by their friend's statements, but this no longer surprised Michael so much. He thought that this was to be expected from their boss. He must have already thought of a way to win. In fact, even in his past life, David thought about how to spar with Floyd. Much to his regret, the gap between them was too great, but now they were equal. So David cleared his throat and said that he actually wanted to try to be friends with him. After all, in the future, if he wants to have a picnic, he won't even need to make a fire. Angela thought that only David could really laugh and joke in such a situation. After the start of the battle for a place in the top 8, all arenas will become open to equalize the chances of all fighters. There will even be an arena in space, and all this is aimed at weeding out the weak and promoting the strong. They talked like that for about another hour, and then everyone went to their dorm rooms. The fat man fell asleep instantly, but David tossed and turned for a long time because he couldn't do it. His stomach began to hurt sharply, which was completely unwelcome, but the guy could not do anything. He grabbed it, asking himself what fate had in store for him this time. Still, the guy couldn't stand it for long and got out of bed, heading to the restroom. Having entered there, he first went to the mirror, wanting to look at his chest, where the scar was. However, the guy was surprised when he slightly lifted his t-shirt, because during this time the scar had changed a lot. It was getting bigger and bigger, and David didn't understand when or how it was happening. He only saw that the scar had already reached his stomach, which made the guy more and more nervous. The scar still had the characteristic purple indentations, but that was not all. David was surprised to discover that he had another foreign growth. He even thought that he had become infected with something, but it was not clear what. The alien attack wouldn't happen for another 5 years, so they obviously couldn't infect him. Therefore, the infection he received occurred at this time, but it was not clear how. At first he thought it was Michael's doing, but the man was trustworthy in every way. Then suspicions fell on the pre-match check, in which Luna's representatives could have done something to him. However, at that time they still didn't know anything about him, and then a third option came to David's mind, Angela. In the dream she was too suspicious, but in reality she was too suspicious of their family, which headed the transport corporation. There was a lot of pressure from Luna, so we can say that the girl had some kind of motive. But at the current rate of spread of this infection, he still had a chance. At least that's what David thought, telling himself that he just needed a little more time. The next day the competition continued, and now the place in the top 4 was determined. The audience was incredibly happy about this, because the strongest fighters remained, which means the matches would be interesting. Meanwhile, Mila greeted everyone again and announced that the first 2 fights would be among the lunar fighters. Dr. Clemens mockingly said that the Earthlings had only 2 fighters left, but soon the strongest of the lunar representatives would win, and all the garbage would be eliminated. This is how it happened so far. Alan Doyle and Chrissy Da Vinci defeated their opponents without any problems. Angela said it was no surprise that they both managed to progress to the next stage. Finally, the time has come for the third duel, in which the first Earthling Magnus will face the lunar monster Antaeus. During this time, Fat Man had already formed a considerable fan club, which now supported him. Both members headed to the stage, Magnus looking serious and collected. Now he had more confidence in his abilities, but Antaeus tried to break his faith. He said in a mocking tone that his luck had come to an end, and he would not last more than a minute in the arena. This statement aroused interest in this battle even before it began, so everyone was prepared to see something incredible. After some more time of additional necessary procedures, the contenders finally began the battle. The location of the match was again the thicket of the forest, only here the landscape was slightly changed. Anti was the first to attack and chased Fatty throughout the arena, trying to wear him down. Magnus just managed to break away from the guy, but he was already flying towards him on a piece of rock. Antaeus hovered in the air for a moment, mockingly telling Fatty to show himself. However, he then noticed that he had been waiting all this time for him to appear in order to counterattack. Magnus chose a new weapon for this fight, which he also mastered very well. The pistols were somewhat similar to his previous ones, but they had one feature, namely that now Fat Man could fire both single shells and bursts. But so far, Antaeus managed to evade all attacks. He was approaching Magnus, and he continued to shoot, completely concentrating on the enemy. Perhaps thanks to his maneuverability, Antaeus was able to descend to the ground without being hit. However, the guy thought that this Fat Man was already awakened, and this caused certain problems. After all, the chains of the soul blocked Antaeus himself, and Magnus needed time to shoot. And no matter how quickly he shoots, the flight path also takes some time. And Anti himself could easily determine Fat Man's next movements, and when he fired another shot, he pushed his piece of debris at him. Magnus's projectile hit a piece of rock, causing an explosion followed by a smokescreen. But Magnus knew that now his enemy would try to take advantage of this and attack, and so it happened. Antaeus appeared at the moment when Magnus least expected it. However, Fatty was still able to notice his attack in time and dodged at the last moment. Antaeus struck with his claws only the air where Magnus stood a second ago, and he was already aiming his pistol at the lunar expert. Antaeus himself understood this, but he had one more trump card, for which Magnus was not ready. It was the guy's weapon, which he slightly transformed with the help of his gene power. He hit Fat Man with it. His body was pierced by an electric one, which for some reason was pink. Magnus felt the pain and was forced to jump away from his opponent to come up with a new tactic. And Anti angrily stared at him because he had already seen the end of this battle, which would end in his favor. Magnus, meanwhile, was able to get back to his feet and aimed his gun at his opponent. But Anti didn't seem to care. He said that next time he wouldn't hit so weakly. The Fat Man remembered that this guy's special ability was connected to the earth. In addition to using it to increase your speed and constantly change trajectories, he also felt the movements of the enemy, who was in contact with the ground in any case. Peter, who was watching the fight with the others, said that Magnus should hurry up. After all, to win, Antaeus only needs to get close to Magnus before he himself is killed. But that's exactly what Fatty was counting on. He wanted the guy to come closer. Therefore, he himself allowed him to do this, pretending that he simply could not keep up with the pace of his attacks. But Antaeus finally flew close enough and almost touched Magnus with his claws. And he decided that this was the ideal moment, so he launched a counterattack. Anti thought that now was the perfect moment for him to end everything. But when he saw what Magnus was preparing to do next, he was almost speechless. After all, Fatty suddenly increased in height and bent over the ground, planning to do something. He hit the ground with all his might, causing Antaeus to even be thrown up. The guy asked the Earthling if he was really tired of living, because it was a suicidal technique. But Magnus calmly replied that they could fight like this for about another minute. And the greenie was not joking. He instantly pulled out another pistol and opened aimed fire. The whole subtlety of this plan was that Magnus caused a small earthquake in this way. It was then that Anti wondered if this Fat Man really knew about his perception through the earth. For now, the initiative had truly passed to Magnus, leaving Antaeus to defend himself. The Fat Man understood that he needed to deal with the enemy while they were in the air. After all, he will not be able to shake the earth forever, which means sooner or later he will lose. Therefore, he decided that he would do everything quickly, and the first step for this had already been completed. All that remained was to guess the moment when he could best inflict fatal damage. However, this was not easy to do, because his opponent also perfectly understood his situation. All Anti needed was to get close to the Fat Man again and attack him. One attack was enough, and everyone froze, waiting to see if he would succeed. Now he will reach out his hand so that at the right moment he can activate his claws and attack. And then there was an explosion. A heap of smoke again filled the entire space. But soon the audience saw Magnus, who flew back from the powerful recoil. His friends thought he should have succeeded this time, but David shouted at his friend to be careful. Of course, Magnus didn't hear him, but David warned him about Antaeus, who still managed to survive. He said angrily that Magnus was quite smart, causing him trouble. But now he could only think about how he would die. With these words, Anti swung his hand. He cut off Magnus's hand, in which he was holding one of the pistols, and did not have time to react. Having landed, the guy again prepared for the next maneuver to finish the job. Thus, after a moment, Magnus's second hand flew off, which was not at all good. Anti approached the helpless earthling. Now there was no doubt that he had won. However, David did not like his behavior, because the guy could finish everything with one blow. Instead, he licked his blade, saying that it was Fat Man's destiny to die with both his hands cut off. He wanted to bring out the enemy's emotions, wanting to see in them despair and pleas for mercy. But instead, Magnus just looked at him with eyes full of determination, and this infuriated Antaeus. He swung again and slashed Magnus in the eyes, after which the murder was confirmed. The lunar audience was delighted. They made fun of Fat Man, who had previously been nicknamed the King of Weapons. The arena chanted the name of the winner, awaiting the next equally interesting match. Meanwhile, Magnus emerged from his pod and hung his head despondently as he heard his opponent's name over and over again. He was heading back to the break room when he suddenly heard David's voice somewhere in front. He really ran to him first. He was clearly worried about his friend, because he immediately put his hands on his shoulders and said that there was nothing terrible in his defeat. But Magnus still apologized. Feeling awkward, he said that he still disgraced himself. Then David replied that he didn't understand what he was talking about, because he was in the top 8. Many people never even dreamed of getting this far, so he was great. These words made Fatty feel calmer, and David thought that he could not forgive Anthea for his impudence. When the guys returned to the break room together, they were already met by everyone else, joyfully greeting and congratulating Magnus. Peter said that he was a great fellow and did not disgrace the honor of the Earthlings, which they were all very proud of. Then the girls approached Magnus. Angela and Catherine hugged him, agreeing with everything he said. After some time, they decided to sum up the morning battles, in which Luna won a complete victory. Peter said that they also watched the fight of a certain Bari, who proclaimed himself the Flash. This person had a level 3 lightning ability that he could use to speed up. Therefore, turning to David, the guys told him to be careful, because he could get caught too. But he replied that they should not worry, because he had already come up with countermeasures against him. While he was still saying this, an unknown man in a blue helmet appeared behind him. He turned to the guy and asked him to come with him, without giving him the opportunity to ask anything. The man added that General Hugo wanted to speak with him privately. Hearing that the general himself wanted to meet with David, everyone was surprised and stared at the guy. And although he did not understand why this happened to him now, he guessed what the conversation would be about. When Antaeus won, the lunar audience again began to treat Earthlings with contempt. After all, they only had one contender left, who, as people thought, would soon fly out. But General Hugo thought differently. He understood that David remained their only hope. As for Magnus, his opponent overdid it a little, although within the rules. After all, real combat is more brutal than this, so there was no need to complain about it. After all, honor lost on the battlefield also returns on the battlefield. This is always worth remembering. As he thought about this, the one for whom the general had sent his assistant finally entered the room. David Hayden now stood in front of him, a man on whom everything now depended. The general sank into his chair and lit a cigarette, and David remained standing opposite him. The guy saw that the man was gathering his thoughts, choosing the words he wanted to say. The general thought, putting out his cigarette, what cadets of this age usually have, as David is now. When meeting him, all sorts of nervous reactions manifest themselves, but this guy was calm. David Gaydon, born in 2280, was a native of Beijing and had difficulty entering the academy. In the first 2 years he had average grades. The general placed special emphasis on this, and finally spoke to David. He said that in young people, going through a gene awakening can leave a wide range of reactions. But he had a rather strange variation of it, because he acted sometimes for the sake of fame, sometimes not. And this is exactly what he, the general, wanted to talk to him about. Here the man took a break. Then David, after waiting a little, reported that he did not understand what Comrade General was talking about. But the man said that he did not think that his words were incomprehensible to the guy, after all, after an unsuccessful confession to Angela. There have been changes in his television, and recently his behavior has become adult and serious. Therefore, the general wanted to know why he had recently become so secluded. David thought that even in his previous life he knew this man only superficially. Therefore, even now he could not say exactly which side he was on, even though the general was born on Earth. Based on current information, the problem lay in the inner part of the moon and the Earthlings, so to speak. They just took a bullet even while lying down. So David replied that he did not know what he wanted to hear. But the general continued to glare at him. He said that he would simply draw conclusions based on what the guy told him. Then David replied that he did not know whether he had gone through an awakening at that moment that the general was talking about. However, after that incident, his thinking in battle became clearer. Only he added that he began to have nightmares often, and they were connected with the future. David said that he dreams of humanity, including a world war, as a result of which both the moon and the earth were destroyed. But he did not have the necessary background for this, so he decided to take a high place in the army. General Hugo knew that the people of the moon had most likely discovered a habitable star. They wanted to take it for themselves, and perhaps David's dreams were about this. Therefore, after thinking a little, the general said that the guy should keep the next thing he told him a secret. He further informed him that Luna was working on a very important project and needed 4 researchers. They will become the semifinalists of these competitions, and if David makes it to the semifinals, he will tell him more about it. Then the general took a break and asked the guy what he thought. And David thought that the general should be on his side, because the entire alien plan was for the Earth to be in passive defense. On the lunar side, he, as an Earthling, had no chance of getting inside, so it was worth starting from the earthly side. In the future, the moon will lead the launch of the Aurora project, but the Earth will not have the initiative there. And although he and the general were thinking in different directions, the essence was the same: how the expedition turned into a disaster. Therefore, David reported that he was quite confident that he could compete for the championship. And the general liked it. He slammed his fist on the table, saying that the guy should show everyone the power of the Earth. David nodded and turned to leave because he already had to prepare for his fight. And the general thought that the main thing for Earthlings was profit, and Luna made many concessions in order to take full control of the project. This clearly showed there was a problem, so David should have been in the top 4. This way they will at least have a chance. Meanwhile, Mila announced the start of the next match. This was the last battle for reaching the quarterfinals, in which the last participant from Earth would fight. All the spectators of the Earth Federation chanted the name of their last hope, while the lunar audience shouted the name of their challenger, Floyd. Dina, who never missed a single match of her brother, was now more excited than ever. Dr. Clemens commented that Floyd from the moon was coming out of the left aisle into the arena. The guy looked completely confident. He didn't seem to care about this fight at all. David was already walking towards him, who also did not express any special signs of excitement. He even smiled a little. Dr. Rick commented on his exit from the right passage with particular excitement. The opponents locked eyes and seemed ready to start fighting right on the stage. A few minutes later, the guys were already in their capsules, ready to move. The system generated a virtual arena, which this time was the roof of a skyscraper. But the audience was much surprised by something else, because all eyes were focused on David. And all because this time the guy chose a weapon, which was a lava blade. Floyd had his constant rapier, which he wielded masterfully. The guy also noticed a change in the enemy's mood, realizing that he was serious. Mila noticed that they both chose titanium swords. David even had one with lava elements. Clemens mockingly said that it looked like the god of war had started using weapons. And Dr. Rick said that this is an awkward respect between the powerful, and his colleague is simply too young to understand it. All of David's friends also watched the fight in the recreation room. Peter especially watched everything. After all, Floyd had been his opponent before, and it seemed like he was deliberately waiting for him to get close. All because the guy had the ability of a volcanic explosion, which would become a thorn in David's side. David himself also perfectly understood the main strengths of his opponent. However, he did not intend to lose. Looking at Floyd, the guy had already decided how to act. He took a fighting stance and prepared to defend himself, but this was only a test to find out Floyd's motive. Both opponents smiled lightly as they each understood the other's next move. The next moment, they rushed at each other with incredible speed. This indicated that both had already undergone the process of awakening their genes. David ran at his opponent, but did not swing his sword, which surprised the audience a little. Floyd held his blade so that it would be convenient to strike first. A second later, their weapons touched, and a very powerful aura formed around them. It was so strong that it became visible even to the spectators, who were frozen in their seats. Floyd looked at David differently, because the fact that he was able to hold back such an attack spoke volumes. The guy from the moon thought that he really was completely different from the rest of the Earth. More attacks by the contenders against each other followed, but they were immediately blocked. Floyd moved incredibly quickly, managing to change the trajectory of his rapier strikes. But David was in no way inferior to him in this. He also skillfully wielded a sword, using all kinds of tactics. Suddenly, Floyd shouted for the guy to come to him, but there was no hatred in these words. There was only a sporting interest in them, and David answered with the same excitement that he was already on his way. The next moment, their blades met again, but again neither was able to outweigh the other. This time, however, the guys remained in their places, deciding to use a different method. They became fencing, which both were equally well developed. However, each tried to get the other, coming up with all sorts of cunning tricks. Finally, Floyd decided to move into a more aggressive fight and took a new stance. He suddenly swung his legs like a taekwondo fighter, but none of them hit David. After which he created some kind of shield, but one precise blow from David in its center ended everything. The guys were again at a distance from each other, which meant that a new clash awaited them. Floyd rushed in first because he suddenly realized one significant problem. It was present in both of them, and it was fatigue that overtook each person. Sooner or later, they would both fall exhausted, so it was necessary to finish everything before that. David also understood this, so dodging the enemy's attack, he went on the offensive himself. He managed to guess the right moment and grabbed the lunar expert, preparing for the decisive blow. David hit him first with the handle, and then threw him up for the final finish. He aimed straight at the enemy's neck, but by some miracle he managed to pull himself together. Seeing the tip of his blade rapidly approaching, Floyd gathered the rest of his strength. Thanks to this, he was able to react in time, putting out his blade to protect himself. Thus, David hit the edge of his opponent's weapon, which prolonged their battle a little. Realizing that he now had to regain his strength again, David retreated. He left large marks on the roof, indicating his awakened state. But David, like all the spectators, was surprised that Floyd became a little different at that moment. Luna's audience became active again and began to support their player with even greater fervor. And the specially assigned people who monitored the health of the opponents in the capsules were surprised. Peter also thought that he had assumed that Floyd had not given his all against him, but he had not known that he had given it his all. After all, now he used his powers from the very beginning, as if to say that he was worth reckoning with. Meanwhile, Floyd turned to David, saying that he had used 80% of his powers. David, as it seemed to him, gave 60 to 70%, so now he will pay for it. The blade in Floyd's hand suddenly caught fire and began to resemble a hot iron. The lunar audience screamed that the guy should have done this a long time ago. After all, even though David Gaydon from Earth was strong, abilities still decided everything. However, David still put his blade forward, and a smile flashed on his lips again. The guys rushed at each other again, although one of them now had a weapon many times more powerful. There was very little time left before the collision, and many people had the feeling that it would be the last. Their blades met, but to Floyd's surprise, David's weapon remained intact. The guy thought it would crack after interacting with such a high temperature, but David still repelled all his attacks without any problems, not allowing him to touch himself. Then Floyd decided to go full force and used 90% of his strength, which is why he became like a demon. An ordinary soldier would probably have lost just because of this, but David had a well-seasoned mind. He continued to push back the attacks of the enemy, who had already begun to get angry and lose his temper. Suddenly he moved back, but only to attack with a new technique, a concentrated wave of dragon flames. David realized that if he started running, he would burn alive, so he simply put out his sword. He could only protect the guy's eyes, because the size of this flame was incredible. David realized this himself. He realized that this was probably his opponent's last trump card. But it was impossible to evade him, so David came up with his own way. He began to swing the sword quickly and intensely, thus creating a fan effect. At that moment, there was a big explosion, and the guy was thrown back. However, David had a strange feeling because the feeling of this flame was close to that of strangers. Some alien species possessed similar flame power, even though the flame itself was black. And Floyd stood in shock that this earthling made only 20 high-speed strikes with his sword and broke through his attack. David, meanwhile, felt a familiar pain in his chest, and it was not at all at the right time. The spread of the alien virus suddenly accelerated, and its strength seemed to be drained. Until now, he had fought, restraining his emotions and strength, but contact with this flame disrupted everything. There was clearly something wrong with his opponent's volcanic ability. Therefore, David rushed to the attack to quickly end this, but Floyd was already waiting for him with a new attack. He raised his sword and spun it, spreading fire around a large area. David, who had arrived just in time as he thought to attack, was again too late and was attacked himself. Angela, Magnus, and Catherine couldn't contain their emotions at this moment. Angela thought that David had a very difficult time, considering that the sensation of pain there was 100%. But Phoenix noticed that there was no confirmation of the murder yet, so there were still chances. Meanwhile, Floyd finished swinging his sword and looked at the result of the new attack. At first he was glad that he did not see anyone, but then he was suddenly very surprised, because I saw David's silhouette right in the flames, which indicated that he was not dead yet. Moreover, the guy barely had time to put his sword out in defense when his opponent appeared in front of him again. David appeared literally out of nowhere and could have delivered a fatal blow if not for Floyd's protection. This surprised both Floyd himself and the audience, but what was most striking was David's appearance. The earthling had half his face burned out, he was covered in smoke, and the only color he had was... It was his eyes that were filled with anger, and that was what gave him the strength to fight on. David continued to attack his opponent, who began to succumb to him in shock. David soon used a stealthy but effective armor attack, and it worked. The ends of their protective gloves were equipped with sharp games, which David stabbed into Floyd's stomach. He did it with such force that he pierced the guy like meat on a skewer. It was impossible to survive after this, and David also pulled out his hand, taking away the remnants of the enemy's flame. Floyd screamed desperately because he could no longer use it in battle. And David thought that he had exactly the same weak point as the aliens who use flame. After all, somewhere in the abdomen they had a sparkling crystal of flame, and when it was possible to break through this place and destroy the red crystal, these monsters lost their power. The fighting manners of the aliens imitated human ones, and probably the enemy already knew about him. But for now, all the spectators on Earth shouted his name loudly, proud of this victory. Dr. Rick even began to cry, because this David Gaydon was still able to defeat that fiery monster. If everyone were eliminated before the quarterfinals, the Earth Warriors would be stripped of their dignity until at least the next competition. But thanks to David, this did not happen, and they also had a special privilege. Namely, participation in the Moon Expedition. General Hugo thought about it contentedly. Meanwhile, at the Dragon Letter Academy, David's victory was broadcast for the third time. How did the students feel when they heard that the representative of their school made it to the semi-finals? Dina hugged her friend in joy, saying that her brother was amazing. And Landers, who was sitting in Luna's lounge, told his friends that he didn't expect such a turn. Harry also noticed that even with the ability of a fire deity, Floyd still lost. And Chrissy noted with curiosity that perhaps he really was the god of war. In the Earth's break room, meanwhile, everyone was happy for David, especially Magnus. Catherine even burst into tears, saying that the guy gave them a really pleasant surprise. Angela thought that her eldest was truly a real handsome man. The girl even noticed that she was thinking about him more and more warmly, and now he was not just a friend to her. David, meanwhile, left his capsule and immediately headed into the corridor leading to the restroom. There were no people there, so he was able to lift his t-shirt and see what was happening there. To his shock, David saw that the mutation of his virus had accelerated again. Meanwhile, one guy from Luna wanted to gain favor on the internet. He wrote a post where he talked about Luna's complete victory, saying that 7 of their contenders advanced further. However, someone under the nickname The Brightest Star of the Hayden family wrote under his post that David was with them. This was written by Dina, who now inserted this phrase under every similar post, which greatly infuriated the lunar people. David himself, meanwhile, came to the Civil Hospital of the Moon, wanting to sort out his problem. He also wanted to find out what was written in Catherine's report, so he asked the reception about it. But there they told him to wait a little, saying that they would soon bring him from the department. David thought that after the battle against Floyd, the tingling sensations in his heart had become more frequent. If this infection continued, he could very well even die, but he had to stick to the plan. It was possible that this was a genetic variation, but obviously there was some outside intervention involved. David also thought that there was definitely something wrong with Landers, because he said that he was doomed. After arriving on the moon, each fighter was examined, and Landers may well have had access to the results. David decided that he absolutely had to win the semi-finals, but until he slowed down the mutations, it would be difficult. During this time, he came to Catherine's room, where the girl shared that this trip to the moon was like a dream. Then David told her that she just needed to do everything possible, and the rest would be decided in the process. But Catherine still said it was a shame because it was a miracle she had gotten this far. The girl then asked David if he thought she should try the B12 reagent. But David answered her quite rudely and sharply so that she would not even think about it, because she already had the best outcome. Catherine was a little surprised by this. She said that she simply asked his opinion. Then David apologized, looking down guiltily, but said that it was still not worth doing this. Catherine nodded and suddenly said with a smile that she knew he was doing this for her good. The girl added that she didn't know about this domineering side of him, but now it was clear why Angela liked him. Hearing this, Angela felt a little awkward and then completely sad. David didn't even look in her direction, again thinking about different theories of the appearance of aliens. Michael suddenly ran into the room and said that many people from the media were crowded on the street. They refused to leave without interviewing him, so David went to them. He wished the headman a good rest, and he himself thought about the B12 reagent she was talking about. It helped unlock abilities faster, but those who took it went crazy after a year or so. In his previous life, David couldn't do this, but this time, he was going to make it to the semi-finals to knock out an opportunity for Earth. He didn't yet know how he should evaluate Michael, and for Angela, he only hoped that she wouldn't turn out to be a traitor. What concerned Fatty, it was his comrade with whom he always fought side by side. He went outside to quickly deal with the journalists who had crowded there during this time. He was about to give his first interview when suddenly someone called out to him. Turning around, David saw Landers, Chrissy, and Alain, and thought that he was just looking for an opportunity to meet the first. David turned to him, saying that he knew that the guy did not accept defeat. Therefore, he offered to give him the opportunity to correct his situation, but Landers did not fall for the provocation. However, at this moment they were surrounded by the media, asking their new victim about his defeat. Someone asked if the guy really decided to rely not on his own strength, but on the influence of his family. All this infuriated Landers extremely. He was about to answer them all, but he heard Alain's voice. He warned his friend not to say too much, but Landers told him to shut up. He added so that the guy would not think that he was in charge and could tell him, but Alain interrupted him. Doyle put his hand on his friend's shoulder and asked the journalists not to disturb them by using some kind of technique. Within seconds, all the people left, as if under hypnosis. David, who watched the whole thing, said it was quite a useful skill. Alan just shrugged it off, noting that his fight with Floyd was exciting, but asked how he learned about the secret of the fiery core in the heart, to which David replied that the heart is the core of everything. He noticed to himself that the upbringing on the moon was really good, because Alan Doyle was already so mature. Chrissy Da Vinci then approached him, saying that now she didn't have to worry about him wandering into the wrong place again. The girl talked about that incident in the training room, but now David was famous. However, he awkwardly noted that it was an accident, although he hoped that the media would not always follow him. Alain then apologized for disturbing him and said that he hoped they could talk again in the future. With that, the guys from Luna left, and David was left alone with his thoughts. In the evening, when everyone had already gathered in their rooms, the list of next battles was announced. Magnus sat down to watch this distribution, and he also called David. First, they showed Antaeus, who gave an interview where he said that these two Earthlings were approximately the same. It was about him and David, and Fat Man really didn't like the statements of this pompous guy. The Fat Man called David again, who had gone to the shower about 20 minutes ago and was supposed to be back. But his friend didn't come out, so Magnus even got a little worried and went to check everything himself. He tried to open the door, not even imagining that his friend lay bloodied inside. Something incomprehensible also sparkled on the floor, and only David himself could give an account of his actions. 10 minutes ago, he entered the bathroom and bent over the sink in pain. The scar on his body had already spread quite far and was preventing him from breathing normally. So David couldn't think of a better way than to get rid of it. He decided to do it himself using a knife. In his past life, even on the battlefield of Mars, the likelihood of infection was low. However, if someone did become infected, there was no salvation. The guy brought the blade to his chest, gathering his courage to plunge the knife into his body. He did not do it quickly, trying to break off a piece of scales that had grown over the scar. He thought that by cutting off these scales, he could at least slow down the transformation. This way he could buy himself a little more time, but he had to pay for it. The blade had already entered his flesh. Now the guy was experiencing terrible pain, but did not stop the process. A few minutes later, many such scales were lying on the floor, splattered with blood. And David continued to prick them, digging a knife into his body through pain and suffering. He wanted to get rid of as many of these things as possible and prevent himself from turning into a monster. After all, this was exactly what the virus from strangers led to in his past life. David was breathing heavily. He had already lost a lot of blood and felt bad. But there shouldn't have been any blood poisoning, and all he had to do was wrap the wound. David covered the operation site with bandages, and that was the last thing he could do. Because the next moment his eyes darkened and David realized that he was losing consciousness. He released the knife from his hands and it fell nearby, so the guy ended up on the floor. When he tried to open his eyes, he saw Magnus and Angela in front of him. They looked happy and were very happy when he woke up. The Fat Man noticed that he was just in time because they had been sent meat and alcohol. And David slowly realized, to his surprise, that he was on Mars. Suddenly, somewhere in front, some noise was heard from underground. And then some kind of monster appeared in front of David, taking away his friends. The Fat Man screamed in despair for his friend to quickly come to their aid. And it was at that moment that David woke up, still slowly opening his eyes. He touched the wound on his body. It was still holding up, although not perfectly. And the fat doorman continued to knock on the door, asking his friend if everything was okay with him. Then David quickly put on a t-shirt and opened the door, saying that it looked like he had eaten something wrong. Fortunately, Magnus did not suspect anything. He began to tell him about Anthea. The friend wanted David to show him that the Earth was better than the Moon, but he did not listen very carefully. The next day, the quarterfinal matches began. David woke up and did not feel at his best, but that was understandable. He also felt that it seemed that foreign bodies had grown into his heart, and the scales cut off yesterday have already begun to grow back. He tried to get up and did it with considerable difficulty, moving away from the bed. He suddenly started feeling dizzy again and his chest area started tingling again. But David just took a deep breath, saying that he had to calm down because he had to go further to protect all those who were dear to him. Meanwhile, the matches came to the most interesting match. The first fight that opened today's competition was his fight. Mila announced this hesitantly at first, as if something else was planned. However, then she repeated everything with complete confidence, saying that this is a battle that will decide fate. Dr. Clemens introduced his challenger to the left side of the stage, Antaeus, and Dr. Rick did the same, greeting David from the right side of the stage. The Earth's audience shouted joyfully, supporting him, but someone noticed that he was all pale. Antaeus also drew attention to this, asking if he really did not sleep all night because of fear. And David thought that he had a lot of regrets in his previous life, so he should make up for them in this one. The quarterfinal competition arena was different, and the waiting rooms were also different. Catherine, Angela, and Fatty were now sitting at the table, and the head girl noticed something strange. It seemed to her that there was something wrong with David, as if his condition was even worse than hers. Angela worriedly wondered if something would go wrong in this battle. After the last incident, Deb began to behave strangely, and now the girl thought that perhaps it was because of her. David himself, meanwhile, had already entered the capsule, ignoring the tingling sensation in his chest. Antaeus knew that, according to the information, the strength of this David was in long-range combat. To tell the truth, Auntie was a little scared at first, but Alain said that he had a good feeling. and until now it has never failed him, so, according to the headquarters plan, he must force David resort to firearms. David thought that first of all he had to avenge Magnus. Not much time had passed since his return in time, but he had not done anything good, so he was obliged to at least please his friend. Both opponents put on their equipment and prepared to move. The location of their battlefield was quite symbolic because it was Mars itself. Auntie thought that Alain's premonition was correct again, because this was simply the ideal place for him. Dr. Rick noticed that Antaeus' choice of weapons was too vulgar because he also took a shield. He combined all this with the Riemann rifle, which had good firepower. Antaeus thought that if he stuck to his tactics, he could win. David, meanwhile, looked concentrated. He had not yet opened his eyes, and when he did this, he was very surprised to see the battlefield of Mars in front of him. Dr. Clemens noticed with equal surprise that the guy had taken a Cuban-type weapon for himself. It was simply pointless to take him for long-range combat, but if you take him, then two at once. After all, these were dual pistols, and the audience was also surprised to see his choice. Someone remembered a person who recently completed a task from a competition to evaluate the legendary rank for the first time. So given the shooting technique from the video, one could assume that it was none other than David. People began to massively open the recording of the walkthrough and compare the guy from the video with David. The similarity was simply striking, so many made an impressive discovery. After all, it turned out that David was much stronger in long-range combat than they thought. The fact that news about the secret expert had spread throughout the world was reported to General Hugo. He decided that it was too late to block the news anyway, but given David's current physical condition, now was not the best time for this. Therefore, the general conveyed something to his assistant, and he replied that he understood everything. The guy went to carry out the task assigned to him, and the general returned to battle. Antaeus, meanwhile, analyzed that the energy of this dried-up soil is quite fluid, so it was even easier to control than on Earth, which was very good for the guy. After all, he knew that even Alain and the others wouldn't dare fight him, so he hoped to see that same fear in David's eyes. However, he looked calm, thinking that Mars felt quite realistic here. It was still just as deserted, and here the force of gravity was twice as strong. David thought that it all seemed like a dream, and it was as if he was in his last fight from that life. The audience also looked at him with special awe, as if the guy was about to do something unique. But Catherine didn't like his behavior. She reproachfully said that he took the time to pose. But on the other hand, it meant that his condition seemed to be back to normal. Auntie, however, also looked calm. He was the first to open fire on the enemy. The battle began, but David did not even look at his opponent, which annoyed Antaeus. But in reality, David was just coming up with a plan for this fight, and he finally finished it. A characteristic smile appeared on the guy's face as he dodged the first projectile. And then he continued to dodge all the following shots, not forgetting the tactics he had just come up with. David knew that Antaeus did not pose any threat to him because his target was other opponents of the moon. Auntie himself also noticed that the level of this earthling was different from all the others. He was really strong. Therefore, the guy increased the intensity of the shots, not suspecting that he had fallen for David's trick. Firstly, Auntie could not hit it, even though the distance was not particularly great. And David did not stop smiling because a little more, and he would move on to his plan. And the plan was to lure the guy with him and then surprise him. David fired literally from behind his body, and Antaeus barely had time to put up a shield to block. However, it was not for nothing that David chose only one pistol, since its power was very great. Antaeus had to move away a little, and although he was surprised that an earthling was capable of such a thing, but still, the guy knew that he was in his own environment, so he couldn't lose. He opened fire on David again, and David jumped back again, preparing to counterattack. This time he placed emphasis on both legs, ducked down a little, and fired in one powerful volley. Antaeus still put up his shield, but now it turned out to be a mistake. After all, it was not enough to hold back the onslaught of such a powerful gust, so his shield cracked. Auntie was greatly surprised and frightened at the same time, having lost his protection. David's next projectile passed right next to the Lunar Challenger's shoulder. This meant the end for Antaeus, and David targeted him, saying the match was over. Seeing the gun in front of his eyes, Auntie thought that he had really lost. However, at this moment, David suddenly felt a pang in his heart again. This time, the pain was even stronger, and he even dropped the weapon from his hand. The judges watching the fight noticed that Auntie seemed to be very lucky, and David thought that although he controlled the power of his superpower, the alien virus still manifested itself. It happened at the most inopportune moment. He grabbed his chest and fell to his knees. Surprised, Auntie watched him and quickly realized that in this state, the guy was not a threat to him. The lunar expert stood up, asking what was wrong with him, since just a second ago he was invincible. And now he suddenly found himself in a state in which even an inexperienced cadet could finish him off. Antaeus took his blade out of a special compartment in his armor and approached David. He said that although he does not understand what happened, this is a great opportunity for him to win. The spectators also shouted what David was doing, saying that the judges should stop the fight. All his friends were also worried about his friend. They did not understand why he suddenly fell. Dina was equally impressed by what was happening, and besides, she received a strange letter. Antaeus, meanwhile, plunged his blade into David's stomach, hoping that he would die quickly. And David seemed to plunge underwater and went deeper and deeper to the bottom. It seemed that a little more, and he would really die, when suddenly the guy heard something. These were the distant voices of his family and friends who called him to wake up. So he saw his sister Dina and head girl Catherine in front of him. And then Magnus and Angela showed up, and David realized he couldn't just leave them all. That was not all. The guy gathered his last strength and seemed to break through the ice over the river of his despair. Thus, he was able to get out of there and grab Antaeus by the hands. He was surprised that the Earthling was still alive, and David looked at him with a creepy look. He squeezed his opponent's hands so that he had no time to dodge or run away. And then he shouted that he needed to aim for the head, after which he hit the guy himself. Such a blow to Antaeus's eyes rolled back into their sockets, but David was already preparing the next attack. He tensed all his muscles, putting everything into one blow, which he directed at the enemy. And it worked. Anti's head flew as if David had made a volleyball serve. Mila cheerfully announced that the representative of the Earth, David Gaydon, moves on to the finals. However, suddenly the capsule with David revealed abnormal indicators in the Earthling. Michael, who was watching this fight, noticed the message with surprise. It had just arrived and was a little disturbing, so the guy decided to open it. But what he read there shocked Michael and made him worry even more about David.